has been doing pretty well. I was talking to you before we started the show about like I played Darkrai using Honchkrow because Honchkrow I think does well in the mirror or in like the Darkrai mirror or whatever, because it can just sit there, ignore a Druddigon or whatever, and just smack the backline for 50. So it's going to be interesting the way these things develop and how people build. Is a lot of the meta going to shift to grass next week to try and deal with like, well, what if they can deal some damage, get the Darkrai in, one-shot it with a grass attack, and then sustain all these like 20s that it's receiving because it's got Erica, it can play potions, cape, whatever, maybe even a shaman in there, who knows if we want to get truly spicy. But there's options for people to sort of play around the meta. I mean, look what happened with Arcanine throughout the, the previous metas, right? Everyone was just, oh, why would you play Arcanine? It's rubbish, it like hurts itself. But suddenly, the attacking breakpoint and the stage 1 nature of the Pokemon made it a very viable card because of what the meta was, right? And I think that's definitely going to happen with this going forward.
Yeah, I definitely, even I think like Yanma is grass. It can be, I feel like they kind of put that in this set for a reason as well. Like I'm sure we're gonna
YouTube.
When you feel it's hopeless, when you think, when you feel it's hopeless, when you think.
Halo teman-teman semuanya. Selamat datang, selamat bergabung teman-teman di live streaming aku ya. Hari ini kita akan bertanding guys. Kita akan bertanding di 64 besar Ursiiday. Ya teman-teman ya. Kita ngelawan deck Palkia guys, top 64 besar. Bentar ya. We all have our reasons why we are on this track. Oh, we all have our burdens, yeah, but we just keep on fighting and we never look back. Setting dulu guys ya, bentar ya. Selamat datang, selamat bergabung. Kita sambil lihat Kak Ursi dulu kali ya, bentar ya. Soalnya ini gini guys, peraturannya aku disuruh nunggu. Jadi nggak bisa langsung playoff. Suara aman ya, suara aman ya. Sebentar. Kita lihat Kak Ursi dulu. Nah ini standingnya. Yang diambil 64 besar guys. Yang diambil 64 besar. Dari 1, ini orang Brazil, peringkat 1 dengan skor 10-0. Skornya 10-0. Dan aku ada di mana? Aku ada di urutan ke-47 guys. Skor aku 82 ya. Link aku ada di kanan bawah layar kalian. Nanti aku spill yang di atas gambar aku itu nanti yang di sini sebelah sini itu nanti deck musuh ya. Nanti aku juga munculin timernya dan lain-lain guys. Oke, sebentar ya. Kita lihat Kak Ursi dulu.
Oh, wow. And we're immediately getting
Ini
3
top
water
64
energies.
jadi
Wow.
gantian
That
guys
magic heart.
standingnya.
Ouch.
Yeah, this is a bit
Bentar,
tricky
aku
because
cek.
unlike the favored matchups historically with electric versus this Gyarados, well, Pachirisu can't snipe, so there's no way to deal damage onto the bench, and the problem is the cape doesn't put them out of range of Gyarados either, right? It is 140. They do have blue that I think they might have just been showing us
Aku udah
there,
diajakin
but it does, I guess they'll
bertarung
need
sekarang nih.
potions, right, to heal through this Drudagon damage to be
Yeah.
able to like get to 140 and then blue versus the Gyarados.
Yeah, so they're still gonna I need 2 potions because I have to hit this Dukungan twice.
Unless they just say, we'll
Bentar ya.
eat this.
Oh!
Never mind. Yeah, because they have
Ouch.
the energy to retreat because of the Misty, right?
Mhm.
Because they already had one on Drudagon, so one more to retreat is game. But there's also an element there, even though that didn't look like the best game in the world, where if that's a little bit slower and they get hold of the second Pachirisu, then you can just sack the first one to Gyarados and then set the next one up with Cape, Blue, hit for 100 and then go again because it won't get knocked out from the Gyarados.
Oke, sebentar.
Yeah, I completely agree. I guess with that, that's like kind of the only way to survive.
Ini udah boleh main ya guys ya.
They're
Sebentar ya.
able to do better with
Setel musik dulu.
When you feel
Sebentar,
it's
sebentar.
hopeless, when you think
Aku
that
setting dulu ya,
you're
sebentar.
lost, oh, I will take your hand
Aku harus
and
masuk ke
we'll
gamenya
rise
dulu
up
guys.
from the dust. Oh, here we go, go, go.
Ini ya.
Let us heal and grow. You won't be alone. We're unstoppable. Don't be
yang
afraid
kanan
to
atas
show
itu
what
musuh
we're
aku.
going for. This is
Decknya
what
dia
we
dari sebelah
know.
kiri.
Here we come back to life. We're still breathing. Standing up,
Deck
everybody's
dia ada di
gonna
sebelah
see
kiri
it.
aku guys.
Oh, you need to know is that we're holding on.
Yang
Even
sebelah
if
kiri
we
atas.
fall, we
Nah
will
sebelah
rise
kanan
up
bawah
and
itu
we follow the path that we
deck
believe
aku ya.
in.
Bentar
No, we're
aku
not gonna
loginin
stop
dulu.
until we
Masukin
reach
dulu.
it. Oh, you need to know is that we're holding on. We rise up from the dust and claim our throne.
Bentar guys. Karena ini harus live stream di Discord-nya dia juga ya. Jadi agak ribet ininya. Setting-settingnya. Jadi aku nggak bisa langsung dari komputer guys.
Rise up from the dust and claim our throne.
Oke.
We all have our reasons why we are on
Nice,
this track.
sudah tersambung. Bentar aku
We all
coba
have
cek ke
our
Discord-nya dulu.
burdens, yeah, but we just keep on fighting and we never look back. Here we go, 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 let us heal and grow. You won't be alone, we're unstoppable. Don't be afraid to show what we're going for. This is what we know. Here we come back to life, we're still breathing.
Sudah muncul.
Standing
Kok
up,
nggak muncul?
everybody's gonna see it.
Oke, muncul.
Oh, you need to know is that we're holding
Udah dua
on.
gini.
Even if we fall, we will rise up and we follow the path that we believe in. No, we're not gonna stop until we reach it. Oh, all you need to know is that we're holding on. We rise up from the dust and claim our throne.
Oke, udah ya. Oke, sudah normal.
We rise up
Aku janjian dulu ya.
and claim our throne.
Sebentar guys. Setup dulu. Doakan aku ya. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Semoga nggak langsung gugur. Aman ya, aman ya. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Ntar aku hubungin dia dulu di
We rise up from the dust and claim our throne. Empty hearts and neon lights. They're playing with my mind. Gotta get out of here tonight. Oh, I wanna run off and fly.
Kita battle.
And I'll tell myself it's fine to be alone. Just to
Bismillah guys.
somewhere that finally feels like home.
Lanan Tuhan. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim.
I hate all this overthinking.
Kita lawannya 8 win 1 loss ya. Kita 8 win 2 loss. Agak deg-degan, jujur aja ya, jujur. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Waduh. Jelas palsu ya. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Dia di depan ada Manapi. Kita 2 Pokeball ya. Aku pakai HP guys. Karena harus live stream dan lain-lain ya.
Just to find somewhere that finally feels like home. I hate all this overthinking.
Anjir, udah jadi Vaporeon guys, bahaya nih. Kita harus mundur ya. Aduh, gila, sama banget. Sama tuh. Kita nge-break gini guys. Harusnya dia udah bisa mukul kita ya. Dia nggak punya Sabrina guys, dia cuma punya Cyrus. Jangan sampai kita dicicil satu kali pun. Kayaknya aku mending mundur. Kita cicil pelan ya. Ini kayaknya harusnya kalah turn sih kita. Kalah energi, kalah turn. Tahu nih apa yang harus dilakuin. Karena aku tahu dia langsung maju. Kita pakai Manapi lagi ya. Tuh gila. Ngebreak gini guys. Aduh gimana nih? Mudah-mudahan dapat basic lah ya. Ini 2 Drat Digon ya buat ngulur waktu. Anjir, nggak ada sama sekali dong. Ini kalau banget ini simpel. Deketan aku ya. Nggak ada basic guys. Break gila. Meskipun. Duh, ampun. Nggak ada. Oke, siapa yang jalan? Dia ya, Novia ya. Dia siap energi 2 kali nih guys. Ini harusnya end sih. Nge-break aku. Saya ngaca sih. Alah start banget cuy. Break. Aduh. Jelek banget kartunya. Masa game. Ya Allah, kalian. Penting jujur sih. Ada lagi enggak? Depan Dark Ride. Belakangnya Dragon. Ya. Udah itu, guys, udah itu. Jadi harusnya kalau aku langsung pukul ya sama aja. Next turn dia udah bisa pukul aku. Bingung, so asik. I think GG udah. Right. GGWP guys. GGWP. Dia leave soalnya tadi. Bisa langsung dipukul ya udahlah auto concede ini harusnya. Gak apa-apa. Karena ini 64 besar. Dia menang dengan mudah di babak pertama. Kita balas di babak kedua guys. Kita balas di babak kedua. Semoga ini ya menurut ya. Cheer. Kalau dia nggak punya Sabrina, Cyrus doang dua loh. Tapi game pertama loh begini sih. Apakah ini jadi stream tersingkat? Sedih sih, sumpah sedih sih. Ampun. Sedih. Ready? Bentar, aku nunggu chat dia dulu ya. Apa udah langsung main aja ya? Nggak ngerti sih.
Can you hear my voice? Coming through
Oke, udah langsung main.
the noise. I'm floating through outer space. I'm lost and I can't find a way. Oh, all the lights going dark and my hopes destroyed. Help me. Is anybody
Pertama kita loss ya. Nice, dapat Dragon. Jangan nge-break please. Oke, depan Valkia dia nge-break ya. Udah kita baik-baik saja. Dan kita baik-baik saja.
calling out Mayday?
Nice, udah pakai helm pengaman. Setapannya udah perfect ya.
Calling out Mayday?
Dan dia nggak punya Sabrina guys. Nice ya.
It's so dark out here in space. And it's been so long since I've seen a face.
Oke. Di sini kita langsung perubahin pro Gadir. Kita pokeball, semoga dapat sesuatu. Nice, dapat yang kedua ya. Buat backup plan kita. Dia nge-break nih guys, gantian dia nge-break guys. Bentar. Habis ini ada siapapun di depan kita bantai guys. Jangan nanti kayak siapapun. Di sini aku aktif ini ya, bermudanya ya, itu sayur. Oke, Eevee. Dia di start pile ada 2 Profesor Research dan dia masih nge-break ya. Oke. Second Progadir dan Green Ninja. Kita cicil lagi. Pokoknya kita cicilin terus Palkia-nya guys. Bikin dia nggak bisa mukul guys. Aku nggak mau bikin dia bisa pukul guys. Jadi kalau dia mukul ke depan sini udah otomatis mati gitu. Apa? apa energi fullin aja udah di Dark Ride, cicil sampai ke depan. Nah, tugasnya Green Ninja kita cicil belakang guys.
Calling out Mayday.
Bismillah ya. Bismillah ya.
Calling out Mayday.
Ini orang top up-nya gila-gilaan sih, dia penyetong Cynthia guys. Bos, gila bos.
Save me. I'm running out of air. I'm running out of air. I'm running out of air.
Suara musiknya gedean ya? Sebentar ya.
Darling, I've been tempted by the
Oke, harusnya oke sih. Sekarang harus oke sih.
telling
Oke, dia Misty.
I should throw it all away. Press on
Time limit dia.
is hardly helpless.
Oke, 1 Misty, 2 Misty. Oke, 2 Misty, nice.
So desperate on my own.
Apakah dia berani? Oke, nggak sempet dia mukul.
And I hear the
Nice. Dia kehilangan 1 poin guys. Buat mukul dan lain-lain. Hantam aja terus. Jebret. Nah ini kita bikin vaporeannya juga nggak bisa mukul ya. Itu udah otomatis ya, mati depan ya. Bentar. Aku nggak mau Sabrina, aku pengen dia buang energi ya. Palkia 70 sih udah. Ayo pada situ. Ya dia mau energi banyak-banyak juga nggak ngaruh. Kayaknya dia nungguin Palkia kedua guys. Sepertinya sih gitu ya. Oh enggak. Dia nunggu ini karena dia punya Cyrus 2 gitu ya. Oh kita punya ini guys, punya apa? Aman sih harusnya. Mampus. Yes, menang. Mampus. Membunuh tanpa menyenturi guys. Membunuh tanpa menyenturi guys. Jadi kita nggak pukul sama sekali Palkia di depan ya guys. Kita nggak bunuh sama sekali Palkia di depan. Bentar, aku lihat dulu apa yang bisa aku perbuat. Oke, udah pas hitungannya. Sprot kurang 10. Water Shuriken ke depan lagi, ceprot. Jadi dia nggak sempet keluarin Palkia kedua ya. Aman ya. Nah kita tinggal pukul nih guys, di sini guys. Dia bisa lift sih. Oke, kita Sabrina ya. Untung aku belum profesor atau apa-apa ya. Nice, dia masukin 2 EV dan we go, comeback is real. Nice. Sampai lupa ya screenshot. Ini aku langsung dari HP guys. Bentar aku cek dulu ya. Oke, dia udah langsung report last round. Tuh. Oke, kita ke last round nih guys. Bentar. Oke, nice. Tuh gila. Serem gila ya. Oh ini penentuannya udah tinggal siapa yang nge-trip guys. Dia mainnya pinter sih, sumpah. Mainnya pinter. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Oke, Dread Digon awal yang baik, tinggal harus langsung dapat Darkrai ya. Dia di depan ibu. TV-nya tackle biasa ya, bukan yang apa Mythical Island guys. Kita lihat ya apa yang dia buat ya. Oke, udah Palkia. Kayaknya dia harus pakai list ya. Please Darkrai please. Nice. Woo! Let's go. Jangan buru-buru Sabrina ya, aman aja. Turn. Bahaya sih ini. Penting dia jangan manapi aja guys. Kalau dia manapi, oh udah agak berat nih gamenya ya. Oke, research. Kita lihat di start pile dia udah 2 profesor ya lagi-lagi ya. Dan 2 pokeball di starter bagus banget sih. 2 profesor, 2 pokeball tuh keren banget sih guys. Oke, kita 2 Dread Digon ya. Enter. Ya, enter. Kalau 2 Dread Digon ya. Dia nggak punya Sabrina ya, tapi punya Cyrus ya. Nggak usah sih 2 Dread Digon harusnya. Oke, kemana? Oke, dia live. Dia nggak mau kehilangan ininya sia-sia ya. Kita Cyrus guys, Vaporeon ya guys. Itu juga. Yang Vaporeon. Ya, Vaporeon. Kalau kita paksa dialganya buat keluarin sekarang juga. Nggak bisa dialganya, saya harus Vaporeon sih. Aku harus bantai supportnya sih, karena yang bikin ngeselin itu si Vaporeon itu guys. Oke, kita Cyrus sekarang sepertinya guys. Ada Tigon 2, oke sih. Kita Cyrus aja. Cyrus, ya betul. Kita harus kecil ininya guys. Kalau manapinya ngisi lagi itu ngaco guys, bakal ngaco. Dia Cyrus kita kelar so. Enter. Nah, kita pakai Giant Cap juga percuma. Kita harus habis-habisin ini dia ya, energinya dia gitu. Aduh, mistinya dia jago banget. Apakah dia mundur? Apakah dia lift? Apakah dia pukul? Oke, dia mundur lagi.
Just like the street lights lit this town, like a fire in a blaze, gotta burn it down. Can't be afraid to live
Energi dia udah kebanyakan sih.
We got this far, don't know how. I see danger in
Kita belum punya Green Ninja sama sekali guys. Masalahnya itu. Aku harus ini lagi sih, paksa dia maju lagi sih. Harus maksa dia buang kartu sih, buang energi, buang kartu. Ya dia majuin Palkia ya. I think ini GG sih. Bentar. Dia Cyrus kelar guys. Dia ini Cyrus kelar. Gila Mistinya jago banget tuh. Aku ketemunya kenapa harus yang Misty gini tuh? Dan ngebreak lagi kartuku tuh. Anjing Mistinya lihat Fathead. Gelo.
Just like a spark that's breaking out. Can't make a stop, can't turn back now.
GG sih guys. Kita ngebreak aja.
No, we can't turn back now. I see danger.
Kita berharap aja dia nggak punya Cyrus ya. Gila itu di ininya ngeri banget loh. Kita udah nggak punya apa-apa guys. Kita udah nggak bisa pukul dia sama sekali guys. Udah percuma guys. Aduh. Di game pertama malu-maluin banget tuh. Susah ya nge-break ini ya. Dia Cyrus kelar sih udah. Cyrus ngehe sih ya sih. Dia harusnya punya Cyrus. Gila energinya tumpah-tumpah loh dia. Aku udah berusaha semampuku ya. Tapi ya nge-break begini ya. Udah kelar guys. Sedih banget ya. Ya Allah, langsung kalah. 24 besar ya Allah. Aku nge-freeze guys. Anjing nge-break, kalahnya nge-break babi. Udah dibilangin aku kalahnya sama decoin doang guys, babi. Anjing ya Allah. Mana nih guys? Bisa kalah gini anjir. Babi. Asu langsung kalah begini guys. Ya Allah Karim. Apa kita nonton aja ya? Kita nonton ya. Anjir sedih banget loh. Gelo. Langsung nge-break banget. Game ketiga tai banget sih. Nge-break banget sih. Sumpah nggak keluar-keluar. Terus dia nggak mukul-mukul. Dia ngumpulin energi sebanyak mungkin guys. Itu yang bikin aku bingung. Soalnya aku harus terus majuin kan.
We just see the power that finally
Anjay,
Magneton has had a
ya
glow up
Allah.
with this
Dia belum
expansion,
rezeki
right?
ya, guys, ya.
Suddenly
He did,
Magneton
Kita
yeah.
coba
works.
lagi next week ya.
It's very nuts.
Kita coba lagi next week ya.
Brutal play here.
Ouch. Yeah.
Evolving, showing them all the things they could do, all they can do, all they will do, and then knocking them out in a
Not
bad
going
way.
anyway.
brutal.
Brutal,
Kita
for
lihat di
sure.
sini
Mental
ya.
warfare going on here.
Wah, baru
100%. And
nonton
that's gonna
aja
be
lagi.
game
Sedih
3,
banget,
making
guys.
Merker go to that top 32. Let's quickly see how many other games are still up and
sekali.
running here.
Sedih
Yeah, the bracket looks like
hatiku
it's filling out pretty
sedih.
quickly.
It does, for
Oh,
sure.
wow.
We have
There's a portion of the bracket where it was 2 matches sort of below each other, where it was a Charizard Moltres versus Palkia Vaporeon,
Sedih,
and
sedih,
then
sedih.
Charizard Moltres versus Darkrai Magneton.
interesting.
Both
Ampun ya.
Charizard Moltres won.
Really?
Yeah,
So
Let's
well,
go.
yeah, they both won the like the 2 popular matchups with the Palkia and the Darkrai.
Wait, does that mean
So
this can be
unfortunately
Charizard
for
versus Charizard?
there's going to be a
Gila,
mirror.
first
No.
game,
No.
for a
first
start,
game langsung
which is
die.
bad, yeah.
Anjir.
But I just saw it there. I was like, wait, 2 Charizard mirror? What did they play? And they played the 2 most
Ugh.
popular decks, so it's kind of interesting.
That's so
A few
sad. I love
Charizards have
Charizard.
made it through, actually.
Yeah, we
It's
do
like, what,
actually have a
1,
number.
2, 3, 4, 5?
Huh. Yeah, 1.
That's not bad at all. So far.
Yeah, and then a pair of them have to do mirror match though. How sad.
Yeah.
Luckily the
That is
rest are
brutal as well.
yeah, very brutal.
Oh, never mind. One has a Shaman. It's all good.
What?
It's Charizard Moltres Shaman.
What?
I respect it. Yeah, Kytheon, player from Japan, I think, in the mirror.
That's insane,
coba,
but in a
coba,
good
lihat
way.
ya,
It's
coba
a
lihat.
good insane.
That is hilarious.
Yeah, for
Anyone
sure.
who brings Shaman, I respect.
Katanya ada yang bawa Shaymin, guys.
What?
Kita lihat
Why?
ini ya.
Is because
Schedule atau
and it's
detail.
cool. The card is
Mana
kind of
sih?
good,
Nah,
right?
pairingnya.
Because
Yeah.
the heal 10 is a big deal, especially with Cyrus, especially if you get it
Kalah
down
kita nih
early
lawan
and you can just
Isaac,
keep healing 10 over and
anjir.
over again.
Mm.
And a lot of people aren't playing Sabrina right now. I would be
Ini
interested to see how they
bukan
play
masalah
Shaman.
jago nggak
The
jago
big
ya, guys.
drawback is if it's your only basic at the start of the
Kalau
game, then you
game
cry,
tadi sih masalah
obviously.
ngebreak atau nggak
But
ngebreak.
the
Gila sih, ngebreaknya parah. Dia
I
kartunya
wonder if
bagus-bagus,
that's
mesti
like
2 kali head
saved
semua.
potentially for a specific moment where you want the heal.
Okay.
Because I
Vaporeon
think there's
sampai
also an
nyimpen
element where
6
sitting
energi
it on
loh,
your
guys.
bench straight
Gila.
away
Nggak
just
ngerti
gives
sih aku.
your opponent time to build a plan, right?
Yeah.
Whereas if you hold it in hand and say, okay, this 10 is now going to push me out of range of an attack, boom, Shaman goes down, heals. It's an interesting card to watch, I think, that's all. I'm not saying it's the best, but it's interesting.
We'll have to
Brave
see.
to put it in Charizard Moltres, though.
Udah gitu doang
Yeah, I
kalah,
mean, I guess it
anjir.
does kind of help with Spirit Tomb and also even like the Dark
Kita
Rides
coba
to
lagi
some
ya,
extent.
minggu depan ya.
Because
Kita coba
Dark Rides
lagi ya.
to fit in Potion, and Darkrai can still do it every single turn. And you can only Potion twice, maximum. Trying to see who we might try to
Kalah
watch
Isaac,
super
guys.
quick, but I'm not sure. There's like 3 games I think still running. So I'm trying to see how much longer they are. It
Dia ngelawan
looks like
Viking XXL ya.
game 2 just finished at
Rampardos
55
Lucario.
in JG's chat. So that would be
Dia
let's see
Palkia
what channel
Vaporeon,
that would
anjir.
be in.
Hokinya di itu doang. Tadi kita kalau dapet si Green Ninja-nya sih langsung anjir. Itu ngebreak banget sih. Tai lah.
Channel 32.
Serem, Cuk.
Wanna hop there?
32. Got it.
Perfect. Why don't you do the
Sembari
good
nonton
old
aja ya.
radio broadcast and
Do the
I'll get
thing.
it set up. Yeah.
Okay, so it's going to be Darkrai,
Akhirnya jadi nonton
Weavile, and
gaming, guys.
Spiritomb. Currently
Jadi
a Darkrai
tutorial
on the
nonton
board.
anjir.
Sorry, in the bench.
Duh, deck aku
Full
ngebreak
health with the
banget,
Rocky Elm
cuy.
and Spiritomb on
Jadi
site.
serba salah.
Clipping
Kalau tadi
away
tuh
at
aku
this
nungguin
Drudagon.
Palkia.
What is this?
Sebenarnya
It's Gyarados.
aku
Drudagon,
bisa
Greninja,
Cyrus
and
dan
Magikarp
ini di akhir
on
gitu
the
ya.
bench with Drudagon up
Sabrina
front.
di akhir
So
ya.
Spiritomb's going to be
Tapi
just chipping
keburu,
away.
kalau aku nggak
However,
buru-buru
obviously,
kill,
you can argue who's the
tapi
real winner in
sebenarnya
this
kill
outcome with
Manapi juga nggak
Spiritomb
masalah,
dealing 10
guys.
to everything, but
Ya kalau
Drudagon's dealing 20
kalau
to
aku cuma
Spiritomb.
punya
So
ini ya,
we'll see
kalau
what
aku cuma
happens there.
punya
But yeah,
siapa?
not looking too bad because obviously the
Darkrai
20
doang,
damage from the Darkrai
attack-nya
poke
bingung
as
tadi.
well on the Drudagon is going to be pretty nice.
Yeah, that is gonna be. We have it up now. They don't normally at least run any sort of potion in Gyarados, and I'm not seeing any in the list here. So potentially, even if we do lose the Spiritomb in 2 swings of this, we could knock out the Magikarp. So, oh, but we're not going to. We're gonna XP back. Do we have Cyrus?
Oh.
Maybe. No.
Or is this just like maximum pressure here of just saying, well, Spiritomb's not gonna knock anything out, right?
True.
Especially if
Helm
there's a
kita nggak
Gyarados. The
ada,
idea
tadi ya,
might just
berat
be the quicker
tigonnya.
this happens, like there's no energy
Dia
on the
benar-benar
Greninja,
ngebreak sih tadi.
so
Mhm.
that's only dealing 20
Ini dia
maximum. So if
hoki-hokian
they bring
sama
Greninja
draw
in,
kartunya
you
aja
can
sih.
potentially
Terus
two-shot it if
dia
there's any kind of
enaknya apa
damage
guys?
buff,
Tadi di awal
or at worst
dia 3
3-shot,
game
and then just try and
starter
pile
decknya
on the
dia
pressure.
bagus
And as
terus
you
loh.
said, if they
Maksudnya
get hold of a
2
Cyrus,
profesor, 2 pokeball, 2
then
profesor, 2
that
pokeball gitu
Magikarp can get
terus.
pulled in for a Darkrai attack
Dan
as
aku nggak
well.
ada
So
apa-apa
I kind of
anjir.
like this. I like if your
Sedih sih.
opponent's trying to set
Sumpah
up
sedih.
and
Mhm.
you've already got like an aggressive play, I like kind of just going in and saying, well, the second you don't have the exact card you need, you're in big trouble.
Yeah, that is really true. I mean, getting this early pressure out, I think is really good. I
Sedih
did
sih
play
guys.
a little bit of Weavile Darkrai
Mhm.
earlier this week, and I did feel like when I went against Gyarados that if they set up Gyarados, I can't do anything.
Yeah, I'm actually not the biggest fan of Weavile Darkrai combo. I think they both go in different decks.
Mhm.
Well, Darkrai can go in a few decks,
Any
obviously,
deck,
but I
honestly.
feel like with Weavile, you want to go full nuts aggro, right? Like you want like you Farfetch'd in there, Weavile,
Mhm.
like whatever. And I think that would suits it a little bit more because you don't want to start Darkrai, within
Sedih
the
ya.
Weavile deck.
Mhm.
But also
Ampun ya.
the Sneasel is like not that great at the start anyway. So it's just there's some like clunky things in the deck, and it's this build up to deal what 70? Is it 70?
Yeah, 70.
So like it's not like 70 is the biggest number
Yeah.
in the world from an EX poke. It's just one energy, so it's good, but like it's not the best. So I feel like I've not experimented yet, but
Mhm.
I think it'll be
Dia
good if like
down.
Weavile went in hyper aggro and then Darkrai does its Darkrai thing separately.
Apa lagi kartunya?
Another energy on here, so that's going to be up to 100
energy
damage
now.
on this Greninja, just to maximize damage there. And now if this Greninja attacks, not that it's going to, it's got no energy,
Yeah.
but it would just go down to Rocky Hell.
It's too bad I don't have Cyrus here, but yeah, I can totally see that with the Weavile wanting it to be in a more like hyper aggro list. We are digging a little bit deeper for that Gyarados. We definitely need the
Serem ya.
Gyarados here.
I actually I like this even more because again, it's what you said earlier. They could just retreat this Darkrai and Spiritomb
Apa
the
kita
Greninja,
ini
right?
sambil
Yeah.
main ya guys ya?
That's just
Sambil main
on
kali ya?
10 now.
Oh,
Oh, never mind.
never
I forgot it was
mind.
on 20. Good play
Jadi
from
nggak
both
bosen ya?
players actually, right?
Honestly,
Kita
Like
sambil
setting up the
nonton gaming
Spiritomb
sambil main
potential,
guys.
so then Greninja has to
Bentar ya, aku edit dulu
Shuriken
ya.
the Spiritomb and not the Darkrai. Maybe that doesn't make a difference, but we'll see. So nice back and forth.
Yeah, nice little back and forth here. I'm trying to see how much health is left on the Gyarados. Gyarados is 170 health
lot.
left. I don't think there's any way we win this game.
I think the Darkrai just gets slapped. Yeah.
Yeah. Especially now that
So
we're
it's
1 and
has-
Sembari
1.
main kita.
Maybe if we could find like a
Yeah.
Spiritomb, but that's not
This
very
is-
likely.
Yeah, this is the issue, right? Because even if you retreated into the Sneasel, it just doesn't. The Sneasel just goes down, right? It just doesn't really matter, and then the Gyarados just chomps whatever. I'm guessing. Well, I've not checked actually. I wonder if there's a.
Kita
No,
lihat
okay, there's
yang
not. I was
juara
gonna say maybe there's a
ini
cake
kan
in the
udah
deck. They could have retreated
OTW
and gone that way,
32
but yeah,
besar.
it
Masih
doesn't
top
matter.
64 ya. OTW
A little
32
bit
besar ya.
unfortunate there, as he's just going to concede. But that is one of the weaknesses of Darkrai. I think people are, again, just it's so strong, it's OP, whatever.
Mhm.
It is only 140 health and
Yeah.
it's worth 2 points, right? It's not the biggest Pokemon in the world. It's very manageable. It's just accessing it is more of the big question, right? Can you get there and get it knocked out is the key.
Yeah, there's a lot of Pokemon that swing for 140. We have one game left going, but I don't know if we'd be able to have time to watch it. It's already been playing for 7 minutes. So, should we try to hop in?
We can hop in. We can look at the bracket. It's your choice. You're running the show.
Let's try to hop to channel 3 and see if we can get it,
Okay.
and if not, we can look at the bracket.
Nah,
Sure.
kita bisa sambil main guys.
How does our game look?
Oh, we look okay. 1 point
Oh,
up.
nice, okay.
The Dark Zone deck is 1 point up right
Sambil
now.
kita main ya.
With a
Sambil
Magnemite about to
kita
go
lihat
down in the
ini,
active, but there is a
eh,
Druddigon on the bench. Palkia, double Palkia on
Oh,
board,
wow.
and Manaphy as well. It looks like the Manaphy got to go off a little bit. somehow, or maybe a Misty. I'm not 100% sure, of course, but the bench Palkia 3 energy, active Palkia 1 energy right now.
Oh
Oke,
wow.
kita sembari
Yeah, I mean
main.
that sounds like a pretty nice setup for Illusion then with that with the Palkia in the active and on
bosen
the
ya.
bench. I for a moment listening to energy thought that the Palkia must have
Apa-apa
attacked,
kita tonton
but
aja
it
guys.
can't have
Sampai
because
nanti top 8-nya
it's
siapa.
not nothing's knocked out for
There's
Lucian.
no
Jadi top
cleave.
64
Yeah.
ya. Aku masih belum cukup
This
nih
is
skill aku
interesting though,
berarti
right?
guys
Because
ya.
this Palkia can
Gue
slap the
penasaran sama
Magnemite.
deck aku ini kenapa nge-break
Then
banget
you
tadi
would
ya.
assume the Darkrai goes
Kemarin
in,
it's okay
knocks out the
aja
Palkia.
gitu. Nge-break juga konsisten.
But then, oh wait, yeah,
Tadi bener-bener
they're already
parah.
1
Palkia
point up,
soalnya
so they
cepet banget
can't
guys,
do
dapat
this. They have to
energinya
swap
guys.
now. Or
Dia
swap
dapat
to
ke Vaporeal
Manaphy,
cepet,
maybe?
dapat Manapinya cepet, anjir.
Yeah, I
Dan
think
Mistinya
they
ngehe.
we go for the play anyway, but
Oh,
that
udah
just
susah
means
sih kalau
Darkrai
Misty
KOs
udah head
here
lebih
and
dari
takes the
satu
Yeah, I'm
sih.
so confused. Isn't this just game? Oh
Yeah,
my
Nggak
it's
god.
just
usah
game.
Yeah, okay,
Palkia
okay.
ya.
I was like,
Articuno
okay,
aja
so
udah
you
langsung menang
retreat
guys.
into the
Tai
Manaphy,
banget
do
emang.
this,
Misty lu.
or even retreat into. Wait, yeah, they could have. Couldn't they have put the energy on the active
Ini
Palkia?
persis banget nih.
Retreat in.
Oh
Itu
yeah,
untuk
play the
pertandingan
other
aku
Palkia.
sebelumnya
Knock
ya.
out the Magnemite, and then say, well, you can't
Pertandingan
play
aku sebelumnya
Darkrai
ini ya.
because then the 1 energy goes on to the
Darkrai
new Palkia, goes up to
lawan
4, and does
sama itu ya, sama
Omega Blast or whatever the attack's called. I can't remember
siapa?
what Palkia's big attack is.
Palkia.
Yeah, I haven't learned it
Yeah,
yet
really
either.
weird end game state
Tapi dia
there.
menang.
Just basically set up a guaranteed. Maybe they did the thing where they just forgot their opponent was on 1 point. I've done that before. It
It
happens to the best of
happens,
us.
for sure, for sure. It happens to all of us, but I mean, maybe
Ya, kok
they did end up
oponen
having a
concede
Cyrus
sih?
in
Aneh
hand,
sih.
so it wouldn't have really mattered. But like, you don't know that as the player. You definitely
Mhm.
do not know that as the player. We're at the meta game really quick, so people can check
Oke,
out
udah
what we
mulai
have in our
semua.
top 32. But our top 32 should be getting started really
Oh,
shortly
udah
here.
ini ya,
Do you have
mirror
any
match ya.
decks that you want to watch?
I'm just having a quick look. I mean, a small part of me. I mean, if the Charizard with the Shaman in wasn't a mirror match, I'd 100% be down. Maybe we could get the second match on the row, the Big King XXL versus Isaac. Because
Ooh.
it's the Rampardos Lucario, and I know from watching that people, it's a bit of a crowd favorite deck to
It is,
see. I
for
think
sure.
everyone loves Rampardos. So if we can see that, that would be very nice. If not, we can change, of course. But,
Ternyata
I
Isaac
think
ini
that would
guys
be one to,
udah
while it's
biasa
still in
menang
the
guys.
tournament,
Pantesan
get
jago
on
banget
stream.
anjing
Are you saying
mainnya.
it's gonna
Tai.
lose? How dare you?
Gila aku
I'm
langsung
saying it's,
ngelawan
this deck
juara.
the odds are
Tadi
against
barusan
it, since
diomongin loh.
there's one of them
Anjir langsung
in
kita
the whole
punya
top
orang
32.
jago sih ya.
So
True.
yeah.
Anjir gue newbie
A little bit
lawan orang
unfortunate
jago.
that the
Apa
Pachirisu
daya
18T
cok.
and the Rampardos, if they both
Apa
won, would
daya
face each other.
cok.
Because
Yeah.
I would imagine if that was the final, Ursi.
That would
Oh
be.
yeah, the expansion tournament. What made it? So it was Rampardos Lucario against Pachirisu 18T. Like what a world that would have been.
That would have been perfect, honestly. It's like, oh man, Darkrai is so strong. I'm
Yeah,
sorry. At Thursday,
imagine.
finals tournament was actually Pachirisu, T18, and Rampardos. Like,
Ini oke-oke aja sih.
I
That
don't know
would
what
be
they would have said.
hilarious.
Yeah, it would have been hilarious. Let's see. They haven't said their room numbers. Oh, I haven't actually sent the message. I'm a dummy.
Why aren't they playing yet?
Yeah, it's
Well,
me.
Kenapa pas
Well,
lagi
turns
main
out they
the
were
boss
Premier
didn't
gini,
say
listening.
so.
Profesor
Yeah.
risetnya bagus dong.
Okay, perfect. Why don't you want to watch
Sulah.
from the Rampardo side?
Okay, yeah,
So we'll be going to channel 8 then.
sure.
Perfect. Gonna let them get set up and ready, but we'll go on and get their game going. Let's see here. And it's gonna be.
You probably won't show this on stream, but the
Jadi
deck
jadi magneton
name
ya.
for this made me
no.
chuckle. I think it's Dinosaur Goes Burr,
I like that.
which, you know what? Fair enough. Yeah, you can't argue with that. It does what it says on the tin. So yeah, I like that a lot.
Honestly, peak name. Peak name.
Hmm
I like that a lot. We are getting into it. Too bad that we can't show the deck names without it showing like their passwords, but that's a good deck name. I love when people put a lot of
Okay.
effort into what they name the deck.
And here we go.
Here we're
Ini jadi
Excited for
nonton
this one.
simulator guys, babu.
I do think the fossil Pokemon from this set are very interesting, both Rampardos and Bastiodon. They both are obviously the polar opposites of each other. But very cool if you can get them to work. We are going to see the Hitmonchan open. Again, we live in a world where Hitmonchan's back. When people
Gila,
talk
nama
about,
aku
oh,
kesorot
is the
banget
game
di sini
going
loh.
to power
Buzzer Mars
creep the
kalah
old
lawan
cards?
Isaac.
Hitmonchan is being
Anjir.
played. We're fine. It's all good.
Kesorot banget.
Going up against Manaphy
Isaac
in the
emang
active though.
jagoannya
Here
mereka
we
guys.
go,
Udah
and we're
biasa
up and
menang
at 'em. But yeah, I
turnamen
mean,
cenah.
Hitmonchan was unplayable essentially.
Lu apa cuman
Now
songgok
he's in
daging
the top
dibantai-bantai
32.
juara.
So
Tai
don't think we're gonna be power
ledik.
too much. So Darkrai is pretty OP.
Wait.
But
Tadi dia bisa kalem banget ya.
Oh, because the Misty the Manaphy? I guess it's okay. I guess.
Kenapa ya kutukan dari Yos turnamen gak ngilang di aku guys. Terus playoff
I
langsung
hope so.
kalah.
That's all. Yeah, I hope so.
So the idea is he Misty's the Manaphy, gets energy, and then he decides to play his other water Pokemon. Otherwise, there's no reason to put his other Pokemon down.
Oh wait, yes, yeah, because the Rampados player does have Sabrina in their deck, so that makes sense. Okay, yes, I was just concerned as a fellow Manaphy enjoyer.
You just don't like Misty.
I was worried for Manaphy, honestly. I feel like they were going to get let down by not being able to Oceanic Gift anyone.
Sad. Yeah, how do you feel right now? I mean, we got your favorite card Manaphy and your least favorite card Misty, but it does look like two Palkias down, just like that.
This is kind of the dream,
lawan
right?
Palkia menang. Oh, ini Isaac yang tadi ngalahin aku guys. Saya lihat pertandingan dia guys.
Yes, it's one energy on a Pokemon twice to an extent, right? But it's still just so much flex, right, in terms of ramp. Like, you've now got, like, triple the energy your opponent has available to you. Obviously, you know, with Vaporeon, that can definitely have an even bigger impact. But just having access to, it can make retreating a bit easier. Now, if these Palkias get pulled in for some reason, they can do something early. So, yeah, really, really nice overall. The Cape as well being clutch, something that happens a lot, and why I like Cape in any Manaphy deck is... if this gets you 2 more energy, you are so far ahead in the game.
It really
so yeah, I think Cape is so good.
Cranidos was 50 for 1 energy?
Oh yeah, Cranidos is kind of nuts. Very aggro, yeah, very strong. So yeah, the Cape didn't help with the Manaphy, of course, in this scenario. Excuse me. But in general, it does get you that extra sort of push, right?
Exactly.
To be allowed to survive.
Still, it's really good, and now it's time for Misty. Will Misty, you know, follow up? Let's see. Oh, 1? 2? No, just 1.
Wait, 1's better than none.
1 is better than none.
That's my saying, yeah.
Even with Moltres, that's your saying.
Is it interesting there as well, because if they did get 2, I do think they would have done Dimensional Storm.
I think so too.
I'm making up the name of the attack, I think. But just if you get that Cranidos out, that's the only thing that's scary in the deck to a Palkia, right?
Yeah.
Like, you're not really bothered about a Hitmonchan, you're not really bothered even about a Lucario to an extent. Oh my, okay, well there's 1. Now this is looking dangerous.
I have a question. Do you research first or communicator first?
I think I research first, because if you draw the cards you need anyway, you can maybe have a better outcome of what the communicator is going to be, right? Like you actually have maybe a more refined clue of whether you even want to use the card. Whereas if you don't, it depends what's in your deck, right? Depends what you got in. But I think generally I draw and then go for Pokemon communication.
I think so too. I mean, he ended up being communicator into research. If I ask, because even just increasing the chances of the Pokemon you want, even if you don't hit the Pokemon right on the research, seems like it would be good. But I wonder if he was trying to play a different supporter in hand instead.
Yeah, it was interesting because there's enough It's not like you're gonna draw 2 Pokemon and you've got no Pokemon left in the deck, right? I think there's the 2 Rampados. There's another Raikou, right? At least. And I think another Hitmonchan.
Kita main sampai dia ini ya, sampai kita lihat di
Palkia hitting hard.
Nanti top 8 besarnya siapa?
Dimensional Blast.
Yeah, the Dimensional Blast really hurt, it looks like.
Oke, dapat starter
I guess in some world we're not like at a point where we get KO'd by the 1 energy attack here, but man, if we had this Riolu done earlier, we could actually knock out this Palkia this turn.
And this is why a lot of people are
Kayak
hyped. I feel like
Venusaur lagi
Lucario was
hype
very
lagi ya.
much an Aerodactyl moment where
Kan dari kemarin
everyone went
ketemu
nuts
orang
about
pakai
20 more
Venusaur,
damage, and then
karena
his
mungkin
stat is huge. But it's
Yeah.
like, that's
dia nggak
true,
sekali
and it is
one shot
good.
guys. Sekarang
But
kan metanya meta one
even
shot.
with its own buff, it doesn't deal mega damage. It's
Yeah.
also 2 to retreat, so when it gets in that awkward spot, you're paying for it basically. And you need the other pieces of the puzzle to buff the other attacks, right? Because you're not playing Lucario just to buff itself, right? The whole
100%.
point is you want to deal this high damage, so you need a lot of pieces of the puzzle to go around. And now I do need to check actually because I've been poor and not checked the deck list. Is there a Cyrus? I imagine there is in this.
Wait King
Bukan
has
biasa
one
tuh.
Cyrus, but I'm not sure the Palkia.
Okay. Well, that's
Kita
good then. Just
terpi
because that's like the counter,
Kita
right?
terpi
Like
maksudnya.
this is why the damage on this Palkia is relevant because a Cyrus draw at any point wins the game.
And this is gonna be.
And yeah, so does that one. Fair enough.
Let's see.
Oh, it's
here.
so much
Gila,
damage.
2 Rampados.
Yeah.
Dua
We're gonna do
Lucario.
170. We could have even hit the cape.
Isaac
But
langsung
yeah, that's
ini.
gonna be game 1,
Bullshit,
and that's gonna go
anjir serem
straight
juga ya.
to our
Rampados.
fighting Pokemon there.
Boleh juga tuh.
Yeah, it's huge, and I think it also shows the power of the. There's a few things actually. One, the power of non-EX decks, right? Because there's so much time. Like, okay, you knocked out this Pokemon. There's still 2 more attacks
Bikin
at least you've got to
XXL
do,
ya. Bagus
generally
ini.
speaking.
Yeah.
But
Coba
also
ntar kita bikin ya, guys.
the power of just having these cheap attacks,
Bikin
and even if you go in
XXL.
first, you can get work done. Because I think
What?
I was listening to, I can't remember. I was watching someone,
Dia mau
and they were
pulang
talking
gitu.
about like, because I
Gas.
talked about it a lot before this expansion,
Pukulan
was
kita ayo.
people wanted like the game changed so that if you go first, you get a big buff because it was
Yeah.
weaker. But they didn't realize that, well, if they release a few Pokemon that are good going first, as in, like, 1 energy
Yeah.
high attackers or evolvers or whatever, kind of like Weezing or whatever, it's like, well, the game will shift. Like the balance of first and second will shift. And I think we've seen that happening a lot more this expansion. With the likes of these sort of Pokemon that can evolve and deal high damage early, like Cranidos.
Oh, nggak fokus ini ya.
Yeah, Canados.
That's right, is it? Yeah. Yeah. Just these useful ones where like you can actually get some work done with the evolutions quick.
Even Weavile, the one energy,
Yeah, yeah.
like that's all you need. Like it seems pretty good going first. I thought it was really funny when people acted really surprised. Oh man, we finally have a good card going for. Like guys, we've had Executor, we've had Weezing.
Exactly.
Come on.
Yeah.
Don't
Some very good
discard
cards.
or don't disgrace them. Don't whatever the word is there.
Discount.
Discount them.
Ah,
Thank
lama
you.
easy.
English is my
Kalah
first
kita.
language and I can't even speak it.
Same.
Let's
And I've been
see.
paid to speak it for years.
Oh no. Dun
Yeah.
dun dun.
Kita coba deck
Jokes on
ini
them,
ya.
right?
Deck si
I
Rampados
mean,
ini.
it works out. It works out. We do have
What-
oh,
Yeah, this is working out. Double
Yeah.
Lucario on curve. This Hitmonchan has put like
Buset,
glass
double
on his
Lucario,
gloves
guys.
or something
Yeah,
because
for
this is
real.
gonna hurt. Just a casual 170. Well,
Si
one cost
Hitmonchannya
70
langsung
going in there to
attack-nya
Palkia. And suddenly
70.
Palkia's like, wait a
Gila.
minute, I'm a god. This guy's just
Sakit,
a
bos.
guy with some gloves that punches me. What's going
Boleh
on?
nih
This isn't
diikutin
fair.
nih, coba-coba
wait,
ya.
I'm the god of time. But he's
Yeah.
moving too fast.
Coba ya bentar ya.
Palkia's space, right?
Wait, is he? I thought he was time.
No, because Palkia's art, I think, is showing space because it's all
Lawan
the
Viking ya,
stairs leading to all
Viking.
these different places. And isn't Dialga's time because it's like the
Deck
fast
listnya,
forward of like millennia as the
image.
The
Is that
world's
what it's
growing
supposed to
and-
be? Because I feel
I
like
think. Well, maybe I've made that up. I thought so, but art
Yeah.
you can interpret art many ways, I guess.
I think you are correct because people told me that like Dialga is the dial
Bentar,
of
guys.
time.
Oh, okay, yeah.
PA is like space. But the
Okay.
thing is that to me, Dialga's image like he's looking out at space.
Oh,
So I don't-
yeah, okay, yeah.
I don't underst-
sure,
I don't
sure,
understand
see
that
it.
part.
Yeah.
And at least like the stairway of
Kita
like
coba
time,
ya.
right? I
Kita
don't
coba
know.
ya.
like, using all
Asik
the-
nggak nih?
I don't know.
Asik nggak nih?
I
Coba
don't.
guys.
I have mixed feelings about the art. It's okay. We're putting up an
deh.
EV to be sacrificed.
Jeez.
Ntar lu, ada nggak kartunya?
Oh,
Yeah,
that's
that
okay.
is
Yeah.
that is
Lucario
grim.
kita nggak
Yeah,
punya.
yeah, exactly. That's what I said. That
didn't
is
think about that one.
grim.
Pecah
Fair.
That
gila,
EV is
nggak
knocked out in
punya
the next game
Lucario.
as well. It's just not going to
Asem.
recover in time.
Yeah.
This is hilarious. It's like
Baga
Hitmonchan and
gila nih.
his two coaches outside the
Oh,
ring.
it kind
Kagak
of is, I know.
punya Rampados
We're really
doang.
looking for that fossil though, I think. I mean,
Rampados
because
sih oke ya.
Hitmonchan can do
Tapi
70,
sama Lucario
but our Palkia is 80.
nggak punya.
And he'll be
Deknya
able to.
cepet sih agro.
Oh, and
cepet
he's
ya.
set up for 170 now. Actually, he just had a cape. We can't. The cape is out of image for people. But he is
Sekalian sama
currently
Lucario, selain
90,
sama
I
Lucario
guess,
sama apa ya?
90 up there.
The good
Itu kan
thing as well, or
fosil.
the important thing to note
Mhm.
as well, is the
Orang 40
Lucarios are
Kabuto
also
kali ya.
hitting
Coba
for
ya,
80
sama-sama
as
fosil
long
ya.
as they both live, right?
Mhm.
Coba dia bawa
So
apa
they're
sih?
hitting pretty hard themselves. They're both set up now with the one energy, so there's
Very
the
true.
flex on whichever one's going to be in can attack on any given turn. So this is looking quite good, but I do think games like this are a good display of why Rampados is such a strong Pokemon.
Yeah.
Because you can't get the fossils. Like if fossil Pokemon were easy to sort of get hold of, everyone would be playing Omastar, for example,
For
right?
sure,
Like there would be a
Fossil
lot
tuh,
of
fossil
things
coba ya.
people would be
Coba ya,
playing
coba
more
ya.
often, and this is the drawback and why the fossil Pokemon, especially in this set, are a lot.
Rampados. Kita belum punya Lucario-nya. Monchan 2. Sudah. Coba kita bikin deck kita sendiri deh, karena kita nggak punya ya. Kenapa dia nge-freeze? Wih, ini aku yang nge-freeze apa gimana sih?
Allowed to be as powerful as they are because they're just hard to get to, right?
Aku yang
I think
nge-freeze
you
guys.
should be rewarded for getting to
Ouch.
Hitmonchan just
Tiba-tiba
dealing 8
nge-freeze,
million
guys.
damage over the course of that game.
Honestly.
Absolutely incredible.
And that's, I mean, that's game 2. That's a swift 2 and 0.
Yeah, that's match.
Swift 2 and 0. Let me see if we have any other interesting ones. It does look like the T18 did get knocked out by Renzo Chase, and another 2 and 0 there. So let's see if we can find us another one. We should be able to, because it looks like those are the only 2 that have completed. So let's see here. Do you have any other preferences of what we look at?
Just having a little look now. See if
Let's see
anything
here.
sticks out.
I'm bringing it up for chat to
di
see
close
with
kan?
us as well. I would love to see Kytheon for sure and how they end up doing. They're currently 1-1 in that set,
King
but
XXL.
the mirror match is not the most fun to watch. I actually,
Yeah,
in hindsight, think Shaman could be good in it because I don't know how much Charizard you've played,
Bentar
but when it's
guys.
just Charizard
Kita
versus
sembari nonton ya.
Charizard, it's
Sorry.
like,
Mana sih
okay,
tadi?
my Moltres is going to attack your Moltres first, but if you have Potion,
Right.
then now I have to hit
Yeah,
3 times and you only hit
yeah.
me 2 times. But Shaman's the
Okay,
automatic
okay.
Potion to some extent.
There is the Nambon versus Wizzy, which is Pika Patchy EX
Kita
versus
lihat
Darkrai Magnezone.
standingnya ya.
Yeah,
Tadi
spoiler
siapa?
alert, everyone. It's probably going to be a lot of Darkrai Magnezone games
Pairing.
we're going to cover because that's just a lot of
Isaac
this group
kalah
right now.
guys,
But that is
mampus.
something like seeing how Pika and Patchy EX work together.
Tapi dia top
Could
32
be
ya.
interesting if that match is
Aduh,
going.
top
There's
16 nih
also-
udah jelas
There is
ini
one
guys,
Neon
udah
Mega
jelas dapat
versus the
duit nih.
Darkrai
wait.
as well.
$5
There's
sih.
also the bottom match, which I didn't even notice.
Gila top 64
Oh.
ya.
Magnezone,
Gigi si
Mew,
anjay,
Skarmory,
anjay.
Huh.
which sign me up for a Skarmory deck. So like that's
Anjir,
if
kita
that's
kalah di
available,
sini
I'm sure
pertama
people would love to see that,
guys.
It just
because I would love
ended.
to see that.
And
Don't touch that.
Charizard won.
Wih, Isaac kalah
Oh,
lawan ini ya.
You
Right,
won
I'm
in
out.
Skarmory.
I'm going
Keren
home.
juga ya.
You're going
Si
home
siapa?
now. So Yan Mega
Dek
or
Rampados ini ya.
Yeah, let's go for
oh,
Yamega.
coba deh,
Yeah, is
kita
it
coba ya.
the Terrablitz versus Hideout? I think.
I
Is that one?
believe so. Let me double check. Where the Yan
Tapi kayaknya aku nggak pakai
Terrablitz
Lucario
is
guys,
one.
aku mau bikin
I'm
deck aku
looking now.
sendiri.
Let's see if I can find it.
Kita
They're
coba
0 and 0,
cooking deck
so
ya.
let's see. Stream Channel 4.
Kita coba cooking deck.
Stream Channel 4. Okay, and this is their game 1, according to them. So even though this one looks like it is ended, Yan Mega takes game 1, and then we'll be getting into game 2 here.
Tapi yang bikin GG-nya sebenarnya
Oh, yeah, literally
double
just-
Lucario itu ya.
Literally just finished. I did hit, I
Tapi
did hit
coba
with the
kita
old
bikin
Deafen
versi
as well.
kita sendiri guys.
So they
Oh.
might have jumped a mile as you started speaking.
Oh,
there.
no.
Rampados itu kan
Which would have made
3
me
ya.
laugh. Well, that's
stage
what they get
2
for
ya.
not muting themselves, not deafening themselves, right?
Lucario
So,
stage
it's
It's
a
1.
true.
punishment.
It happens. Especially with my voice right now, they'd be like, "Who's here? It's not Ursi."
Honestly, when
Coba ya
we
kita
first called
cari.
before the show started, when the first word you said, just for a second, I was like, "Is someone
Sama
else? Is
Kabutops
someone
kali
just
ya?
talking, like someone else like at your place, just saying, oh, I'll jump on the mic for a minute."
No, I
You,
just
especially early on, you
Tapi
did not
ngebreak
sound
bisa
like
sih.
yourself in
Coba
any
sih,
way. It was
coba
weird.
dulu.
yeah,
You sound a bit better now.
I think my voice cords are like warming up, but I had not talked at all, so like
Kita
dead
main
voice
fosil ya.
plus
Coba
not
main
having
fosil ya.
spoken yet was not a good look. Not a good look. They are searching though for their game
Kita main
here. We'll be
fosil
having
coba
it
ya.
up really shortly. I'm hopeful for
Kita main
Yanma.
fosil
I'm
coba guys.
hopeful.
Seenak apa nih main fosil
Yeah, I think the
sekarang?
card's cool. I
Tapi
hope we see a
fosilnya
few, not loads, but a few more of
kepikiran
these
sama
cards
catat
where
sih. Sebentar ya,
you
coba ya.
make a decision
Jadi
on the
basicnya
card
itu
if you
catat
want to like
doang.
tech in potentially a type of card like Pokemon in the deck that
Kan
doesn't
aku punya
normally
decknya ya.
go
Coba
because
bentar,
it's got neutral
bentar.
energy, of course.
Yeah.
So it's cool that like, oh, I want a hard hitter that's grass because that's one of my that can cover my weakness of the rest of my deck. So that's pretty cool. And my issue was I ran Yam Mega Skarmory and decided, well, if I run into Electric, I'm dead.
Coba nih cancel. Kayaknya aku
Because
punya
they're both
ini deh.
weak, so that's a little bit
Nah,
scary, as we can
ini
see
deck ancient.
potentially in this matchup.
Nah,
with
ini
these
tinggal edit
Magnemites
aja
coming
nih.
out nice and early. But
Aku
there is an
buang aja
execute on
fosil-fosil
board,
yang
and that's
gak
the
guna.
start you want, right? Like any
Yeah.
deck with Yan Mega does not really
Ini
want to
tinggal
start that
tambahin
line. They want it in the
Totally.
back, gathering energy over time.
ini.
I completely
Terus
agree.
Rampardos
Yeah,
ya.
and that executor is there to
Tadi Rampardos
tank.
mana di bawah ya? Di bawah ya.
So luckily they are starting with that execute. They don't actually have a second attacker though. No Celebies in this list. Just that Yan Mega and Executor EX. So
Kita buang siapa?
we'll have to
Yeah,
see
it
how it plays out.
gets tricky, doesn't it? Because
Nih,
like naturally, I'd be like, oh, you could probably fit one Celebi in, but then suddenly your
execute.
opens become less consistent. Then you
Mhm.
draw your Pokeball. If you've got Yan Mega in your hand and you want Yanma, the Pokeball can hit Celebi, and then you're like, oh no, I can't start building it because
Fosil,
there's
fosil,
no
fosil.
unlike some other decks that run Yan Mega, there's no energy cheat in this deck, right? It is
Item.
just
Very
attaching energy. So if you don't get Yanma down
Berarti fosil
on like
terakhir itu
ready for your second energy of the day, I guess,
Mhm.
then
School ya? School bener ya?
you are just losing out. You're delaying the game by turn and a turn and a turn, which is very difficult.
Yeah, completely true. Once you start delaying those
Dari apa
turns
sih
and
ini?
you have to
Bentuknya
start
cakar
putting
ya?
energies on the executor,
Armor
I
fosil
think
ya?
that's just game. Sadly.
Oh,
Sadly,
cakar,
that'll
cakar.
just
Sorry,
be
That's
ini
when you
cakar
sit
dong.
and tell yourself it's
School
fine. I'll
fosil
use
ya?
the energy for a retreat later,
I'm
and
gonna
you just
retreat
sort of like
them.
try and
Yeah,
convince yourself whilst you're rocking in your chair that everything's going okay.
Everything's fine. I'm fourth energy on my executor EX. I got this. I got this.
Yeah,
I'm
A
fine.
fifth might be useful later as well. Like, so
There's
it's getting
two
worse and
retreats.
worse.
There's two retreats if they Cyrus me.
Profesor
Uh,
Riset
But really
butuh, kita nggak butuh
early
Pokeball ya?
energy
Kita nggak
onto
butuh
that.
Pokeball
Oh, I
sama
mean,
sekali.
really early Magneton and energy onto that Darkrai.
Cyrus
Executes on a clock, even
butuh,
if
Sabrina
Magnezone doesn't come
butuh.
out. So hopefully
Oke, I
we'll see a
think
Yanma very
oke
soon.
sih.
But Executor EX appears.
Pas Sabrina nggak usah ya?
Yeah,
Sabrina.
that's going to be good
Tapi
for
nggak ada
them.
yang
But
ngetek
the
belakang.
engine's up, right, for
Mhm.
this, and this is going to be a bit scary
Cyrus
because
sih.
everything's
Cyrus
just
aja
going
udah.
super well, whereas this is just about
Telur hati
okay.
keluar,
The Yanma
telur.
coming down,
Mhm.
receiving that energy. Rocky Helm going on to this
Coba ya, coba ya,
Executor.
coba ya.
There
It's interesting.
is-
Does this I need to. Sorry, you talk.
coba.
I'll check the deck.
This is
See?
a one Sabrina list, so I was gonna say one hide outside, so he could still Sabrina
Main
around.
having
but
fun doang nih guys.
You would have, I guess, you have to Leaf and Sabrina here, right?
Coba
To
ya.
be able to attack with Magnezone
Mhm.
or the Darkrai. So I think we're safe to at least
salah.
evolve if we can find the evolution. This is the variant of the Darkrai list where we're running one giant cape and two leaves instead of two capes and one leaf. So those are
Yeah, I
the
was
two
just
lists.
looking as well, where this is the double. Excuse me, sorry. Double Rocky Helm and no capes, which is huge because the Helm's really good in some matchups, but being able to, you know when you sometimes have to Erica for not 50, and it's like, well, I've got to do this because it is what it is. You know, you're missing some heal. The cape makes you feel so much better about that because suddenly
Ya,
your
kita pasti
Ericas are
catat.
almost always getting max
Pasti dapat
value.
catat ya.
Very true. Yeah, Cape is also so much value with that Erica, like you're saying. So
Kita lawan Manapi Palkia, oke.
too bad we can't run Cape here, but I guess it'll be nice into the Magnezone, who's 140. Then Yanma can still finish it off for a 120.
Yeah.
So that works with math there. I'm trying to think what else.
That's my one weakness.
Oh no, it's my weakness too. I can't do it. Let's see. Yeah, Darkrai is not terrible for sure. People were wrong about the spoiler. Let's see here. So we do hit Pokemon Communicator.
Lawan Palkia ya,
To
coba
note,
ya.
there is one Pokemon in hand. But we could still run into two Yanmegas, an Execute, and an Executor EX. If we
Oke, udah ada
decide to
Kabuto
use
sama
that
Kabutops,
Communicator.
guys.
So it doesn't seem great odds
aja.
to be using it just yet.
I think that was a quick look again.
Ya langsung
Amount of
aku
deck
pukul
lists.
mana ya.
I think I would go for it in this scenario because Hideout is running one Sabrina. So
Yeah.
in this scenario, well, I would either go for it or try and play the other Pokemon. You know, just so because if Sabrina comes down, wait, maybe it's fine. I take it back because they can't Sabrina and retreat this Druddigon at this point, right?
Very true.
So it's maybe okay, but I'd really consider it because I think you really want the health of the Yanmega to like
Aku nggak
really
mau
secure
ininya
it
mati ya,
because it's so tanky for its cost.
Sentem aja.
Yeah, I think
Okay,
both
just gonna deal 40.
players are kind of in a situation where they probably want a Sabrina in the near future, but they
Harusnya
can't
si Articuno udah
because
bisa
they
langsung
also have
attack
to
kita ya.
retreat. If only we had 3 energies on our Executor EX, that wouldn't be the case.
Well, there you go. See, yeah, it'll all be fine.
Yeah, it wouldn't be the case. We just had those extra energies on our Executor EX.
Just cut the Yanmega, it's fine.
Yeah,
No
just
problem.
cut the
Just
Yanmegas.
Executor, easy.
Easy. I mean, does Baby Executor knock out Darkrai?
140 kurang 80 berapa 60.
Well,
Doesn't it?
Kita menang, oke masih bisa lawan dia.
I mean, yeah, it can. What was I looking at? I was looking at a list the other day. What was it? It was
Dia Misty.
it was regular. It was a full non-EX list, and it was Executors and something else. I can't remember what, but it was full. I think it was full grass, and it actually looked quite good. Again, because it's then like the tankiness of the Executors to an extent, obviously. Without them being EX, so then you can just shove more and more of them out and still hang on in the game. So it was pretty cool to look at. Maybe those things develop over the next few weeks. Tell you what, though, Hideout, they definitely take their time over these plays, don't they?
We are going to the Sabrina. Or I guess we're gonna get the Dialga damage down here.
The Darkrai, yeah.
Sorry, Darkrai.
It's okay, you sick. It's the easy excuse.
Yeah, my brain is melting. Don't blame me. So they get the attach off. They're gonna end.
Dia nggak punya energi sih.
We probably.
It's strange though, right? Because this retreat. Oh wait. They run a
Kabutops
Cyrus
ini
as well,
termasuk
right?
tanker
So
yang
they
bagus guys,
Sabrina
karena
in
dia tiap
to
kita
hit
attack
it, so that even if it retreats, they might have
nambah
Cyrus in hand
50,
to then
50.
pull it back and then knock it out
Kalau kayak gini
potentially.
nggak pas
Maybe
sih.
not exactly next turn, but just
kita
have
di
the
sini punya
ability to pressure. Because even though Executors are pain,
Ember,
I think
aman.
only Executor is manageable, whereas it's the Yanmega that you're really afraid of with this deck.
Yeah, I completely agree. And we don't have any potions in. Oh my god, I have the name slipped, by the way.
I just saw it on stream. Yeah, Terror on the bottom, Hideout on the top.
Yeah, my bad. I'm here. But I definitely agree there. We don't have any potions. That's the only problem. So we do have to commit. We're at a whole Erica to heal 20 health, which is not a
Oke,
great
dia langsung
feeling for
nge-kill
Terra
kita
Blitz
bisa.
either. We do knock out the dragon.
Bahaya juga ya. Kita splash anjay.
So we had our first point for Terra Blitz.
Buat Professor Research, nice.
It is our Executor EX is in range of a
Granidos, nice.
at this point.
Yeah,
Kind
this
of
is
sad.
scary, right? Oh,
Nice.
and there goes a Magneton going in as well. So I imagine
Kita
there's a
udah dapat 1
Magneton
poin ya
there.
musuh kita ya.
This is pretty good as well because the double Darkrai's become like retreatable, right? Once you've got 2 at 2 energy, you can like use them, maybe hit in, use it to retreat, and then you've got the next one to swap in and sort of spread some of the damage around a little bit.
I'm not sure it really matters is the problem because if Magnezone swings into Executor, it goes down to 120 health. Yanma, assuming we can
Kita
find.
bisa Cyrus sih.
Now
Kita udah dapat 2 poin kan? Cyrus
Then
bisa anjir.
say
Menang anjir.
we knock out
Anjir
the
deck
Magnezone
main-main
with
menang gini guys.
Yanmega, then you have to do a
Menarik.
Darkrai and we one shot a Darkrai.
Nah,
when max they can do is 100 dust, but that's not gonna be the case if there's now a magnemite as well.
Mhm.
So,
ya
I guess we just
musuhnya
went to that too.
konsit
We'll be
tapi
at 2
begini ya,
points.
lucu banget.
Okay, so we have a leaf retreat. Oh, so does mean we missed Magnezone?
Yeah, well, I'm
Lucu nih
guessing there's
musuh.
no Magnezone, so the Magnemite's going
Intinya
in now
berarti
to just
nih, kan ini
tank,
basic
I
aku udah
guess.
langsung
That
catat,
doesn't
ibarat
seem
kayak
good.
Manapi lah.
To try and wait. It's still time, and
Gitu kan.
because
Yang penting
there's
musuh jangan dapat 1
two
poin dulu, kalau dapat 1 poin
sorry,
agak
because
susah.
there's two 1-point Pokemon,
Kan
it means that
musuh
they can
sekarang
cycle them
metanya
both worst case
setup depan
scenario to
terus
buy
ya.
time. So that is important.
Setup
And
di
this
belakang kan.
Executor
Yang
might
depan
not
biasanya
knock
nggak
out
pada
the
langsung mukul
Magnemite,
kan.
which would be a huge
Mau
win there for
press,
Hideout, right?
yang langsung mukul
Yeah,
ya
it's
itu
very
doang
true,
sih apa.
very true. And that
Ini
was
doang
the
nih
whole
Executor
extra
nih.
turn.
Executor doang nih yang langsung mukul.
We've used both our potions. We definitely wait as long as we can use any sort of communicator so that we can hopefully draw other cards.
Konsit dong lawan deck main-main,
yes,
deck konsit ya.
And
Lawan deck
miss
serius
that.
aku
Yeah,
kalah
that's
mulu ya.
huge. A whole extra turn to, I'm guessing, trying to find a Magnezone here. Also, it puts more energy on the Dark Rise, lets them poke
Okay.
again.
Udah kita
Obviously, they
akhiri aja,
could,
guys.
if they have any way to
Kita
retreat
kasih
this
penghormatan
Magnemite,
ke
they could
dia,
go in with
ya.
Darkrai and just knock the Executor out.
Jangan dipukul sama Pokemon
There's an
terkuat di dunia.
interesting mind game, though.
Kita sayur saja.
I guess it doesn't matter. I'm trying to think if
Head
there's a world
smash.
that Terra would
Ceprot.
hide having Yanmega.
Belok.
Yeah, now that Yanmega's
Gila,
full
Pardos
health,
ya.
Yanma's full
Berpikiran
health,
sih.
and they've seen a Sabrina played.
Tapi dia kalahnya Medaun ya.
I don't know if like Hideout would think, oh, maybe they're holding the Yanmega.
Coba kita
So
sampai ketemu
they'll
Celebi
to
ya
make them
guys.
try and leave a Darkrai in, and then they
Yeah.
swing in and get
Ketemu
it.
Celebi
But I
ya.
don't know if they played Yanmega, is that going to make
Sebenarnya bisa
that
sih
much of a
sama
difference, right? So I'm not sure if that's the
Magnezone.
case, but it's
Aku udah
something
punya
to think
Magnezone
about.
2 sih.
Okay, so this cape does protect Magnezone being one hit KO'd by Yanmega though, which is an interesting thought. We do still have
This is... Go on.
do we have Sabrina in this list? As I was trying to figure out real quick.
Tapi
Terrablitz's side?
Magnezone.
I don't think Terra's running it.
No, only
100%
Osiris.
sure.
Okay.
Yeah, I think Hideout's running it.
Oh, we top deck it.
Okay, well,
Nice.
that's good.
Start battle.
But the problem is the Darkrai's aren't damaged, and
Yeah.
Yanmega is weak to
Nah,
Magnezone.
kita dapat Snake.
So
I
Yanmega's
know.
going to take a heck of a hit. It'll be able to survive, right? On like 10 health.
Because the Darkrai, right?
Oh wait, sorry, sorry. I was just purely staring at the
Sorry.
Magnezone attack. Yeah.
So, kita ngelawan yang
Magnezone will deal
perubahan semua nih guys.
130. Darkrai will deal 20,
Ini
of
GG sih.
course. You're
I think
exactly
ini GG
right.
sih.
So this is just great.
Jadi
It's
deck
too little
main-main
too
malah
late,
menang
isn't
ya?
it?
Yeah,
Like
it's
the Yanmega couldn't get going, and 0 damage on the
akal,
Darkrai. So a potential like Cyrus, you can't even try and like cheese the game, right?
Yeah,
Main-main
this is so
malah
sad.
menang gini
I
aja.
mean,
Aneh.
I guess is where we
Aneh,
went
guys.
to
Aneh,
Cape
guys.
as we were talking earlier, right? We were
Yeah.
saying
Deck
that Cape
main-main.
might have been good to help get more off of the Erica, but maybe it's also good
Guys,
just
semenjak
to
ada
survive
Rampardos
the
ini, deck
Magnezone.
fossil diajuk
We
guys.
would survive it with a Cape.
Yeah, I really like Cape when I've played Yanmega. I haven't played it in this exact build, of course,
Tapi ya
but I
slotnya
like it
penuh sama
because
Pokemon jadinya ya.
Yanmega normally you're
Jadi nggak bisa
bringing
berubah
in
ya.
and smacking something, right?
Yeah.
With Cape, you are always surviving the hit back, unless it's
Kita lihat.
exactly like a Charizard or
Dom
something,
fosil.
right? Which is fair
Oke,
enough. It
nice.
is what it is. But generally, you're always surviving one more hit with a Cape, so then you can hit again. So I really like Cape.
Dia ada 3 Pokemon.
For Yanmega in general, because I think it
Aku
pushes
butuh
him from
ini sih.
good health to great health.
Yeah.
But
Tetap
but
butuh
yeah,
energi
that
ke
was
depan.
that
Jadi
was a
sambil
rough one.
WhatsApp
But again,
kartu
just
aja ya.
shows the sort of power of having that Magnezone available to sort of cover
Nice,
the bases,
Kabuto.
be a very high health
Anjir.
Pokemon that is a non-EX as well, which is huge, right?
Yang penting dia nggak bisa
Being it
berubah ya,
only, like making it
Snivy-nya.
only worth 1 point, being able to tank with that Magnemite as well was a big deal.
Yeah, being able to
Dia harus
with that
berubahin
Magnemite
next
was
turn.
really nice.
Ini sudah dapat
This-
Kabuto. Si Kabuto
Yeah,
di
I
sini.
mean, even if we knocked out Magnemite, I guess there's really nothing we could have
Next
done
kita
with
bisa
that
pakai
state.
Kabutops
So,
ya.
Yeah, it still
Dia nggak
creates
bisa
the
perubahan.
it creates the delay turn where
Nggak
there's
usah pakai
never
catat lagi
damage
guys,
going on the
aman.
Darkrais, and without the damage on the
Langsung attack
Darkrais,
aja ya.
there's no
Kita udah punya
pulling them
tanker
in, right?
terkuat di
Yeah.
dunia
So
ya.
it's a real tricky one.
Kabuto.
They clearly need to put Spiritomb.
Enak banget,
obviously.
jir.
But I kind of almost feel like people are overplaying Cyrus. And this, like, in
Dek
my
fosil enak
opinion,
banget,
kind
Jir.
of like shows it, right? Like, I guess we could have Cyrused the little Magnemite who had 20 health. Doesn't really do anything. But like, let's say we did knock out the Magnemite and we couldn't knock out the Magnezone, we could have still used the Sabrina.
Oh,
Sometimes
Ketika lawan
100%,
daun,
yeah.
kita
it
majunya
definitely sometimes
Aerodactyl,
feels like
guys.
we've put too
Fokusnya.
much Cyrus into our
Kalau lawan
different
petir,
decks.
kita majunya
It's when
Kabuto
people,
atau
like I said, they were saying that, oh, you know, Cyrus
Ini jadi
is just better
sniper aja
Sabrina.
nih.
It's like, well, it's not.
Yeah,
Like,
no,
that's just
sometimes
not
you can
true.
use it.
And I definitely, outside of certain very specific decks, I would never run two.
Yeah.
Because they become so awkward sometimes. I like 1-on-1, honestly. One Cyrus, one Sabrina. For like an average deck, if you want bench bounce.
Anjir, keren sih ini. Dek. Anjir, enak guys,
Wait,
makanya
is this game 3?
nggak
Yep,
mikir.
game 3 now. 'Cause
Makanya
nggak
it's
pakai
already
mikir.
game 1, game 1.
Karena isi energinya tipis.
Oh yeah, right
Satu,
at the
dua
end,
doang.
wasn't it? That's where
Yang
we
dua cuma
joined right at the end of the
Aerodactyl,
game,
dek
right?
agro.
That's where my brain's messing me up.
Ngocoknya pakai sapet di awal.
Rocky Helmet.
Kalau Sabrina kasih ini, Cyrus ini.
It would be interesting if Rocky Helmet wasn't
Anjir, udah mukul 100
and
aja.
then the rough skin would trigger Rocky Helmet. That would have been so funny. But
Oh yeah, if it was just damage.
yeah, it was just
Yeah, that would be crazy. Yeah.
Oh, the one synergy I really do like with Cyrus though is Greninja. Because the Greninja ping, you can pick whoever you want to Cyrus up same turn.
Gini
Yeah.
aja.
Yeah, that's really strong for sure.
Let's see.
I will say though, I'm disappointed. There's not enough Bidoof in this game so far for me.
Yeah, where's
Bidoof
that
laughs at
Hyper Fang?
Drudagon. It laughs at Drudagon.
Laugh.
It's the Drudagon Slayer.
Honestly, have you watched the Pokemon video
Cuma
for
attack dia
Bidoof?
20 ya,
I think it's like
anjing
Bidoof
juga.
saves the day.
I don't
20
think I have, but I've heard about it.
You have
I've
to
not
watch
seen it
it.
yet though.
It's so
Okay,
good.
I'll watch it after the
Attacknya
show.
120, oke.
100%.
But it's if
I started
anyone
watching the
Serem sih lawan daun
documentary
ya.
videos. Have you seen those?
a Pokemon? No, I haven't.
Oh, they're
Butuh
really
Rampardos sih,
good.
guys.
Someone made like some short. They're
Fix
like
ini butuh
I think
Rampardos,
3
guys.
minutes, 4 minutes long.
Oh,
But it's they're like sort of almost like David Attenborough documentary style, but on Pokemon. It
that's
looks great.
funny. It looks like we're at 10 health right now on this exit. Hopefully we have. Okay, we have Executor left this time.
Ngenain dia cuma 20-20 dong. Sesuai banget.
I want.
Sama-sama
we
deck
probably don't
heal.
get it. If we had a
Anjir,
Caitlyn,
ketemunya
but
begini ya.
not here.
Yeah, this is okay. I like the attack with the execute initially, even though it went low, because it puts one of the Drudagons at like 80, which is the number, right, for
Yeah,
an
for
executor. So there's definitely good play going on there. We are seeing that this executor
dapat server
is
harusnya
getting
nggak
low,
dapat
and there's
server, kita
nothing
menang
on the
tadi.
bench yet either. So
Yeah.
if there's there's pressure, there's going to be pressure. There's still a Drudagon there. There's a Darkrai shooting it for 20 every turn. So there's going to be a lot of pressure on this one executor, and without much of a bench, there's no backup plan at this point.
Yeah, one problem with Pokemon, for those who don't know, if you lose all your Pokemon from your active spot and bench, game is over, even if we don't hit the 3 points. So we'll have to see here, but if this Executor could be KO'd, it's going to be end of game. Unless we can get a Yanma or another
kocok aja,
Executor
kartu
onto
dia
the
banyak.
bench.
Yeah, I think the
Gua nggak mau
worrying
sih harus
part here
ngecek
as
sih.
well is the more I'm watching this matchup, because again, we're only a few days into the expansion, right?
Tapi
It's not
Rampardos
like
tetep aja
I'm
nggak
going to
bisa kill
pretend
ya.
I have deep knowledge of all the possible
GG sih, guys.
matchups in the meta
What?
right
You
now.
haven't
Udah
tried
dapet
every
sih
single
padahal
I'm sorry.
Rampardos ya.
3,000 times?
No,
150
I'm
cok.
lazy. I
Slacking.
apologize.
30 darahin dong.
But I don't even know if the
Konsep,
game. I
udah jadi
think
Venusaur.
like
Sah.
the executor player is the aggro player, right?
Itu
I think
Cyrus.
Because
Iya, tadi
even
kalau
though
nggak-
the
kalau
Darkrai player
Cyrusnya
wants
nggak
to
ada.
knock out this executor because
Slotnya
it's
sih
so
kedikitan ya
tanky,
20 ya.
even though it's
Banyak
tanky, it
kartu-kartu
needs to be
GG, cok.
aggressive because the longer this game goes, it just means the Magnezones get set up.
Slotnya
So it's
kurang.
weird to watch a grass deck especially not be the late game deck.
Apa nggak butuh
Right, because grass
profesor ya?
has very historically been
Coba aku
the
melakukan
slower,
sesuatu yang
high sustain,
unik
will
ya, nggak
just
butuh
sort of wear
profesor
you
ya.
out over time style,
Agreed,
especially
yeah.
Karena
from
kita
Venusaur.
ngandelin itu doang kan.
But yeah, it's not really the case. This is like a low
Oke,
attack executor EX has to be
Cyrus.
hyper aggressive.
Yeah, now we have to put out really early
apa
pressure
ya?
because otherwise that Darkrai, the Magnezone, having too much energies on it is bad versus like, oh, give me all the turns you want. I'll just keep powering up my Celebi. Let's see though.
Ntar dulu.
Let's see here. I guess this means we're gonna have Magnezone, and
Down?
that's gonna be a really
Nggak butuh
swift
sih,
KO.
down.
Yeah, if there's now there is Magnezone, yeah, and I
Yeah.
think the instant hover
Communication.
concede because attach energy, shoot for 110. what's the answer, right? We're not going to say
Yeah.
much because we can see the cards in the hand, of course, but it's there's you wouldn't feel in a good position if you hide out right now,
Komunikasi
right?
bisa yang
Because
lain
like
ya.
100%.
that damage goes on, 120 health, and there you go. Yeah, I didn't want to say too much about the hand, but the hand
Communication
was not good on the bottom
ke
there. So
Sabrina ya.
yeah, big win there, and Darkrai continues to dominate so far.
Yeah, I was really hopeful. I'm being honest.
Sabrina.
When we came in at the end of game one, and it seemed like we just
Rampardos
steamrolled
130.
with the on Mega,
130.
and like, okay, we're gonna 2-0 Darkrai.
130
This is gonna be our
Rampardos.
finals. Let's do it. I'm down. But no, it doesn't
Cyrus
seem to be
2
the
kali ya.
case.
Cyrus 2
However,
1
our
Sabrina
top
ya.
16 is looking pretty diverse right now, in my opinion. I guess there is the one mirror match with Darkrai. I'm gonna state that. There's still
Cyrus
the one
mana
mirror
Cyrus?
match with Darkrai. But
Cyrus mana Cyrus?
Yeah, the
still
six
the
star,
talent
the
zone
six.
for
Cyrus
the
dulu coba.
Darkrai, so I think we're safe to at least evolve if we can find the evolution.
Bikin XXL anjir. Ini Isaac
do-
Oh, that
mau
really
bikin
threw
XXL.
me off for a second there.
XXL.
Yeah, I was trying to figure out where that was coming from actually.
Masuk 16 besar.
We do have Darkrai Magnezone. I think there's what 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, 6 Darkrai Magnezones. I say that in the top 16. But
Yeah.
we do
Darkrai
have that
Magnezone kayaknya lagi
Rampardos
kuat-kuat ya.
Lucario that's still
Rampardos
playing. We have an
Lucario.
Executor Celebi. We have a Greninja. We have 3 Charizards, a Pikachu Pachirisu, Celebi Superior. There's still a lot of options for this top 16, so I can't wait to see how it continues to play out.
64
I'm
anjay.
interested in watching the Rampardos again.
Emang
Do
sih
you
masuk
have
playoff tapi langsung di
any,
KO.
any decks that you would like to see? 'Cause I have
Gembel
a bid,
banget
just for the
buzzer
record,
mas.
making it into the top 16 with that Shin.
Nice. Yeah, for me, honestly,
Some-
the sort of
some.
highlights for now, Rampardos, of course.
Mm-hmm.
And then there is the Shaman Charizard deck. And then, honestly, probably the Pika Apache deck, because it's just interesting because I've just not seen too many people actually play it. I feel like people have either stuck to Pika with, like, maybe gone Raichu and Electabuzz, or they've gone full sort of patchy with items, and then some of the, like
Lanjut main Dota nggak
Electivire
sih?
and stuff like that. So,
Yang suka main
yeah,
Dota
that's
di sini?
probably the
Atau
top
mobil-
3 for me, but I am
mobil-
more than okay watching Rampardos.
Okay, so should we do Rampardos
Just
or
Gogo.
the Pachi?
Just
I'm down
Gogo.
for either.
Lagi asik tuh.
Let's go Rampardos,
asik banget.
and then we can go to Patchy if it's still playing if this
Okay.
match ends first.
Done.
I think that's an okay plan.
Yep, that
Give the public what they want.
That
Ya,
sounds
kayaknya aku
great
nggak
to
pakai
me. Let's
profesor
hop to
dulu.
channel 8.
Got it.
Kan dia kan setup kan.
Let's see here.
Rampardos bisa one shot Palkia.
Okay, so I'm gonna get us all set
Tapi
up for our
Tudum sih
top
satu lagi.
16, and they're getting into their games.
Yeah, these games have been really good so far,
Gyarados.
honestly. And I think from what I saw of I couldn't watch all of the tournament because, as you know, past my bedtime normally for the day
Oh,
one.
man.
It looked like a lot of fun. I definitely want to play in some more tournaments, especially like in early meta tournaments, right? Early expansions, because it's just the Wild West out there, and it's my kind of way to. I play weird decks anyway, so if there's ever a time, it's probably now.
Yeah, get that Florges Go-Go
Kabuto,
out there
Kabuto,
and
Sabrina,
take first
Cyrus.
place.
Oh yeah. Yeah, that's what all these grass decks are missing. Go.
Jelek ya.
100%.
What is he saying?
Looks like we are.
Kita jelek ya.
Top.
Asem.
Go on with the setup.
Oh yeah, just it looks like we are jumping in to the
Okay.
game. We have Raulu kicking it off on the bottom here, and then a Magnemite starts. So both players actually starting the things they don't want in the active, like not the starting Pokemon they're after whatsoever.
Filik main-main
which
lawan
is,
deck
at
serius
least you
guys.
could argue fair. Hitmonchan taking the bench though, that's definitely more like it, but of course with no energy, it's going to be no switch out quite yet. Although Magnemite, not really the most scary Pokemon in the game to be up against.
Yeah, and I was just checking real quick. There is no Switch supporters in Big's deck. So that does mean, because I was thinking for a second, in some world you could technically have that Lucario retreat,
Nah, Sabrina juga
Hitmonchan
percuma ya.
up, we KO
Basically,
Magnemite, right? With a
Right.
plus 20. But we don't
Jelek,
have the
guys.
ability to do that. We do have the fossil this time, but now that
Sabrina dia
because
pasti
we
mana
can't
pila
retreat,
lagi
we're
sama
not
aja.
going to KO this Magnemite, and Magnemite's
Nah,
going to have an extra
dome.
chance
Nice,
to
nice,
retreat,
dome.
find more basics, and it could potentially turn into a Magnezone.
Telat
still.
satu putaran ya.
Yeah, this is really bad
Dia
though
jadi Gyarados
for
kelar guys.
Chinny. There is going to be the Professor's research, of
Ini di
course.
one
Oh,
hit
sorry,
shot
I'm
sama
not getting
Gyarados.
the name right. I'm reading the name of the player, not the name on
Exped.
the thing. Renzo, sorry.
Exped sih.
Because by not putting anything on the bench last turn or in the opening, they definitely didn't have anything, right? Like, which is a big problem because you do not
Jadi
want
Gyarados
Magnemite to stand there. But luckily, with the help of some card draw, there's Drudagon, there's
Jadi
Darkrai, so there's
Gyarados nih
something that can
pasti.
be done. The
Yeah.
Magnemite, sorry, can be retreated. But, oh, even got Magneton. Okay, so blink of an eye, the engine's about to cook.
Engine is running.
That's it.
I
Yeah,
mean, is
that's
this a
it.
world
Yeah.
where you would Cyrus if you could here?
Oh, 100%, I think. I think you want to... If you can knock out the
Kita di
Magneton,
sini ketemu.
I think that's, for me, the target to get. You know, I mentioned, I was chatting to you earlier about
Harusnya
Honchkrow,
communication kali ya.
and it's like, I would Honchkrow spam attack the Magnemites,
Communication kayaknya.
Magnetons, whatever, because if they go out, Darkrai's not really the best Pokemon, right?
Yeah.
If you've just got Darkrai to win games with. So I think it's the Magneton,
Serap sih nggak pakai
Magnezone
Pokemon
that's
Research ya.
like doing a lot of the heavy lifting in this deck.
Tetap
So I
harus
would, yeah,
Pokemon Research
100%
sih.
try and attack those. Obviously, only if you could kill them. You don't want them to retreat again or
Yep.
knock them out.
Pakai
Sorry,
Pokemon
And so we are
Research
gonna
juga.
do just that.
I like it.
I like it a lot. And we're setting up their Rampardos, like you're saying, as well. This low energy cost deck, it's pretty nice for being able to switch back and forth, minus that Lucario, who cost 2 to retreat.
And it explains the lack of retreating cards like X-Speed, like Leaf, because you retreat for one, but you're attaching one energy anyway, and most things attack for one that you want to attack with, so you're never really needing it. It's why there wasn't really, back in like Weezing Arbok days, there was not really that much retreat because you had Koga, and then you weren't really planning on having that much energy, right? Arbok uses 2, Weezing uses 1, so you never really needed retreat options. You could use your cards doing other things. I don't see Sabrina come down though, and there's going to be a decision made
Sabrina.
now.
Yeah, who do you put up? But also, you can't retreat, so it doesn't matter.
Yeah, I think you go Cranidos, right? And just Rampardos down the Drudagon? No?
I kind of think I agree with you, but it seems like they don't. Seems like they don't. Because, like, you swing for 50, you go to what? 100. Oh, I guess 100 isn't
You get
range,
knocked out,
right?
yeah.
Oh, kita lawan Lucario Kabutop ya.
I guess that's the issue.
Yeah.
It's a little bit tricky.
But now we can't really retreat either.
Yeah, it's
Interesting.
kind of rough, isn't it?
Very. Okay.
Yeah, this is where a cape would be fantastic, because a cape would just be game, right?
Yeah,
Pretty
a
much.
cape on the Rampardos.
If the Rampardos was out, yeah.
If only. Instead,
Jep.
we don't have any. Okay, I was gonna say, do we have helmet? Let's see.
Okay.
But it doesn't look like it.
And this is where people get into weird deck building scenarios of like, they'll watch a game like this, oh, you should play Leaf, right? But in the game, like when you're in a position where Leaf's good, that's a game you're losing anyway. So should you put cards in your deck that make your wins kind of harder and your losses slightly less bad, right? Like that's the problem you have when you deck build, right? Because like if there was a Leaf in hand now, it would be like fantastic. You know, everything's going great. But how many games would that Leaf sit there and do? Right, because you're not getting anything done. So it's where deck building's always very easy to say or talk about in hindsight when you can see games played out. But over the course of many games, I definitely can see a good reason in why there's no big retreat options. And yeah, sometimes you get punished for it.
Yeah, even then, if you know the exact decks you're gonna run against, then
Yeah, that'd be nice.
cards are way easier to pick for sure. But let's see. So we are gonna use Lucario attack actually. This puts us really
like
close
this.
to knockout though. We're getting knocked out.
Yeah, but it is a knockout, right? And that's all that matters.
I guess that is true.
A lot of the time, because there's, other than bringing Darkrai in, there's no way for this to go down, right? There's no Magnezone available, the Drudagon can't attack, there was no Rocky Helm on the Drudagon as well. So Lucario goes down to 10 and can retreat next turn, and then Hitmonchan could punch out the Drudagon, and it retains the Rampardos. So I actually think this is really, really good. And yes, you know, there's like Cyrus possibility, I think, but there was Cyrus was gonna knock out Lucario anyway, right?
For sure. Oh, we're gonna go and have Leaf Oh, no, we're not.
Oh no, swapping the Druidagon out. Okay.
Interesting.
Now there's no defense against a potential Sabrina.
Same, yeah.
Dia ngerjain fosil. Berharap siapa dia? Siapa? Dia cuman hitmon.
I don't know. I think I
Menang
Sabrina
dong.
here, right?
Kayak 2 fosil.
And you say,
ngaruh.
give me Druidagon or?
I like
Kabutops.
Sabrina because you either deal you either set up damage on the Darkrai or you knock out the Druidagon, right?
Yeah.
Oh, sorry, you either knock out the Darkrai or knock out the Druidagon. So you'll know they'll put the Druidagon in, and then yeah, you can just put Hitmonchan because now
Ya, apa yang
Hitmonchan
dilakuin?
is still got what 1.5 turns sort of life, let's say,
Yeah.
whilst hitting very hard. So I like this a lot. Yeah, I think this Sabrina was quite nice.
Main-main nih. Kalahnya sama
Yeah,
daun
I'm
ya
not sure
tadi
if
ya.
the-
Karena Venusaur daunnya
I'm not
itu
sure if
superior.
the retreat.
Aku
I
pengen
guess
ketemu
the
Celebi
leaf
sih. Celebi Pikachu.
was just
Pikachu
saying
mah jangan
I'm
main,
making
langsung
you
kayak
pass
Ursiiday.
Sabrina, right?
Kayaknya ya,
Yeah.
tapi nggak
Because they
tahu.
still needed
Sebentar, lihat.
defense for Darkrai.
So Darkrai comes up now.
Pengen ketemu Darkrai Dragon deh coba. Kalau udah ketemu Kabutops
So,
langsung serang
I'm
aja guys.
guessing there's,
Darkrai
the Cyrus?
Dragon kan lama.
There must
Thing.
be.
Because if
Well-
not, you literally have lost, right?
Kind of, yeah, right? Like, I mean, he's swinging for 150, so I guess he does survive a hit. But still,
Yeah, sure.
Ya kita di sini
like,
lawan
at 0
Isis.
points, that does not
Kita ngeliat
seem
ya, Darkrai lawan
Because
Lucario
the-
Rampardos.
Cyrus.
Weirdly enough,
Kita
oh, okay,
punya dua
yeah,
fosil
that's
di
good.
sini,
And then
langsung
this is what
jadi
you were talking
nice.
about, right? With like
Yeah, you
Cyrus,
okay.
Lawan
attach
Dialga,
energy, not Lucario.
kita
We've got to
second
put
lagi
something
enak
else back in, and you get it hit it for 80. Yeah, this is nice. So the Cyrus makes
Bisa
this play
langsung
very
jadi sih
good
enak.
indeed.
We're putting up Rampardos up, actually, though. Really? I'm
I
a
think
little
this is fine,
surprised by
right?
that. But the thing is, you put 80 into it, and now Rampardos doesn't survive 2 hits. Where he would have
Liki-liki
before,
menarik lawan Liki-liki nih guys.
Well, it wouldn't. Wait, it wouldn't survive, right?
Well, not survive 2 hits, but it takes 2 hits to knock it out. But if you put up Hitmonchan, let's say, right?
Terdorong.
Then he knocks it out, goes to 2 points. You put it through Rampardos, swing for 130. They put 80 back into you. You go down to 70 health, and then you knock him out.
Oh, sure, yeah. No, you're right. I'm trying to think of.
Oke, langsung jadi Liki-liki cok.
Yeah, I'm trying to think of why that was the case. Actually, are they scared of? Wait, did you say they didn't run Sabrina? I know there's so many deck lists. I'm trying to keep up with.
Yeah.
Let me check. I can
real
check.
quick. We're running
Oh,
a
it's
Sabrina
just-
and Cyrus.
So were they scared of that? If they knock out the
Menarik ya,
Hitmonchan,
langsung ke
then they
Liki-liki ya.
Sabrina into.
Dari
whatever,
180
to win, right?
menarik.
But then they're still at 1 point, isn't it?
No, they would have won, right?
No, I mean,
They're
when
1
he
point
was at
now.
1 point, when he took out the Lucario, he's at 1 point. Then
Yeah, then they
I guess,
knock out the
yeah.
Hitmonchan,
Yeah.
and then they can maybe, Sabrina, whatever.
kita dapat
I don't know.
dua
It obviously depends how the
energy.
game plays out.
that's true, yeah.
But it's
Nice,
definitely
terus reset.
tricky though making
Nice,
these
2 kali.
decisions because
Rampardos
Rampardos is such a weird
langsung
Pokemon,
gaskan.
right? Because it deals self damage
Sebelum
on
dia
the
isi
knockout.
banyak.
A lot of the time that doesn't matter, but in this scenario, it kind of gets a little bit weird with getting those numbers
Anjing
right.
Rampardos
And
dulu ya.
also with losing that Lucario, it meant that Rampardos does
No
significantly
fosil,
less damage.
nice.
Yeah. Oh, but
Apakah
we
ada
don't.
Kabutops?
Okay, we have a second Rampardos. Can I say that? We have a
Aerodactyl
second
satu aja guys.
Rampardos
Gak
now.
sebanyak
Oh,
ini,
wait.
guys.
Wait, why did?
So yeah.
Kita dong.
Why? We knock out. I guess we don't have Lucario.
Yeah, I mean that's just game anyway, right? Yeah.
Ini mati nggak apa-apa.
That's a tough one. Yeah, that is
Makan
brutal. The second Lucario got the work done, and again, like, it's just looking good. This
Dia kan
deck,
nggak
it,
bisa
it,
ngisi
it
energi lagi
feels
tuh.
very
Harus
tricky,
mundur tuh.
but weirdly enough, I feel like Hitmonchan really pulls the deck together, and those are not words I thought I would ever say.
Yeah.
Because this is where I struggled
Gila,
building
mukulnya enak banget ya,
Lucario initially.
130 asalkan musuh
Where
nggak mati.
I was like, well,
guys.
what do you put with Lucario? Because everything I
Asalkan
tried
musuh
didn't
nggak mati.
feel like it was doing work.
Yeah.
And then, oh, let's play Rampardos. Well, you still have to play something else. You can't just have Lucario
Yeah,
right and
bisa
then have
energy,
it
Cok.
get knocked out. But the Hitmonchan was the hero I didn't think we were gonna get
I
because it
definitely
feels like
agree.
it's filling the
Kabuto.
perfect role in this list.
It seems to be doing a great spot in this, like you're saying. Mm, Yeah, I mean, it feels like this deck is a little more difficult
Ini
than
butuh
some of the
deck
other
ini
ones.
butuh Sabrina
As
guys.
well, there's like so many moving pieces. Like I'm here, like
Menarik ya.
maybe you put Hitmonchan, maybe you put Rampardos, but I don't know.
Hmm.
Seems like
I think
a
one of the
really interesting list though.
one of the problems is as well when you're playing a tricky deck and then you're playing it against Darkrai.
Yeah.
You've got to add multiple levels of like, well, now they can do 20 damage to me. They can also Sabrina me and do 20 damage. They can also, Cyrus me and do 20 damage, and then potentially hit something else like they did in that game. There's so many like layers. There's so many things of like, well, then if they have Magneton that they can ramp, then they can bring in Magnezone. If they have Leaf, and so on, so on. There's so many things you've got to think about on top of your own deck being a bit
Kayak
tricky
pemenangnya
to
harusnya.
deal with. But we are jumping
Tergantung
into
ya
the next
liki-liki
game, and
ininya ya.
Hitmonchan starting is exactly what you're after.
Kok dia butuh
Going
5
up
sih
against
energi. Emang ini
Darkrai
ngabisin
as well,
energi.
so
Kan
not
4
bad
aja
at all.
cukup.
Maybe if there's some damage can be put
Nggak
on this
over gini
Darkrai
guys.
early, it sort of negates all these like, oh, cloak, no cloak, this and
Yeah.
that, like
Makanya
Cyrus,
dari
no
Dialga nih
Cyrus.
ya.
Do I need
It
Lucario?
can
Is
negate
that
that.
not?
Exactly,
fail.
just get the damage on the Darkrai instantly. But
Leaf
looks
comes
like
down.
there's going to be an instant nope scenario going on here as Leaf is used straight away to prevent damage on this Darkrai. I like it.
Yeah, no, I like it a lot. I will say that is the only Leaf that
Kabutops,
Rinzo's
kayak
running though.
Kabutops.
Too bad we don't have some type of bench type like a Hitmon
Nice
Leaf.
Kabutops.
Or we could just, hit around the Yukon a bit here. But you can't fit too much into one of these decks.
Tante pakai Kabutops
Yeah.
dulu guys, jangan pakai EX dulu.
Let's see.
We should make them 60 card decks, add energy cards. Yeah, there's a few things
Let's
they
do
could do to fit more cards in the game.
Yeah, you could attach turn 1, not place a border turn 1. It's almost like there's already a game like that.
Menarik.
And if you are looking to play a game like that,
Heal 2
you
kali.
can check out our
Menarik.
sponsor, XP Collect, who does sell Pokemon cards for the physical card game that is just that rule set that you're looking for.
Jadi bisa buat mundur ya.
What a professional.
What
a professional. The perfect segue
Perfect
into
segue. You did a great
sponsor
job.
shout out. Yeah.
Great job. But yeah, we actually find the fossil though as well. Really nice for Big King
Yeah.
here.
Yeah, it's huge as well because like that is in any fossil deck you can deal with the evolutions later with with help of like comms and then even just regular
Aku sih nggak
card
mau ngasih
draw.
dia
But it's just like
yang
you just
kedua ya.
need the like just let me get the fossil, right? Like let me get
Yeah.
that down,
Oh iya,
and then the
benar-benar.
rest
Nggak
of the
apa-apa, nggak
deck
apa-apa,
will sort
benar-benar.
of deal with itself. So
Mungkin udah heal.
it's
Jangan gitu.
it's really huge that just
Jangan
having it
buru-buru
nice
nih.
and early. Again, energy pretty much sorted itself. Can freely attach to a
Dia attack cuma
Lucario
100.
now if needed to like pre-stack.
takut, guys.
So yeah, it's not
Kita
looking
soalnya
too
lawan
bad.
weakness ya.
However, the
Enak
Hitmonchan without a Lucario is kind of
Mundur
just
kah?
staring at this Drudagon, thinking, yeah, this might hurt my hands if I punch this.
Honestly, I will say there's one like would be an interesting thing is if we hit Sabrina here, you basically have to toss the fossil or do 2 retreat costs. Because Cranidos, if we
Yeah,
have it, let's say,
140.
True retreats a lot with nothing this
Tapi
down.
menang.
To retreat everything for you.
Deck main-main
Cranidos
menang.
comes down. But
Ya, lo
if you have
keren
a
ya,
Pokeball,
keren
so
ya.
you should be able to
Anjir, nggak
negate a Sabrina pretty
nggak masuk
easily.
di akal.
That's a Riolu,
coy.
exactly kind of what I think we want
Deck
here.
main-main
To start
menang.
beefing up this Hitmonchan.
And now,
One set.
interesting. Oh, okay, never mind. I'm being silly. Yeah, I was gonna say, do you want to hit? But then obviously the Darkrai energy plus the rough skin will knock it out
Yeah.
before it can deal. So basically, not hitting now gains you 20 damage if there's a Lucario, right? Which I'm guessing. Well, you'd still do it to stall, I guess. I'm always just concerned of like not attacking when it looks like you're about to get knocked out, and it's like, yeah, I can survive another turn, and I always just think, but what if you don't?
What if you don't?
But I guess
survive?
with the leaf played earlier, you said there was only
Going
one,
second.
right?
Only one leaf in
So
this list.
so there's no leaf
Pasti dapat
Drudagon
catat
into
deh, guys.
Darkrai,
Ini
knock out the
base
Hitmonchan,
deck
right?
ini si
Exactly,
Ancient
yeah.
sih
It's
kalau
not too
kataku.
bad.
Not the worst.
Dan
of
Meltan,
this
oke.
deck. I mean, Darkrai
Dia
can still just
api ya.
quietly poke from the bench.
Blue
So
api, woi.
if you don't want to take out the Drudagon, they're okay with it. Minus the fact you would need to go through 30 turns, and then you would just die.
Dialga, oke.
Let's see here.
This is a little bit scary. Unlike the previous game, this Magneton,
Professor
at least
Reset.
for now, looks like it's gonna just have free roam to set up.
Oke, Old
Which is
Ember,
going to be a little
nice.
bit rough. Obviously,
Rampardos.
like Magnezone does get stomped by
Kayaknya aku nggak pakai dulu.
by
Aman.
Rampados. There you go. I just went blank on the Pokemon for a second, even though we've said it about 8,000 times today. It does get stomped, but like
Kalau
it's
abis ini
still
nggak
just
dapat
having that
fosil, aku
110
kocok
shot,
guys.
right? Is really really strong.
Ini walaupun udah dapat
Yeah, I
semua
agree.
sih,
I mean, the
enak sih.
110 does so
Tinggal
much to
majuin
so
ini
many of
aja ya,
these Pokemon.
Outtember ya.
One problem, obviously,
Ini
with
nggak bisa
these
berubah
stage
guys, harus mundur guys.
one pointers is they're basically all below 80 health.
Kalau dia isi
So
energi.
Hitmonchan gets KO'd. It's Rampardos
Oh.
yeah, 100. Even Lucario gets one shot by that. But we
Yeah.
have it come down. Our
Oke,
Hitmonchan
dom
for
fosil
50
kita
here.
nggak
I don't
pakai
think
catat
we're
nih ya.
gonna want. Oh, we're gonna fight with Lucario. That's 60, yeah.
Yeah, well, this is
Kita nggak pakai
kind of
catat nih ya.
interesting, right? Because with the leaf gone,
Aman.
this Drudagon's just
Enter
living,
dulu.
right? I wonder if oh wait, this is
Di sini
very
kita
good,
attack pakai
isn't it?
burung dulu guys.
Because
Ini nggak bisa
is the
berubah guys.
plan here Lucario in,
Dia harus
hit
mundur.
once, Lucario out, Hitmonchan in, hit to knock out the Drudagon?
New.
Because otherwise the Hitmonchan just gets farmed by the Darkrai
Exit,
anyway. This keeps the
okay.
Hitmonchan
True,
Yang
yeah.
bisa
alive.
apakah?
And the Lucario lives through the Darkrai hit as well.
Ya udah.
I think
Kita hantam
that's
pakai
the
burung
plan.
langsung ya.
Because this not if Hitmonchan punched the
Karena dia harus ngisi
Drudagon,
2 energi guys.
Hitmonchan just gets knocked out, right? And it
Bisa,
just
guys.
sort of just is what it is. And then the Lucario has to sit in the active
Down.
spot.
Oke, langsung ngisi 2 energi.
Whereas maybe this okay, well they're gonna switch in anyway, so all that. But yeah, that was at least an option for a plan.
Would have been
Pinter
interesting.
ya.
I kind of like that idea. Sadly, with Sabrina, we do have to give
Butuh itu.
Hitmonchan. I think that's just gonna be an attach to Darkrai and KO with the ping.
Kita butuh.
Yeah, this is where though that because the early game wasn't great for
Next
the
time aja
Darkrai
kita
player,
butuh.
this is the punish, right? Because
Penting
imagine
jangan
now
sampai hilang
if
poin, nggak
this
apa-apa ini
was
kalau
like
mati nanti di Cyrus.
they put whatever
sih
they
menurut aku.
choose in, then you can retreat the Drudagon, right? Leave the Drudagon out, bring Darkrai in, and just go. That would be so big.
Dia nggak
but because
mungkin
that just
ngisi energi
can't
lagi.
happen,
Apakah dia mundur
it's a
langsung
huge deal.
attack
This
pakai ini?
Lucario is like relatively safe,
Bisa
right?
jadi.
Yeah, Lucario
Dia
is
live.
pretty safe. I mean, we do knock out Drudagon, and then
Apa, kita
whatever else
mundur.
comes back, and KOs it, though, right?
Nggak,
And then
Cyrus
Rampardos
guys.
can't KO.
EX balas
Yeah,
EX
that's the
bos.
problem. I think this is just too much. And also bear in
Ya,
mind,
EX
there
balas
are
EX.
0 points on the Rampados side right now. They're on 0. Giant
Mata
Cake's
dibalas
coming
mata.
down. They're gonna make the
Yoi.
Magnezone
Darah dibalas
live,
darah.
and they're gonna make the
Gokil.
Darkrai
Gaskin.
live. There is a Railu being
Gaskin.
picked up now, though, being played on the bench instantly. I wonder again, is this supposed to
Gue
be
penyebab
pass?
semuanya. Mohon maaf, lu harus tewas.
Because you need time
Oh.
for the second Lucario, because this Lucario will get knocked out, right?
Maybe.
I think that's the plan. Because if Lucario knocks out now, that sort of back and forth happens, and it doesn't work, right? Because Rampados doesn't beat the Darkrai, and then it all sort of flies away.
yeah.
Same with the Magnezone.
Is
I
there
think
someone where
GG
you
gitu.
swing at Lucario, let's say
Karena
let's
dia
put
tag
up
120
Magnezone,
ya.
you put up Rampardos, knock it out. No, then they knock out
Susah
your
guys.
Rampardos.
Aduh, bener metal.
I don't know.
Susah ya.
So I think this has to be because there's a Sabrina left, I think, right, for the Rampados player.
Kita nge-heal
I
cuma
think
30.
so, yeah. I think they have it.
So I think this plan is wait, get the second Lucario. Will that work? Oh well, there's the Sabrina. Oh, this is so hard. I think the
Yeah.
Darkrai is just in a good enough position due to Shock Horror, the Magnezone.
Susah.
Yeah,
Nggak bisa menang,
honestly.
nggak bisa menang.
I think that's the problem.
Sarah Waters
Yeah,
said
look.
retreat back Triolu and KO. No,
If
because
there's
then
no Lucario, I think so. But the problem here is Magnezone, right? It doesn't go down to Rampados.
let's see.
Cape is a heck of a card. I'll tell you that.
Yeah, Cape is too strong, it feels like. Not actually, but like Cape is definitely a really good card. Cape is definitely a very good card. I just like this is like a prickly spot to be in.
It's one of those scenarios that always makes me laugh. Where I think, especially early on in this game, people
Yeah.
who didn't play Pokemon before, it's like, oh, Giovanni's not that good. It's only 10 damage. It's like, no. it's nothing to do with the number of damage. It's
Yeah.
that this damage is enough to knock out certain Pokemon with certain attacks, right?
Yeah,
Because if there was
besar
just
masih.
10 more damage, this Magnezone can be dealt with.
Mm-hmm. It's all about the thresholds. Nothing to do with the actual
Exactly.
pin. It feels like.
Lucario
Well,
ngelawan
Chan exists now. Does that help
Do
us
your
in
treat
this
back.
situation?
Darkrai.
I think it
I mean, you
does
can't
help.
want the Lucario to go
Magnezone.
down, right?
Yeah,
Yeah,
so
I think it's got to be, I think.
Would we Sabrina here and then force something else out, put damage on it, and... But then I feel like we should have Sabrina first, actually, if that would have been the play.
It's tough because whatever the problem.
Di sini baru ya.
The problem is the no
Wah,
point,
langsung mati, catat,
right? Like
cocok.
there's the zero. If they were on 1 point, you can Sabrina.
Oh,
If
enggak.
they put in any of the Darkrai's to like retreat them out, you've then got Cyrus, and it's just
Exactly.
game, right? If they bring in the
Panas kan?
Magnezone, then you can hit the Magnezone that at least sets up Rampados to try and do something. But because you don't even have a single point yet, there's nothing to set up, right? It's actually painful.
Yeah, I definitely 100% agree. We don't even have spot for another Rampardos. Like,
Oh, dia bisa ganti sama ini sih.
Yeah, well, something is gonna go out soon, right? Like this
Something
Hitmonchan
has
is not
to.
long for this world.
30 ya. Kita balas nih.
I feel like we have to
40,
like KO
60 dia
here
langsung
with
mati. Ini kan nggak bisa
Hitmonchan.
evolve.
It gets knocked
Dia harus
out
mundur.
by... Dude, if we had Cape as well, Rampardos could survive. Sorry, not to keep saying Cape. But,
it's a weird stalemate though, isn't it? Because I don't think the Darkrai player wants to... Well, it's not really a stalemate because the Darkrai can infinitely kind of do 20 damage to an extent, right? But like, I don't think the Darkrai player really wants to do anything this turn apart from just equip energy, right? Because why would they?
Yeah, they don't need to do anything. Minus the fact that we hit round 30. It's like a double game loss, but...
Sure, other than the turn limit, yeah.
Yeah, but like we're halfway there. 3 more energies, just puts
Kita
you in
healnya
turn 19.
70 ya guys, aman aja. Kena kangas kan. Dia nggak mau Dratigon karena Dratigon nggak nyerang, makanya pakai kangas kan.
So we have a second
kalau dia lawan fighting,
I don't know if we really want the Raiolu setup now, especially since we just pulled Fossil.
Yeah,
aman sih, kita nge-heal 70 guys, aman.
Like, you do something.
Yeah, we're
no. You do something.
Nge-heal 70 dari mana, Bang?
We're attaching a Drudagon.
Nge-heal 70 dari sini, guys.
They said
70
go do
itu karena pukulannya Kabutops itu 50 tambah weakness ini.
Oh, we wish we had space for
aman aja.
Right now.
It's tricky because now they have to play out the game where Drudagon can retreat next turn, as well as there being 20 damage and something else can attack.
Penuh lagi full. Nggak sih, kurang 10 ya, harusnya 140.
Because I actually think if they retreat Drudagon into Magnezone,
kita nge-heal 50 dari per turn kena 30
out Magnezone, I feel like they still win. Because Magnezone goes in, they Rampados the Magnezone with the double, if they had double Lucario buff.
Yeah.
But then there's a Rampados in that's on 100 health, so that Darkrai goes in, knocks it out.
Yeah.
Then Lucarios have to try and win the game, which is, I think, unlikely.
And you only have one Lucario.
They need the second Rampados, right?
For
like,
sure.
And that's obviously they're bench locked now, but
we need more bench slots now. Let's see here. I don't really know like what the correct play is. I kind of feel like we're at a stalemate where like neither player.
Kayak Professor Richard kita dapat di sini ya.
I feel like just Darkrai wins here, if I'm being honest.
Fossil, nice.
Oh my god, almost all the other games are done. We're in top 16.
I'm not surprised. I'm not surprised. Yeah.
Yeah, I completely agree.
Darkrai one shot sih harus.
So the Rampados can knock out the Darkrai.
Dia nggak mungkin majuin
Wait a
ini.
minute.
Wait, why did we put?
Was this a throw? Why did they put a Darkrai in?
I don't know. Wait, I don't get this.
Wait, they Rampados knock. Did they forget about Lucario? Because now There's Cyrus for the Drudagon.
Wait.
So they're just Lucario the Drudagon.
I'm
Right?
confused.
Or Hitmonchan.
But the thing
Why
is, we
would
just Cyrus the Drudagon and hit, and then
Yeah,
we win.
yeah. I assumed they were gonna put Magnezone in. Wasn't
I thought that
Magnezone
too.
always the
Bagus.
safest option?
Yeah.
Aman aja.
It's 1 point. Why did we
They
just give up 2
forget
points?
about Cyrus? Did they blank on Lucario and think it wasn't gonna get knocked out or something? I
have no
I don't know.
clue.
This seems like the way to lose the game.
Yeah, it does. So we get knocked out here. We Cyrus
It's
up.
just game.
Yeah, it's just
Ya,
game.
mau dapat 2 poin ya.
Isn't
Kita
that
heal
a
cuman
victory then?
Yeah, and that's gonna be
50
2-0.
90 dia attack 100 ya.
Okay, so Renzo
Apa sih,
says,
cicil,
bro,
bos?
I forgot you still have Cyrus.
Takut, bos.
XD.
Oh, there we go. Ooh.
Ouch.
Even with that though, I
Cicil,
really
bos.
think
Takut, bos.
Magnezone
Korbanin aja, bos.
was always fine to just sacrifice. Maybe I'm wrong.
Yeah, I think that was always the play to do. Like,
Yeah. 'Cause if Magnezone goes, the way Magnezone gets knocked out is
Ini udah
Rampados
KO nih.
has to knock it out in
Datanya
that
nggak
one
bisa
shot, right?
gerak apapun.
So the Rampados is down to 100, and I think that's if they have the set. Wait,
Tadi
hang on,
kita
what-
kill.
yeah, that's fine. That gets knocked out. Rampados will be on 100. You put in a Darkrai,
Oh,
and then
nggak bisa
you knock that out
Magnezone
for
dia.
free, basically. And then you've just got to contend with a Lucario and a Hitmonchan, which doesn't seem too bad as a full, like, what, 160 health Darkrai.
yeah,
Like-
sure.
And they can't they can Cyrus the Drudagon, but then they'll be on 2 points, not 3, right? So yeah,
Yeah.
that was rough.
Nice.
After
One
all those
shot,
intricate
one
points,
kill.
what a rough way for it to end, because that just
Yeah.
shows that if you're playing in a stressful environment, tournament of course, and the deck's
Gila, keren banget,
complicated, and
guys,
your
Kabuto.
opponent decks also a bit complicated because you're tracking Lucario,
Makanya kalau
you're
nge-beat
tracking
game,
like
dan
Rampado's
jeans ya,
self damage and so on. It stacks up, and the second you sort of lose focus, it's just going to be game, and in this instance, it's going to be match. So yeah, rough one, cool series to watch, but a rough ending for one of those players.
Yeah, no, very rough ending. And Renzo, thank you so much for playing today. It happens to all of us. Sometimes the tournament, you're against yourself and your own
Okay.
stamina.
It's tough. It's really hard. Yeah.
So it
Kita
looks
jalan
like
pertama
Kaitian
di
has
sini guys,
survived
pasti catot.
Darkrai.
Nice ya,
Stamina.
2 profesor riset ya.
Uh,
Emang kayaknya butuh profesor
he'll
riset
be
ya.
into our
Ini catot,
top
jadi
8.
kayak
And we
sampah
also
gitu.
have a
Cuman kalau lagi dibutuhkan,
Gyarados
daripada menurut aku ya,
versus the
daripada
Charizard that's still
pakai
playing. They just started their
Pokemon itu
last
tuh
game.
apa sih namanya?
Would you like to watch the Gyarados position or the Charizard position?
Connection. Mendingan
Let's
ini
watch
sih menurut aku ya.
the Gyarados.
Okay.
jangan dua old ember.
We'd watch
guys.
the Charizard if it had a Shaman, but it
Enter.
doesn't.
Sad.
Kita udah bisa berubah ya. Kita
Yeah, I
jalan
want to watch that
pertama
one
nice
next for
banget.
sure. So let's hop to
Sure.
31.
Got it.
Oh. This doesn't look good for my Charizard player. Does not look good for my Charizard player.
Oh yeah,
I'm like, oh,
Charmander and a Dream.
maybe we're okay. Maybe we're okay.
Dia main egg,
Okay, so
narik.
this is not looking too great. There is the Moltres now on the bench, so not too bad.
Daripada
Unfortunately, though,
communication catat,
it
guys.
didn't look
Kalau
like
aku,
there was
karena
an
communication
X
dapetnya
speed or
random
any way
ya,
to
nggak
get
bisa yang
out,
kita
right?
pilih.
So it's always a shame, and you know this more than most
Iya,
as
sama,
a
cek
premium
random.
Charizard player. But it's rough when you've got to
Aku
like
ngikutin dari
attach
tangan
the
musuh ya.
energy, wait a turn, then use that
Yeah.
energy to retreat, right? As opposed to going X speed out and getting the Moltres cooking straight away.
Ini gambling
I
juga.
completely
And already
agree.
Frogadier on the bench.
Frogadier
Tapi
is gonna
cukup
be
sih
really
dua
nice,
doang sih
but
cukup.
where's that Garrett? Where's that
Top
Magikarp that we
Satu
want?
malah.
Are we potentially attaching to this Drudagon for a treat?
I don't hate it because this potential Greninja is already set up to an
Mhm.
extent. The attached to Drudagon would only be a negative if, like, I'm assuming the exact next draw would be Magikarp,
Okay.
right?
Yeah.
And then suddenly you
Full lagi.
can't attach the
Anjir,
energy to
sedih banget ya.
Greninja for it if you have that.
Oh,
You've then got to attach the energy to Magikarp,
School
and things
buang
get a
aja,
little
guys.
bit wonky. But I think if there's no Magikarp
old
there,
ember buang
this
aja.
is a fine route to take and just say,
Gak usah
well, I
sih
have the
pakai
option
fosil
of
lagi.
flipping out, especially because you're expecting Moltres to come down now
Mm-hmm.
from the bench. So then there's an option to just say, okay, bring Drudagon back, get
Oh, abis
Frogadier
ini bisa
starting to
berubah
hit the
Granidos ya?
Moltres and
Jangan,
start
jangan,
stack
jangan.
damage him.
Sayang,
Yeah,
sayang.
I completely agree. Just to note real quick, so I was thinking, is there a world where we get Sabrina right now? Whir is not running Sabrina, he's running
Karena buat
Cyrus.
dari tadi ya,
But
kalau buat
again,
jadi
we mentioned
dua
this a little
Rampardos
bit.
tuh lama.
Greninja could ping
Karena game udah
and
kelar
Cyrus
duluan.
same turn, but that's
Soalnya
three
bener-bener late
deaths
game. Karena
out.
ini Rep kan main cepet kan.
Yeah, and the problem is as well, there's like there's nothing you can do about it, right? If your
Yeah.
opponent's got a Greninja and a Cyrus, it is what it is. So it's a little bit scary, unfortunately. We are now going to see if there's going to be a retreat option here. There's the Greninja.
Dia down.
The
This
energy
Dia
is going
langsung
to go on
attack.
Greninja now.
Takut dia.
So we're under the assumption, of course, there's no
Tipnya
magic off
Granidos
because
sih.
it probably
Aman.
would be played.
It would be down,
Um,
yeah.
So this is just saying again, this energy can always be on Greninja. Greninja can always attack.
Giant Cap.
Now the option next turn will be get the energy goes on Drudagon.
Yeah,
But
I'm-
where do you like this? What would annoy you more, the damage from the Greninja on the Moltres or the Charmeleon if you were the Charizard?
Takut dia ya.
I think Charmeleon, because the moment you put that damage on Charmeleon, Charizard
Kan kita nggak
gets
jadi buang
one-shot
telur
by
guys.
Gyarados.
Aman.
That being said, maybe it's better
Kalau
to
aku nggak
put it
tahu
on the
kalau
Moltres
punya
because
ini. Apa-apa
you don't
kita
get
tag pakai
weakness.
Granidos.
So you need at least a shot into Moltres as well. So I'm not sure.
Also, as well, just for this deck, just so people know, no tools in this list. Double X speed, 1 Dawn, 1 Leaf, 2
But-
Pokemon Communication, 2 Potions.
Oh
Apa
wow.
So
ntar
there are
Kabuto
potions,
bisa
there's no capes,
nolong guys.
but
Kalau
potions
nggak
are kind of
Granidos
capes in
nanti
disguise.
Yeah, very
Um,
true.
Narik sih.
But there's no option of
Informasi
really
X
going
yang
above and
Rainbow
like,
Wheel
that
keren ya.
big 200 health number for the Charizard. So yeah, just
Wukong
something to
guys,
bear in
naik
mind. 'Cause
awan
I've seen
Pinton.
people kind of experiment with everything in Charizard right now.
I have a little bit of an issue with Whir's play actually last turn, now that we're here. He had Cyrus in hand, and he had Greninja in hand. He could have gone on and knocked out the Charmeleon. Like, King goes on 70 health, it's Cyrus'd up, you Greninja attack for 80. Charizard's already down now, so we have to have the Magikarp now.
Oh,
Or
Yeah,
it's not
they
gonna
couldn't
work.
have done it
Nah,
last
kalah
turn,
kita.
right? Because they
Babi.
researched, so they couldn't have leafed out.
Unfortunate.
Oh yeah, I guess we didn't have the energy. I guess we didn't have the energy.
Yeah, there was a
Okay.
it
Pinter dia
was
pakai
two,
daun.
two on Greninja, 100 Dragon.
Mhm.
So
Yeah.
and they had leaf, but I think they drew it off the research, which was unfortunate,
Yeah.
obviously as well. But if they had
Ah,
it available,
Rampardosnya
yeah,
baru muncul,
100% that would have
babi.
been huge.
Yeah, I'm dummy.
Tadi
I
harusnya
forgot that
kebetok
you
dulu
could
sih
not
aku.
retreat with one energy. It's
Jadi
really
bisa
gone. I was
mundur
like,
pakai
why aren't we
Rampardos.
just doing the Cyrus?
Don't make the
Retreat
card
tuh
more
sebanyak,
OP than it
guys.
already is.
Yeah, no, you're right. It does not need a one. It does not need a one cost retreat at all.
Kabur
Let's see
sebelum
here.
dipukul.
We have
Charizard's
Potion.
just going in. I
Tapi
like this
menarik
as
sih hampir
well.
menang
No
sih.
magic
Kalau tadi
card,
kita majuin, kita
go
kan nggak tahu ya
in,
punya Kabuto.
right?
Yeah.
Like just
Kabuto
delete
ya.
everything.
Ya harusnya aku majuin Kabuto dulu
Presumably,
sih. Aku
there would
lupa.
already been one down.
Ini
We
retreat
don't have
cost-nya dua
Sabrina
loh
here, so
itu.
we can't, even if like Magikarp goes down next turn,
Granidos
we'll be
tuh.
in a bit of an issue spot. But I guess one problem, however, is the fact we're at two energies now. Do we have
Duh,
Dawn?
bahaya
We do have a
sekali.
Dawn. Okay,
Kayaknya aku abis ini mau bikin
Yeah,
konten
Dawn is in the list.
Ini
Yeah,
ini ya
so
guys,
I,
apa macam-macam
I'm,
yang bisa
I'm
kita
making
pakai
an
Darkrai. Kan
assumption
sekarang lagi
that
metanya
they have Dawn
Darkrai.
in hand. They've got what,
Aku lagi
5
mau,
cards?
aku
They're
mau
gonna have 6
bikin
off the draw.
Yeah, this is
And they've
50%.
made
deck
this.
apa aja
If anyone's bringing
yang
Charizard for a
terbaik
tournament, you don't
buat
normally mess
turnamen
this
atau
up,
buat
right?
kalian
The
main,
energy
buat yang
costing of
deck
doing
kompetitif,
the big attack. So
Exactly.
yang bisa digabungin
it's
sama Darkrai.
I'm assuming
Ya,
there's
nanti
Dawn
aku
in hand. We
buatin
don't
buat
know.
kalian.
I'm taking that assumption.
Kalian bisa
Too bad no
But yeah,
Sabrina.
the
copy
man-
aja langsung
as well.
decknya nanti.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean,
Magikarp's coming down. Better late than never, I guess, but not really.
yeah, we'll need a Misty if we want any chance here.
Oke, chat out.
Let's see. Do we swing for 60 here? I don't think so.
Oke, di sini dapat 2 fosil, udah dapat Granidos. Keren bagus sih. Kita first pick ya.
Wait, you don't want to swing?
I'm saying, do we swing for 60 here, or do we swing for 200 in the
First turn,
Greninja, knowing that Gyarados is 3 turns away?
Oh. Nice tail.
Oh,
Dia
sure.
campur,
Okay.
guys.
putting
Dia
a 20
main
damage on the Moltres.
main
Ah,
apa
yeah,
tuh?
Oh my-
gonna rip the
I-
Moltres in.
Garchomp.
I think this is
Main
bad.
Garchomp. Padahal
Maybe it's
Garchomp
not
cuma
though,
butuh
Wait,
maybe
2
it's not.
energi ya.
no, this is good, right?
This
This
is
is
good
good.
for a Kinkajou, in my opinion.
Kenapa dia?
No, so I think this is good because what this
Tuxedo.
does is Dawn doesn't do anything now. They have to retreat the Moltres if they want Charizard back, which is going to cost something.
Yang
They
fosil.
can't Leaf and Dawn at the same time. And it gives them time to put more energy and maybe get Misty or whatever for Magikarp. I think this is a good
Limit
play.
dulu.
But the thing is let's say Moltres flips now instead of retreats, and you get 2 energies on Charizard.
Skill fosil, Cyrus, menarik.
If we don't hit Misty, next turn Magikarp goes to 2 energy, and they KO. Then Charizard comes up, KOs the Greninja. The Gyarados goes to 3
But I
energy,
think-
and then Charizard KOs
think-
as well.
It would be the same problem though, because if they left the
Iron
Charizard in
Head
and hit
KO.
it, the Charizard knocks out the Greninja, and there would still need to be a Misty Gyarados, right? Or the Macarp just goes down.
Yes,
Kartunya
that's
4
true
di
as well.
tangan ya.
Yeah, I think this just stopped the
Apa daun
blast
fosil aku buang ya?
from
Tapi aku
Charizard
nggak mau
because
dia
then
dapat
Dawn
1
doesn't
poin
work
sih.
with Leaf. Or I guess it could have been double X speed. I think double X speed Dawn. I think
Mhm.
would have maybe done it,
I guess I could see
but
it
it made it
too.
unlikely anyway. Yeah.
Yeah. 1 energy is all we get. We didn't even get through the hand attach, sadly.
Bisa kita Cyrus nanti ya.
Froakie appears.
Dia butuh 3 kali
Carp's there, just
kill kita
carping.
by the way.
Carpe is just carping.
Oke, nggak ngaruh.
Now this is more of a problem, and I quite like this actually. Like
Mhm.
you don't normally build up the whole bench with this deck, right? Normally you're kind of happy with just Moltres, Charizard, Go. But now
Gaskan aja, gaskan.
being able to jump into the other Moltres, know you can
Kabutops.
tank at least for a little bit.
Yeah.
Because there's no
Sini
Gyarados
dulu.
down yet. The Greninja
Karena
is
dia
in
retreat
type
cost-nya 1 ini,
advantage, so
retreat
it's hitting
cost
for
2 ya.
80 maximum. It's still 2-turn sort of kill scenario, but
Mhm.
this Moltres ramps a little bit. Obviously, the
Aku nggak mau
ramp
langsung
wasn't
buang discard
amazing,
ini, siapa tahu
but
berguna.
still, it's ramp. So there was options there with this second Moltres.
Tinggal kita Cyrus aja ntar.
Mm.
Nah, dia mundur.
We're gonna need to find that Misty for sure. I feel like, but
Hmm.
maybe we don't now that he only hit 1 heads and
Palkia
he
kedua.
didn't sacrifice the other Moltres. Because the problem
Yeah,
is with
it's-
the Moltres switch, he'd get 4 energies on Charizard if he just sacrificed his other Moltres and then hand attached to Charizard.
Right.
So then
Oh,
you
Ember.
sacrifice
Nah, ini
it,
baru kita
you just
buang.
KO the Greninja, and then you're at 3 so that you can KO the next turn as well.
Yeah, this might have given them a little bit more time. The tricky one here is like you knock out the Moltres, then I genuinely think the plan is just hit Misty, right? Like it sounds a
That's
bit
mundur dia.
lame, honestly, but it is what it is. I think they're just playing to their outs. They are going to jump in with the Charizard now, and then just slash. Okay,
Apa dia mundur? Mukul terus guys.
there's
Mukul terus guys.
30, 50.
I think we just
Wait, there's
kind of like we lose
Wait.
now.
was this
Anjir,
wrong?
Rampardosnya telat banget, suwe.
Because the
Baru
Greninja
muncul.
can hit for what 120 now? Sorry, 100 now.
Yeah.
If they attach energy to this Frogadier and they have the other Greninja, which
This, masih basic kan?
don't they just
aman
knock
aja.
out the Charizard next turn?
I think we do regardless, right?
Aman sih.
Yeah, I mean, I guess they could go Gyarados,
Kita dapat
you know,
2 poin,
either
guys.
way if they
Dicicil
have it.
pakai.
Yeah, they've got to have something, right?
Mm-hmm.
1
was
tukar
this-
2 worth it sih.
I'm so confused. That's all.
Aduh,
Because
udah jadi G-Byte
was
ya.
there any need to put this Charizard in and not knock out? Oh, obviously I know they couldn't knock out the Greninja. They had
yeah.
3 energy.
Yeah.
But was there a need to
Capnya
put the
ngeselin sih.
Charizard in at all?
I don't think
Did they
so.
think that their opponent was on 1 point?
Kabuto. Nice.
Maybe? I mean, that would make sense.
Because that's the only
then.
thing I can think of. But
Okay.
all their Pokemon are still on their side of the board, so they can't be on 1 point, even if you looked at it that way, right?
Yeah. And now they have game next turn.
Yeah,
Dia
the
harus mundur.
potions have been used. Because the Charizard was in earlier as well.
Cepet
Yeah.
babi attack-nya.
This game got really weird really fast.
kita punya
and
Cyrus,
I
Chan.
don't know if I'm just
Menang cuy.
dumb or I'm just missing things.
Yeah,
But I
I
can't
got
work out why
Cyrus.
they didn't just sack off the
Yeah, you
Moltres.
lose.
No, I agree. I still can't work out why they didn't just sack the Moltres earlier. And just like Inferno Dance
Kenapa di
again
Palki ya bingung.
and attach and
Because one of the problems is as well, the playing
Cyrus
two routes
lanjut.
is completely correct.
Aing
But
Cyrus
when we get to
lanjut.
this stage of a game, it's like, oh well, they probably won't have Greninja or one of two Charizards that are still in the deck of like 3 cards, or like it becomes so unlikely that they don't have one of these pieces. Sometimes you have to make a play where they say, okay, it's likely they have it, but if they don't, then I can win. It's fine. That is what it is. But it's like, well, when it's so likely of like this, I think they could have won that with double Greninjas, right? If they had that, they can win it with the
Ternyata dia
Gyarados
ngebug,
if
nggak
they
bisa
have
bawa
that. So I feel like there was a lot of
Cyrus serem
options there. So
jadul,
now
cuy.
they're putting in the Charmeleon. The Charizard's on 2 energy. This Charmeleon's,
GG ya.
I'm guessing, going to be some kind of sacrifice.
GG. Gila
Now
ini.
is it likely the Moltres
Take
dies,
main-main
though?
tapi
the Moltres,
ajib
yeah, is
loh.
going to die
Enak
this
loh.
turn.
Seru
More
loh
than
ngeliatnya
likely
loh.
at least. I don't know.
Deck anti meta ini
But
bikin
this is-
ininya kah?
If there's a second Greninja, this is just game, right?
Yeah, if this is second Greninja.
They get all 3 points.
And they have it.
And it's likely. Yeah, it's likely because they're so deep in the deck at this point.
Yeah,
This game blew my mind. I don't know what to think about life anymore. I'm so
honestly,
confused.
I don't know what the answer to life is anymore now. I guess I never knew the answer, but
I think what surprised me about this, and again, it's games like this I like to watch back, so I'll probably do that later or tomorrow just to make sure I wasn't going crazy.
Oke,
But I don't
Kinkachu.
mind the whole, I've got a lot of
Lawan
big
Wear
health
ya?
EX
Wear
Pokemon,
menang
so I'm
ya?
going to keep them all alive so that you never get in
Satu
points.
sama ya.
But against Greninjas,
yeah.
well, if you're keeping them alive on 60-40 health, unless you're finishing the game now, which then it doesn't matter, well, they're just going to go hit, hit, hit.
Top
And you've
16
already
ya.
used 2 potions, so keeping them alive wasn't really achieving much if then it's just an extra target for Greninja to knock down. So it's it was a strange one, honestly. I don't know what to think about that one. However, Gyarados is winning,
Ya,
right?
kita udah
It's
punya
doing
Kabuto, udah
okay.
punya
Yeah.
Not as many have made it to the
Butuh
top cut
fosil
as it
lebih
used to
banyak.
in the not too distant
Apa-apa
history
sih
there,
butuh
but
kesini.
this one at least is doing alright for now.
Anton,
Yeah, I mean, we have at least one Gyarados in the final in our top 8 right now, so it's
kita
a pretty
butuh
nice
Kabuto
job
dulu ya.
by them making all the way
Buat
here.
attack.
I didn't check out the
Tapi aman
overall
harusnya.
win rate of Gyarados, but I know I think it was like in the Hooglandia tournament yesterday. Gyarados had like a
We have
30%
3.
win rate.
Profesor riset.
Yeah, and 3 are in the top 8 now.
Oh my gosh, that is
dapat
absolutely
Kabuto.
insane in
Alt Ember,
comparison.
nice.
So it's
Kabuto.
the one Cranados, it's Rampados. Rampados. There's 3 Gyarados. There's 1 Charizard. Sorry, that's all right. 2 Charizards and 2 Darkrai's.
Oh wow. So Darkrai is
Pretty-
whittling
There's-
off.
Yeah, and there's more Gyarados than Darkrai in the top cut. I'll be
Gyarados
honest,
and Darkrai.
didn't think that was gonna happen.
I didn't think that was gonna happen either. My gosh. So would you like to watch Charizard or the fighting deck this time?
Does the Charizard have the Shaman? Is it that
Yes,
one?
it is the Charizard with the Shaman.
We can
Nice
watch that
Kabuto.
one then, yeah. I
We
just
can
want
watch
to see
it.
the
Pakai
Shaman
Kabuto
come
dulu
into
guys, pakai
play.
Kabuto dulu.
I
Well,
support it.
especially because it's against Darkrai,
Nice.
so it's kind of a relevant matchup because Darkrai's poking for 20, Shaman's healing for 10. So it's something like, it's at least relevant to the matchup. It's not like a completely pointless thing.
I completely agree. So let's hop into channel 14. And I think it's beginning to...
Ceprot dulu. Sakit gitu. Dia harus mundur sih. Dia harus mundur sih. Kita lihat ya apa yang dia lakuin nih.
Let's see.
They are
They started.
focused.
They're
You
very
can't see this on
focused.
stream, but we're seeing their view, the player's view, and it is just the alert, the announcements.
They were very
screen on
focused on the
Discord.
announcements.
Apakah
They
dia
were
bakal
not
attack
Staring
kita?
at the screen till it says you can play.
Apakah dia
I support
berani
it,
guys?
honestly.
Oh yeah, You're not gonna miss your match,
Apakah
are
dia
you?
bakal berani
Not that way,
guys
you're not.
attack kita guys? Harusnya nggak berani sih. Harusnya mundur sih. Tapi mundur dihantam juga guys sama
Okay, so
Kabuto.
these deck lists, as I said, is going to be Darkrai,
Dan
Magnezone.
Kabuto nge-heal 70 ya. Kena
Taking a quick look at the
kena
list, the Darkrai
Pikachu
one, very
90,
standard. It's one
nge-heal
Sabrina,
70
one
itu
Cyrus,
GG
two
sih.
Capes. Pretty standard overall. And of course, the
Dia
Charizard
harus
list
majuin
again is
Zapdos
fairly
harusnya.
standard, but there's one Cape, no potions.
Oh wow.
However, there
Down.
is a Shaman.
There's
So
a
who
shame.
needs
Menarik ya
potions
Pikachu
when you
pakai
can
down.
effectively heal for infinite?
Honestly, who needs potions?
Also, just for
Dia
us to
cuma kena
remember,
20.
because it is going to be an important card, there is
90
one
nih.
Dawn
Kita
in the
nge-heal
list as
70.
well, which
Jadi kita
especially
kena
I
attack
would say
cuma
in
20.
Charizard, it
Mana
enables
aja
not
guys.
only the plays we talked about in the previous game, but also the potential of doing the Moltres ramp
70
Dawn
ya.
to then impact to 70, which
Yeah.
is pretty important as well. So,
Balik
let's,
lagi
get
cepet
it.
20.
Completely agree. We're getting it up here just in 1 second. We are going first though is the
Harus
Charizard,
ngabisin energi
which
doang loh.
means we will not
Zapdos
get the
dari
energy
awal.
advantage. So let's see how this works out. And it is up on stream officially.
So there we go, the Shaman is in the hand.
There
If
you
you're not
go.
used to it, that is the full art
Pikachu, nice.
Shaman in the
Very
hand, the
pretty
pink
one.
one.
Dia
that
bakal
you can
attack.
see, it's awesome. And wow, yeah, okay.
Potion
But,
menarik.
Getting a lot of Pokemon.
oh yeah, stream cards in hand. But
Tapi
yeah,
dia
that's
lupa,
gonna
guys.
be
Kita
a
punya
lot of card
Aerodactyl
draw
belakang.
overall. Moltres being picked up.
Menarik ya.
Which is exactly
Dia udah
what we
punya 1
want,
poin ya.
but I have to wonder, like, do we hold everything else in our hand? Obviously, Moot's not running Mars, not running a red card, so we could, but it does look like with that we have a second Moltres, so we're safe against the one Sabrina that Mount is running.
Dia cuma bisa attack.
Yeah, I think that's the thing, right?
I
Like,
think
as
it's
long
easy.
as you've got a plan for Sabrina,
Dia
it's
cuma bisa attack
probably
1.
fine to do this. And again, with the
Aman
energy
aja.
manipulation of Dawn,
Good.
okay.
Yeah, completely agreed here. Let's see.
Zapdos cuma 20. Soalnya dia punya
Now,
down
this
ya.
Darkrai opening again is not really what you want, right? Like, I
Kenapa
guess
sih?
it's arguably better than Druddigon because
Mhm.
the, I guess not though actually, because again, the Dawn just makes Moltres aggro, right? Moltres
Yeah.
2 taps Darkrai, so they've got to be a little bit worried here, and this is
Granidos
exactly what the
50,
Charizard
ini
player will
50
want
nih,
to
inilah.
see.
Ini nggak
Is
heal
they
lagi.
have the Charmander Moltres set up,
Soalnya dia punya
and Moltres
Cyrus
in the
ya.
right place, which is always useful. And there's worlds where
Cyrus
it
ini.
can get aggressive. Oh wow, pickup of the Charmander going down there, and here comes Shaman, the
Kita
hero
oh iya
of
burung
the day.
babi.
Oh, that's nice damage you've got there. Look at
Anjir aing teh burung.
Really nice that you made
Kita
me
teh
useful there,
bubung, kita teh
Darkrai.
bubung, bos.
Yeah.
And
Cool.
Lupa,
You
bos,
played into
bubung,
Shaman's
bubung.
plan all along. The real mastermind of the game.
true. If you're gonna Infernal Dance,
Kita
how
nggak
many
punya
heads
cap
will
ya,
we
harus
get though
punya
here?
cap ya.
Because
Kalau nggak perlu
we are getting
Profesor
close
Riset.
to, if we find Dawn, that Dawn
Dia
play
kayak
talks
catat
about,
dia
if we
nggak
can hit at
gini
least
sih.
one head, so we do hit one. Okay. One's not exactly
One's all
what
you
you
need.
want, but it's
Tapi
all you
ada
need for
saatnya dia
sure.
berkembang nanti.
And if you're in this position again, or you play or you've played a lot of Charizard, if you're in this position, are you, say you have Dawn, are you always Dawning and just going hyper aggro on the Darkrai, just to try and push?
I think if they don't hit Magneton, yeah.
Okay.
If they hit Magneton, no.
You
Kok
scared?
Rampadosnya
I'm
satu
scared,
aja ya?
yeah,
Iya
because
sih,
it's,
kayaknya
I mean, type
Rampadosnya satu aja
advantage,
guys.
but we're at 110 now.
Iya guys.
And if they don't have Magneton,
Oh enggak, EX yang satu, Aerodactyl
we
yang
will be able to
satu.
KO if they just retreat.
Yeah,
Oh my
sih.
gosh, we already hit Charizard. Maybe the game plan is just
Aerodactyl yang satu
Charizard
nggak sih?
though.
It's tricky now, isn't it? Because you
Yeah,
have those
Aerodactyl yang satu
options,
deh.
but the problem with it is you need to make the
Maksudnya,
decision.
buat
It's
kita
like when you have a
isi
mystery
trend,
box.
pasti
Like, do you want to
butuh
keep the
Sabrina,
prize you've
butuh
won, or do you want the mystery box? Because
Pep
if
atau
the
Cyrus.
Moltres can do the dance and ramp the Charizard a lot, well, generally, yeah, you want to do the Charizard
Yeah.
thing. But if Moltres whiffs, you would really wish if you had Dawn that you could just go aggro and
Butuh
hit
fossil.
instead. So really tough choice.
Nice,
It
don't
looks
fossil.
like they are just gonna dance.
It does look we are dancing. I almost wonder though, because
Okay,
if
enter.
they don't have another Pokemon to put down, we could just always chase it, right?
Ketika kita nggak punya
let's see
X-Speed ya,
here.
tetap harus ngisi
Oh.
energi ke depan
Okay,
dulu.
we're one.
Okay, one. Yeah. The rules,
harusnya
one
nggak
better
pusing.
than none. It's all
You
good.
don't seem to be very happy
Dia
with your
meta
rules right now.
Pikachu.
Yeah, this is
Raichu.
okay. If they just had one more though, they would have been in
Take
such a
80
great position, right? Because they
For
could easily
sure.
retreat the Moltres into Charizard, blast the Darkrai away, and if that Darkrai's gone, the game becomes a lot easier.
Ceprot.
And
60.
Magneton is
Sakit dia,
alive. We're gonna see a retreat. I hope we don't see a retreat back. We could.
Orang jarang bawa Giovanni sih sekarang. Jadi
Shaman
Pikachu
will
lagi.
not.
The problem. It's really
Dia berani
tricky
attack.
though, right? Because
Nice.
obviously you don't really want the Darkrai to go
Bye.
down. But are you winning this game without a Magnezone? Okay, Druddigon's a potential other option now. Okay,
Yeah.
because retreating into Magnezone feels like it could be very scary as well, because it will, or even Magneton at this point, obviously, because it could easily get wiped out.
Narik.
100% agreed. Because you're gonna need a lot of poke into that Charizard to get it in range of an 80 attack. Especially with the giant cape that they're running. I wonder if they'll find it.
Oke,
It
attack
looks
kita
like
lagi.
it's gonna sweep though.
Narik, berkurangnya 10-10
Is it-
doang ya.
Oh,
Yeah,
That
no,
was
I'm
a good
down for
draw.
this. That's a very nice
Profesor
draw.
that was a
reset
good
lagi.
draw. Shaman there, going like, I can
Aerodactyl sama
heal.
Rampados.
Sitting in the
Aduh,
corner
can
doing
heal.
something.
mana ini?
Yeah.
Kok
Did we not
Rampados
get healed?
mulu?
But
No.
it's got to be X-Speed Charizard, right?
It's got to be. I think it's XP Charizard here. But is that correct? Because XP Charizard,
Hilang
we
2
knocked it
energi,
out.
jadi nggak bisa main Raichu
Magnezone
ya.
comes in with 110 the next turn. You're at 3 energies.
Udah takut kita, Kabutok doang udah kelar.
The problem without that though is what if Magnezone comes in this turn? Say you don't, you can't knock out the Darkrai. Oh wow, okay. I'm thinking if the Darkrai retreats, Magnezone
butuh
comes in,
ini lagi
knocks
ya.
out the Moltres,
Tur lagi.
then Charizard beats the Magnezone,
Helmet, oke.
but then they can just put
Menarik.
Druddigon in the way, and then you then need the energy and time to beat up
Salah.
that to get through.
Out
I
Ember.
guess they do run a Sabrina.
Yeah, we have a Sabrina.
So, this feels like the more risky play to me, but it does have good payoff if they don't have more
Kita
Pokemon.
punya Cyrus ya.
The thing is, I feel like almost like it's not the risky play. That sounds weird, but I almost like it's
90.
not the risky
Dia
play. The
masih
other
belum
risky
bisa kill
other
kita.
play, they just knock out your Charizard.
Speed ya. Kita punya Cyrus, kita harus menang.
Ah,
But maybe
but in this
I'm.
play, they get to keep Darkrai.
Dia pakai Raichu.
Right.
But your Charizard's 180 health. You come
Oke,
in,
dia
you swing onto
langsung
the Magnezone,
Red
who
Nunchuck.
hasn't had any damage onto the Charizard
Menarik.
yet. Then let's say
True.
the energy. Well, the
Goodbye.
Druddigon we're safe now because of the Shaman.
Kamu nggak punya energi, Bobos.
Yeah, Shaman's actually done
Bobos
work
nggak punya
this
energi,
Shaman's
game
had mega
Bobos.
already. I'm so happy we saw it.
Same.
Oh, that's not good for the Charizard though, right? The second Druddigon is just a
Yeah.
pain. It basically negates Sabrina, right? In
Mhm.
almost every way.
On shit.
They put us to 140. We don't have any real healing. I think we just go to Charizard start swinging, in my opinion. We can swing 3 times in a row. Who cares? I care.
Dia nggak
Who
bawa Pikachu
cares?
ya, karena jelek ya
Wait,
Paciri sama
Can they
Pikachu
swing
ya.
3 times in a row?
If they hand attach here. Oh.
Tapi daripada Paciri sih aku
Right?
mending tetap
That's
Pikachu.
like-
Because they go to
wait,
6, they go to
Pikachu
4, they go to 5, they go to 3, they go to 4.
buat
they
attack
swing.
90 harus ada
I'm
3
just trying
bench
to,
ya.
yeah,
Pikachu
I'm just
could
tetap.
trying to think
have.
about
Paciri sih tetap
self
benchnya
damage on
bakal 3
Druddigon.
kan.
The damage from the Darkrai,
Karena jadi
then
makan slot,
minusing
dia
the 10
makanin
off heal
toolsnya
per
banyak
turn
banget
from
ya.
the Shaman.
Dan
I'm trying
attack-nya
to
cuma
work out
80
whether
ya.
this ends up winning or
Darah
losing.
sama
I
kayak
don't know.
Pikachu ya, gak worth
Yeah,
it.
it's a big problem here. So they'll go to
I hate
140
maths.
this turn. They'll go to 140. They'll go back up to 150.
Nah, ini guna nih
Oh.
baru
They
nih.
put
And they just dump it in the Magnezone
Cakep.
now. Yeah, this is it, right? Like,
Ya
so
tadi nggak
if there's a
guna. Tapi
Magnezone,
guna sih buat TB.
there's gonna be what 130 coming down now.
110. Because it's not weak to electric.
Murni, ini main apa
No,
nih,
but the
guys?
energy on the Darkrai to hit.
Oh, yeah, because
right?
of how long we gave it.
So that's gonna put it, like Charizard down to knockout range from Darkrai, and then nothing can deal with Darkrai from this side now, right? Because the Moltres can't really.
Moltres
deal
can
with it
2 swing
too
it,
well.
though.
Dialga.
He's at 140 health, but Cyrus is a problem.
Yeah. Oh, this game. It got way more
Nggak
complicated this
butuh
expansion.
fosil, nggak butuh
There's
kalian.
so many
It's
things
good
to
though.
think about.
It's good. I like
Oh,
it.
it's good. I like it. It's just it hurts my brain sometimes.
For
'Cause,
sure.
yeah, does Shaman do anything?
I need more
here?
wrinkles on my brain
I
for
don't
this
think
game
so.
now.
Nice.
Let's see.
I think this game's giving me wrinkles just on me, on my
Honestly.
brain.
Okay, so he's at 30. You go to 40.
Yeah, click Shaman. Yeah, that's the thing we always do. Just
Oke,
click
dia
it. That's
nambahin
fine.
Profesor Research
No
ya.
problem.
Makin banyak kita dapat energi. Pokemon. Wish.
How many dawns does Matt have? He has one. He has one.
I think it's
No.
one. Yes. Yeah.
Matt's not running any dawns.
Oh no, sorry. The Charizard play has one. Yeah, sorry. Yeah, Kai.
Okay, so I don't know about this one.
Okay, X speed on the Charizard.
I was thinking maybe we attack the
That's coming.
Moltres into the other guy.
Ya
But
redaktor.
then, okay, I'm trying to work out the planet. So deal 70, sure.
70, yeah. We go to 120. Try to hit your Shaman after you attack. But
That's called a cape.
that is called a cape. That is true.
Yeah. Capeman. So is there a retreat available for this Drudagon?
How
Because
would
if
it
there
use
is,
leaf?
that's just.
No, it's
Yeah,
remember
Serena,
this.
which means we can't leaf them, though.
Oh no.
No, it's fine. Just put Shaman and wait.
Yeah, but if they put Shaman in, then don't they just Cyrus and win versus
guess
anything?
that's
Because
true.
there's a 40 health Charizard and a 30 health Moltres.
We
Semoga
don't
dapat
have
Kabutop
leaf.
ya.
Oh,
Kabuto dulu lah. Oh ini nih. Nah, Granidas nice.
This is what I was a little bit worried about with the Darkrai sticking around because
Kabuto nice. Cool lagi.
there's another Pokemon to get through for points. Then you've probably got to try and kill the Darkrai. It's just a lot of self and a lot of damage over time.
yeah.
And I'm not saying knocking out the Darkrai would have won on that turn, by the way, at all. But this is the situation I was thinking about of like they have a lot of time if that Darkrai doesn't go down.
We can retreat back
That was my fear.
Swing with Moltres. They do have Cyrus. They have very little cards left in hand. Why don't we have Red Card or a Mars?
Giovanni. Menarik.
Hmm.
60 di attack kita ya.
Give me a Mars here. I don't know.
Yeah, this would be
Oke,
hard.
100.
The problem is everything's such low health that I just can't see a way out because if any EX goes in and gets knocked out, any of the Charizard play, the Moltres and Charizard, that's a
Bahaya nih
problem.
ya.
If you put the Moltres in, then you're swapping a point, which does put you at 1 point, which is fine. Wait. Can they? Oh wait, so we saw them draw Dawn. Wait. You Dawn, the Shaman back, Moltres the Drudagon. If the Magnezone takes out the Moltres, the Charizard takes out the Magnezone. If you put energy on the Charizard this turn.
Di Cyrus kelar.
Right?
Di Alga.
Yeah.
That works, I think.
Works, yeah.
Right? Wait, but
Retreat.
this means you can't do that now though, right?
Maka dia pakai down.
Wouldn't they? Oh,
So you
wait.
go to 140.
Yeah, so they
But-
have. Okay, yeah.
We
So
need
they could
Kate.
play Dawn in. No, they can't play Dawn instead. Because we're assuming the Moltres. I don't know what's
Right.
going wrong. I'm confused. I thought this was going to be a Leaf Retreat, knockout Drudagon with Moltres. Moltres gets beat by the Magnezone. Charizard beats the
Nice.
Magnezone. That's
Keren
3
ya?
points,
Keren ya?
I think.
Yeah,
Dia harus
but
mundur.
we
Cuk.
hit end of time, and so
Dia
those
harus
energies
mundur,
can
Cuk.
be attached from Charizard here, by the way.
Keren ya?
What?
Wait, so they
Darah
couldn't.
tebel-tebel
They
lagi
couldn't.
yang
Wait,
aku
I'm so-
suka dari
I'm so confused.
ini
I'm
ya.
lost again.
Aerodactyl
They
140,
ran out of
Kabutops
time,
140,
so
Rampardos
Infernal Dance went, and it
150.
auto-attached 2 energies to the other Moltres instead of our Charizard.
Asap abri.
Okay.
So now we still can't attack with Charizard.
Konsi.
They just equip an energy to Charizard and hit with the Moltres, right? I don't know what's.
Yeah, I think. No, why
Don't
are we
they have to
retreating?
do that?
Why are we retreating?
Yeah,
Also,
I think
no.
they have to do that.
Yeah, you have to
Because
attach
then the
to
Charizard,
Moltres. Not
the
Moltres.
Charizard
Yelah,
chomps the
keren sih ya.
Magnezone
Yeah.
Luka gue nih.
and it wins. Isn't that correct?
Yeah. It's like, what are we leafing to?
Okay, wait. Wait, 20.
Oke, aku
No,
mau
no,
bikin konten
this is
ini
still
dulu deh
okay.
guys, deck ini
It's
dulu deh.
okay. We're
This is still okay.
sacrificing.
Yeah, okay. Wait.
We need to heal.
Okay, is this playing around Cyrus? Because this still lives the Drudagon attack? Oh wait, no, because it does. No, it doesn't because of Darkrai.
It does by 1, right? Because it's 40 right now. It survives Darkrai.
Yes, it will. Sorry, yeah, it
Yeah.
will live by 10. It'll live by 10, which means the Magnezone or Darkrai has to attack it, and then Charizard goes in.
Yeah, I think we have to
But
attack.
also, wait, it doesn't matter to play around Cyrus. The Charizard is on 60 health.
Yeah,
Cyrus
so
the
he's fine
Charizard.
here.
It doesn't. I think this was the same outcome with about 20 extra steps,
Oke,
and it's making me
di
worse
tangannya ya.
the more I think about this.
Yeah.
I'm so confused.
So we get knocked out by
Di
something
sini
here.
kita
The question
ngelihat
is, do
top
they have Cyrus?
8
And my answer is gonna
Charizard
say yes.
melawan ini ya,
I'm gonna say yes, they have Cyrus, sadly.
Magnezone Darkrai.
I think they really fumbled this.
Ini ngisi belakang.
Because
Ini.
earlier on they put 1 edge on Charizard. It'll be on 3, but you have Dawn available in the deck, and
We
they're
didn't hit
pretty much
Cyrus.
like
We didn't hit Cyrus.
right.
So we win.
Cyrus wouldn't have mattered, right?
It would
yeah,
have,
you need
because-
they need to Cyrus the Charizard.
Yeah, and then nothing can one
Gila,
hit
belum
KO,
apa-apa
and
udah
now
masih dihantam
we
Palkia,
yawn
sulit.
and we attach energy and we win.
Yeah.
And there's that cape we
Kabuto.
won last turn.
I think this
Ember, nice.
this
Kabuto,
line
nice.
of play could have happened about 5 turns ago, and it just didn't for some reason. This is exactly
sorry
what I
to
was
say,
saying,
guys,
right? Use a
kayaknya
Moltres
bakal
to knock
aku
out the
Yeah.
Drudagon.
korbanin
The
deh.
Magnezone knocks out the Moltres, the Charizard knocks out the Magnezone.
Yeah.
I just feel like
Sorry to
I'll say
say
took the scenic route.
We
with
took the
this
scenic
game.
route. We wanted to go see
Yeah.
the Shaman full art. We wanted to see the Shaman full art. Though also it was actually so
Yeah.
instrumental in this matchup.
Oh, Shaman was good there. Shaman was for
Mm.
sure good.
Oke, sekarang udah jam 4
It was
subuh
just
guys.
a shame.
Jam 4
It was
subuh.
just a shame. That I
Leave that
think,
Jam 4 subuh ya.
as I said, with Darkrai and Shaman and working out the numbers, it probably just melts people, honestly.
Yeah, it really does. I feel like.
It melts me. I'm probably wrong. There was probably a genius play there
Oke.
that I missed, but there was so many
Langsung
things
aja
to
pakai
think about.
Aerodactyl.
I think it was a bit
Slow
dicey
fossil
because
dapet,
they could have
nice.
just put the. I think they could have just put the big Moltres in where it was
Yeah.
and done that attack, and it would have been on 50, 60, or 70 health, depending on if you count your Shaman or
Tuh,
not.
kita di sini butuh
After the
Sabrina
attack.
guys, Sabrina.
And then this Magnezone has to kill it,
Gue bingung
which
nih.
then leaves the Charizard
Apa
open. Oh well, that's another one to
Aerodactylnya
look the
kurangnya
replay
apa
at
Rampar
later on.
dosnya
I mean,
satu.
As we move on to the next game.
It went so. I mean, so I
Tapi
noticed
kadang
that he is
Rampardos
our
itu
player that we're watching is
bantu
currently 6
banget di
a.m.
game
when
buat
he is.
comeback guys. Kalau
Oof,
cuma satu
well, that's
gonna do it as
kurang
well.
ya,
Not
kurang
only
ya.
does he have the stress of
Tapi
being on
di lain
tournaments,
hal ini
being
aku
in
butuh
top 8,
Sabrina dan
running
lain-lain
the
gitu guys.
Shaman that he can't forget to click every single turn, but it's also 6 a.m. for him. But I like the scenic route. It was fun.
Di potion.
Yeah, I just like
90.
seeing Shaman do work.
Yeah, chat would have thrown for sure. I would have thrown. But very lucky they didn't have Cyrus. The problem is the more turns that you go, the higher chance he has Cyrus. And then you're playing around Cyrus, but you're also increasing the chance he has it. So I don't know.
Kalau dia mundur.
Well, that's the problem, right? If it's like, oh, well, in case they have Cyrus, it's like, well, if you play another 10 turns of the game, they're gonna have Cyrus.
Yeah.
At that point, believe it or not.
Exactly. We do start with Moltres, and we're going second this
Mhm.
time, but we don't have a basic to Infernal Dance back to.
Yeah,
Oke, coba
that's
ya.
kind of
Dia
rough.
Misty guys, peruntungan.
See here.
Apakah ke Palkia?
Yeah, the
Oh, wait.
Shaman stress tax, honestly. Ooh, I forget every time how much damage that.
Wait a minute.
Kan satu doang.
I'm so confused because okay, I can talk about it now. They had poker communication in hand and a Pokemon.
Wait,
and
why
didn't
did?
go for a basic last turn
Huh?
to dance on. I don't know what day it is anymore. I'll be honest, Ursi. I don't know what day it is. Don't know what year it is. Don't know what game we're playing. I'm confused.
It happens. It happens. We're talking a second energy as well to the Moltres. We just have to be saying you didn't have Magneton. You're not going to have Magneton. But
And also as well, the display from the opponent,
biar ada.
double Magnemite opening, no Darkrai, no Drudagon. I'd probably go aggro with Moltres as well.
yeah, especially since turn 2 he just hands attached and attacks. Let's see. I
Apakah dia
hate
mundur
that sound effect,
kakinya?
by the way. That's my like least favorite sound
Oh, I
effect.
love it.
You
I
like
love
it? It sounds like
It's so
some bird
good.
dying.
Tapi kalau mundur,
I'm not happy with
dia
it.
ngebiarin kita
Jeez.
ngehit sesuatu.
Now I'm
Yes.
taking offense.
It has-
Giovanni,
it-
40.
I think I like it because you won't mistake it for
Nice,
anything
nice.
else,
That's true.
right? You'll know that someone
Jadi
equipped
kita
an
bisa di
item
one hit
because it is
sama
a
ini ya.
weird noise.
It is a
So that's
very
why I
weird
like it.
noise.
Oke, Kabutop saja
Shaman's
yang maju.
back with a vengeance.
I went into the raid, by the way. Sorry about that. But yes, we have third energy. I'm waiting for the day we get a tool jammer, which is so tool jammer essentially you have to like it's
Ini nggak ada fosil yang kebuang ya di sini, kepake semua sih.
And when
Kayak
it's
tadi
in the
kebuang.
active spot with the tool on it,
Ini
it shuts
si
off the other
Kabutop
active
ini.
Pokemon tool.
Oh, right, okay.
So like it doesn't work. For
Now, is there a
thing.
tool jammer?
I mean, you could tool jam the tool jam, but I think you're both just jamming the tool jam.
You
Doing that-
both
Semoga
just
dapat
jamming.
terampar dos ya.
Yeah.
It turns into a musical at that point.
I mean, we could be a jam band with that.
There you go. That would be funny though if it's just two tool jammers just looking at each other like I don't know what to do. Yeah. That would be kind of interesting to like use a card to stop your opponent using a card.
Yeah.
Right? It would get kind of weird. But it'd be interesting to turn off like a cape, right? And then the
Mhm.
health goes down. That'd be kinda
Exactly.
cool.
They gonna get knocked out. I support it. We're going to Drudagon though, and that Electon
Okay.
Magneton is getting set up and bench, but still no Darkrai to be seen.
And look at the difference in the game as well. With no Darkrai, this Moltres can
Anjir,
kind of
dapat
do what
dong.
it wants.
Dapat aja.
Right? Like it could just attack if it wants, it could do whatever because
Hilang lagi,
Darkrai isn't
kampret.
just going 20 every time.
Kurang
So
pantas ya.
it's
Misty
it's
nih harus
looking
di bumi angus
pretty
kan.
good.
Bro.
It's giving
Dapat.
Kytheon time to just ramp up
Dapat.
and be very comfortable and also giving Shaman time to heal because Shaman helps offset Darkrai a little bit.
For sure.
But if Darkrai's not even on the board, Shaman's just
Comeback
heal,
is
heal, heal. And the longer the
real.
game goes on, the more healing that one card
Comeback
has
is
done, so the
real.
more value it's getting.
Comeback
So
is
it
real.
lets the Moltres
Comeback
attack
is
pretty
real.
freely here.
Anjing
This is-
Cyrus
The Leaf
bahagia
Magnezone
dah.
could just blitz this.
Anak
Yeah, Leaf
Dajjal,
Magnezone
Guru
would take this guy
Kentut,
out. We
Burik,
still need to find
Tai
a Charizard as well. We had to
Udah pakai
sacrifice.
Sabrina, pakai Cyrus
Semi-sacrifice
anjing.
with that Pokemon Communicator to take that take that Charizard and turn it into a Charmander, and now we can't find it. So hopefully it won't be too late here.
Magneton going to get the work done. Obviously, it does have the type advantage against Moltres. So 60 damage. You know, Magneton not really known for its high damage output, but 60 plus the extra type advantage is going to be enough. Charmeleon going to jump in. Of course, Shaman not exactly going to do well against it.
Yeah.
Oh, it's going to be another Moltres pickup. So it's probably going to have to be retreat, right?
Are we gonna have a retreat? I mean, if we think they don't have Magnezone, we could two-turn hit maybe into the Charmeleon, but I don't know.
Oke, catat seperti biasa karena nggak ada basic lain ya pasti catat.
Oh, it's tricky. This
Jaminan catat guys
Magnemite
kalau main
living
fosil guys. Enak.
is awful for Kytheon here because
really
if the
is.
Magnemite didn't live, a small part of me, if I
Kita
was
udah punya
a
Wild Ember,
Charizard player,
kita
would
butuh
consider
yang
like
lain, dome
Sabrina
fosil
the
dan
Drudagon back in and not attacking.
Yeah.
And
very
you'll wait
true.
until you've got Charizard, but they're just Sabrina Magnemite
Ember.
and it's like they either retreat it
Gak tahu
or
habis
you knock
ini
it out,
dapat
and
ini
then you
langsung
may
ya.
as well just hit the Magneton.
Kalau
at
dapat
that point.
Aerodactyl
So,
langsung,
yeah, I'm gonna
GG
stick
sih.
around and go for the hit.
Yeah, he's going to swing for it. I guess this we're just betting they don't have the Magnezone.
Oh wait, 60. Oh, it's not enough. I wondered whether this set up a knockout
Oh,
if they Oh yeah,
that's
never mind.
concede.
Yeah. Oof. Well, just like that.
Well, then we get
So
set
that's
up for the next
1-1
one.
now, right?
Yep,
Teleport,
1-1 in the
ini
set.
route biasa.
So,
That was a much more
Bakal
straightforward
dilakuin.
game than game one.
yeah, a lot more straightforward. Give me 1 second here.
Lama
Letting them
sekali
get
dia
set up
berpikir
now.
lawan fosil doang. TKCC
and then
nih
we'll be
bro,
getting into our
nggak
next
usah berpikir lah.
match. And then swing for it. I guess this. Let's see.
TKCC nih bro.
Sorry, let me quickly get something
Oh,
here.
Do you want a bracket update?
Oh, how's the bracket looking? Give us that information.
There's 2 players in the top 4, both Gyarados Greninja. One beat a Charizard.
No.
And one beat the Rampardos Lucario has fallen, unfortunately.
No, that is
to the
so...
Gyarados Greninja.
That is so sad. That is
Dom
so
Fossil,
sad.
nice.
I can't
Kabuto,
even.
nice.
Sorry to be the bearer of bad news.
Not the
If you don't like
Charizard.
Gyarados.
Cool.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I don't know how I feel
cool.
about Gyarados being so far
Nggak apa-apa, gini
into
aja dulu.
this match.
I think just everyone who plays in your tournament specifically loves Gyarados, right? There was such high numbers before the expansion, and now there's still like people getting it done. It's
all
impressive.
over again for sure. And you would have thought, especially
Sebenarnya aku
seeing
butuh
how
banget
it played
Sabrina
in
ya,
other tournaments
Sabrina
this week, the Gyarados
satu.
would
Cuman
not
nggak ada
be
slot
2 out of the
guys.
4.
Bingung
But
siapa yang
here we
dibuang.
are. Drudagon is gonna get started here.
Profesor Richard nggak
According to the
mungkin.
best start that Luke could
Tadi
be
aku udah
asking
coba
for,
buang, jelek.
Pythion does have that Moltres, but they're gonna be looking for another basic. But because the first Pokeball does hit a Moltres, it's about a 66% chance Charmander, which we do hit here.
Menarik.
Let's have the follow-up as well. Pretty nice. Just the Pokeballs into research. It's kind of the start you want in nearly every deck, right? It's just absolute maximum card draw. Get the setup down and start dancing with the Moltres. So this is going to be looking pretty good, obviously, depending on the flips.
Yeah, let's
from
see.
Pythion.
Kita belum tahu ya. Kita butuh itu sih. Butuh
One.
school.
We get 2 energies, pretty nice.
Okay. 2's really good. Yeah.
Oh, and they're
Oh,
attaching to the Moltres.
okay.
Are we gonna see that like Dawn aggro attack that you mentioned earlier?
Dia cuma kenain
That
kita
would be-
90.
Yeah, it could be Dawn or it could be Leaf.
50.
Right?
Oke,
One or the
40
other.
ya.
We could see a
Could
Leaf
work.
back.
Mm.
That'd be really nice.
And
Kalau dia
again,
jadi galet ya.
no Darkrai.
Let's see. So we have their Darkrai does
Oh,
appear.
never mind.
It does come down.
Didn't last long, did it?
It
Anjir,
never lasts
Catotnya
long.
buang.
I was actually surprised how
Buang.
long we went without seeing a Darkrai last game. Yeah, last game.
Yep.
So let's.
20 ya kira-kira ya. Gili-gili ya.
Yeah, this suddenly now is going to start
Teleport
stacking
kah?
huge pressure onto this Moltres, and these are
Ini siapa?
this potential
Terlihat,
aggro option might not look too
Oh, aku
appealing
pikir dia
now
langsung
because the
jadi.
Drudagon's going to deal 20, the Darkrai's going to deal 20,
Rampardos,
which is going to start
anjir,
really pushing it
schoolnya
down.
mana,
So
bro?
I can definitely see now a potential
Epic,
pivot to just leave this in and dance again. Yeah, and it looks like that's going to be the plan.
Yeah,
And
no
just
reason
go,
not
okay,
to.
well now there's Charmeleon, there's likely to be a Charizard available in the near future. So just start ramping and like do the Charizard thing, right? Do plan A.
Totally agreed. Yeah, I think once you can do the Charizard thing, sometimes doing the Charizard thing is just the best thing to do. Especially once a mount is getting set up like this. So, I would assume we're probably going to see retreat next turn, but also, we kind of don't want to take that early damage from the
hantam-hantaman
Drudagon
pakai
either.
ini.
I mean, you do 110,
Gas.
you get essentially 130 from that Drudagon attack, and it's 150 from Darkrai. He's already at 2 energies. Do we... Maybe we have to actually hit with Moltres. Maybe they actually have to hit with Moltres.
Duh,
to
Kranidos,
work through that map.
anjir udah lengkap sih ya.
Yeah, that's the
Apa
problem,
isi
isn't it?
terus?
With no shaming, it's not going to help discount some of the damage. But this is the issue when you have a kind of one-dimensional deck. It's like just Charizard go, right?
Yeah.
It's just like, well, now when there's 2 Drudagons and
Tanker
the
bagus nih.
Magneton to hit through, it's
Aman ya.
the real. I think it's probably the real strength of this build of
Gua
Darkrai
pukulannya
is
terus.
you are pretty resilient to Sabrina because you have so many non-EX Pokemon in the build that Pokemon that do this, like Charizard,
Yuk
they're just
kita lihat
gonna
apa
go
yang
hit,
dilakuin
hit,
sama
hit,
dia
and
guys.
don't really get the job done.
Yeah.
We're gonna use
pukul-pukulan
now
gak
this
jelas ya.
Moltres to start chunking. Okay.
I think this is a good idea, honestly, to swing with the Moltres. So, get the 70. Do you think they'll retreat here, or do you think they'll just sacrifice this Drudagon?
It really depends because if they have Magnezone, I don't know. The game feels in a tough spot at that point, right?
Yeah.
If they have Magnezone, Magnezone Leaf. Sorry, I mean with the retreat.
Sisa 5 di sisa 4.
If they have that, then the game ends.
Kita
If they
Profesor
don't
baru
have
udah
that,
2. Ya Profesor udah 2.
I think they necessarily have to retreat. I feel like Leaf might get better value somewhere else.
Let's see.
Also, just
Ayo
depends if they have
teman-teman,
it
nggak
as well,
apa-apa,
right?
mungkin
Which
galet
we
kan.
don't know, but we're saved.
I honestly am so
Gimana
glad we
berarti
have
gimana
Shaman.
sih?
I think Shaman, the more we played without Shaman this game, it kind of became more
190.
noticeable how important it is to. I really like this.
Ayo nggak
Shaman,
apa-apa,
actually.
ayo teman-teman.
If we
I like
had-
that the card exists. It's the same with
Nah, school,
Combi,
Mom.
right?
Mhm.
Combi has not been, I think, played as much as I thought people would be messing around with it and testing it. But it's a cool card to exist because it gives you that option, just like Shaman does, and a few others, of course, as well. Where like you pay for a powerful effect with it being a weak Pokemon on the board, right? That you can't really get rid of. So I
Ayo,
like that it
penuh-penuhin
exists, and we've seen it
energi
get
lo, ayo.
value, right? Just in this match, as you said.
So much value. I like Combi
Iya,
as well, like what
kirain
you're saying. It's
apaan?
like attack and get a basic Pokemon put onto your bench. I think that could be
Mhm.
so strong.
Kenapa
Obviously,
sih?
you probably
Nggak
only
ngerti
want to
deh.
use it turn 1 before it can get
Sampai
KO'd.
tinggal 2
But
kartunya Mew doang.
this like passive ability here on Shaman, so nice. You can hide him on the
Yeah.
bench. Yeah, maybe this should be the Shaman Go Burr deck instead of the Dinos Go Burr. Let's see here.
So there's no Giovanni in this Darkrai deck, so this Magneton isn't going to get it done on its own versus the Moltres, but there is still the energy attack for
Iya, banyak
Darkrai,
banget
so there
ini.
could just be a normal attack to go through.
Yeah, we could see that, that's for sure. Get a KO between the two kind of seems really nice. And Charizard survived some attacks with that plan. Like, if we have to put Charizard up after this. Question is, they haven't
Dua
used
lawan
Cyrus
dua ya.
or
Biar kita
Sabrina,
full.
right? Guess it doesn't matter.
Apakah Mew datang?
I like this
guys?
as well. I like the energy on the Druddigon. The 20 damage
Oke,
on the
dia
Moltres
die
doesn't
ya.
change anything. So
The
get it on the
end of
Druddigon
game.
and have it at least as an option
GG
in the game to
Roti
retreat.
helmet
Because
nggak
it
ngaruh.
won't really matter on any of the others.
Roti helmet nggak ngaruh. bro.
Because this,
100%.
yeah, this Magnezone is toast, I imagine.
Yeah,
Anjir,
I
Mew
agree.
doang sama Garde
Magnezone's gonna
2.
go down
Gila,
here.
kocak sih ini orang.
It's too bad we made Shaman earlier.
Nggak mungkin
because
Mew
there's
exit terakhir
Moltres
dong.
who's still, you know, it could
I
get
think this is
Cyrus.
Aneh.
Probably just game at
Oh,
this
Kakao,
point,
Zak.
right?
Kakao.
Because they knock out the Magnezone, and then they
Yeah.
can Sabrina, probably the Druddigon.
And I mean, even if they like, we're all sick here. Even if they do Cyrus up that Moltres, this Darkrai can't one-hit KO it to do attach
Right.
damage. It'll be at 20 health. We can still hand attach or X speed and retreat. We're in a really good spot.
Bye.
Here. Cyrus
Yeah.
does come down, but I don't think it's gonna be enough.
It's huge, right? Because this Shaman
Catat nggak
has
kepake sama
healed
sekali ya guys dari
more
awal.
than twice in this game,
Yeah.
which has kept
more.
the
Kadang
kept
emang
the
butuh
Moltres
banget
up,
sih catat sih. Ya,
which
gimana ya?
is
Nggak jadi
massive.
duluan.
It doesn't mean it's over yet, because there would have
Kalau
to
nggak ada
be
catat bener-bener
a
ngebreak ngaco
some
guys.
kind of
tuh.
retreat
Biarin
option.
begitu aja.
But we can see now there is with the X
Yep.
speed. There we go.
Really nice X speed.
So Charizard looks like he's going to take it. I do have to quickly run and let Waffle out though. So excuse me, 1 second.
Sounds like a
Sorry.
plan.
Karena ini butuh
But
energinya
yeah,
satu.
so really nice
Jadi,
here getting that
buat
Charizard
maju
back
mundurnya
in the
enak,
active
guys.
spot with X speed.
Nggak pakai
And
X-Speed
with
juga
that, that's
asik.
gonna be a 200 attack, and that's gonna be game
Oke,
3
kita lawan
going
Darkrai
to
ya.
Pythion, who's gonna take the set. I did forget to those points up. Sorry about that, guys. And with that, we're gonna be going into our top 4 now.
Oh.
I do, at least I
Penny pick.
believe everyone. Yep, everyone is
Lawan
done in
Dex
that top
Golipet.
4. All right, in the top 8. We can quickly go check
Aku
to
riset
see
dulu, guys.
what our top 4 is gonna look like. But really exciting to see that
Oke,
Charizard
Skull Fossil
sitting
2.
there up on the top. So let's quickly go to standing. So I did misclick there. We're
Semoga
going
dapat
to our
Bom
top
Fossil.
4. We are gonna run these asynchronously.
Lihat tadi Rampardos nggak
but
bisa jadi 2 ya.
my
Eh,
God.
tapi tadi hampir
Who
sih.
was
gitu.
talking about Darkrai again? I'm sorry. Who was talking about Darkrai? Our top 4 is 3 Gyarados and a Who was talking about? Who was talking about about some Darkrai again? I don't think
20
I've ever
kurang
met
10
a
sisa 1.
Darkrai. With that,
Kalau
we're
dia
gonna quickly
ini ya,
let
berubah ya.
our first top 4 match get started.
Anjir.
Hey, sorry, I'm back.
Pede banget nih orang.
We have 3 Gyarados and a Charizard in our top 4.
Did 3 make?
I'm
That
sorry.
is crazy. Do we even have an expansion?
Yeah, what? I don't know what an expansion is. I've never even heard of one.
Oh, hang on, no, we've definitely got an expansion because there's that new Shaman card they released.
Mendingan tadi mukul
We
biasa
do
ya.
have a Shaman card in this one, but interestingly enough, there is one other. Well, we have a couple others. There's the Cyrus as well, gonna be in Kai's. But we're gonna get that up as quickly as possible here. We're gonna watch that Charizard point of view
Keren
again,
sih.
I think.
Rampardos ini
But
bikin
obviously a much worse matchup
deck-
for Charizard.
deck
in my
apa?
opinion.
fosil jadi
Also, a
keren
fair
banget,
matchup
guys.
in terms of time zones because I believe they're both from Japan.
Ah,
Or at
yes.
least that's what their flag says on the
Sedap.
website.
It
So
looks like
at least
it.
they're both as potentially tied as each other. The most honourable way to
sedap,
play, of
guys.
course.
Sedap
Very,
sekali.
very true. They're both
Gak
as
apa-apa kita
tired.
bikin mati itu di depan.
So I'm gonna
Kita udah
start
siapin
getting
ini ya.
that.
Jadi kalau
Four
kita ngekill
ready.
ini
I guess it's
dia
semifinals,
nggak bisa berubah.
Hmm.
Okay.
And we're staying in here, right? Because it's Kaifeon.
Yeah, we're gonna say same thing.
GG bos.
Cool.
GG nih bos.
Yeah, what a top 4. 3 Gyarados and
GG nih bos.
Charizard. Did not see this one. Excuse me, did not see this one coming at all.
Yeah, this was not on my bingo sheet for this weekend. I was 99% sure we were gonna have way too many Darkrai's here,
Teng, teng,
but
teng,
instead we're gonna have a really fun matchup
Teng,
between
Nggak bisa berubah ya?
Key
Harus mundur ya?
5, 3, 4, 2
Teng, teng,
and
teng, 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 teng. 3 poin dengan mudah. Enak banget
Yeah,
ya.
this should be good. I'm
Tapi aku nggak
looking
pede
forward
sih,
to this.
lupa
Sort of an old school
Belum
matchup.
ketemu
But just checking the
Pokemon
deck
meta si
lists
Darkrai belum.
here, if there's anything super new. There's a Cyrus in the Gyarados list.
Yeah.
So there's one Cyrus in there, one Misty. So that's something that is going to be important to bear in mind. That there
Oke,
is
kita
only
lihat
that
di
one.
sini,
So
guys.
if they whiff a Misty on screen, that's it for the
Pada
game. Right?
akhirnya
Like, there's no
Gyarados
second one that can
Ninja,
maybe
guys.
save them.
Iya, Gyarados.
But they do have the Cyrus to have double
Tetep
leaf
deck
in there as well.
Ajib
But
sih,
other than
Gyarados
that, it's just,
Ninja.
you know, 2 Druddigon, 2
Karena
Greninja
Druddigonnya
line, 2 Gyarados.
di ini ya.
The straightforward plan. And
Di
obviously
buff
we did
ya.
just see that Charizard Moltres, which is Charizard Moltres with a Shaman, which, again, weirdly enough, could have
Jepang
large
lawan Jepang,
impact here
guys.
because they're against the Greninja, which is like
Finalnya.
old school Darkrai at this point.
Yeah, it's a little bit of
Deck
that. So
Darkrai kalah sama
let's see
Charizard.
how it works out, but it's gonna be really interesting. So
Charizard
sad
lawan
though, not
Darkrai
to,
lagi.
I don't know. I'm
sama
kind of
Magnesium
happy
kalah
and
lagi.
sad at the same time not to have Darkrai.
Padahal
in
aku
top
pakai
4.
tadi aku
but-
kalahnya sama Misty doang,
it's
guys.
definitely
Kalau
surprising,
aku ketemu
but I
Charizard
do
mah aku yang
think,
menang.
we spoke
Yakin
about
aku.
it right at the start of the show, right? Where
Real bro,
just because
asli.
a deck is good in the first couple of days
Yeah.
doesn't mean it's going to be
GWP aja
bad,
kita
but it doesn't mean it's going to continue to be as good, right? Or as
100%.
dominant. And this is, of course, just one tournament, but it shows that the deck's not unbeatable, right? There are these
100%.
other
Druddigon way
decks that are doing
broken.
well. And I
Iya.
think people will only get better at playing against it because I
Mhm.
mean, we've lost our minds commentating it. Never mind playing. You're trying to be like, well, if I heal for this much, they damage for that much on that turn. They equip an edge
much
on that
math.
turn and do this on that turn. It's a lot of forward thinking. So I'm sure Darkrai will continue to develop, but also so will the
Nah,
rest of
ini
them.
butuh nih.
100%,
Kita
just like you're
butuh.
saying. And
Oke, kita lihat top 4 ya.
even if
Ternyata
Sorry,
bukan
you
final,
start
ini
this
top
matchup.
4.
I have now got to go and tuck
Druddigon
him in.
lawan
Sorry.
For sure,
Charizard.
for sure. So Kai's got a
Oke-okean
pretty
koin
nice
nih.
start here. I think both decks are kind
Antara
of getting the
Moltres
start that
dan
they want. Kaition does
Misty.
have that Moltres in the active spot
Dan
and
break-breakan
Charmander on that
game
bench,
ya.
but no energy just yet to power up that Moltres. We are going first, so no hand attached this turn. But on the side of Key or Kai, we are starting with Druddigon and a Froakie, but we're really gonna want to find that Gyarados here because without
Misty,
Magikarp,
selalu
we
Misty.
can never evolve into that Gyarados.
Benci gue sama Misty.
So we do immediately have Charmeleon now. We're gonna have that Infernal Dance come down. We're gonna want as 2, maybe 3 energies, but even 1 will be nice. It will still be up in energy here. And so let's see. We're just getting started. Welcome back. Welcome back.
It's looking
And
pretty good so
see.
far, right? I see a Moltres, I see a Charmeleon already. That's kind of ticking the old
Nice.
Charizard boxes.
Yep, but no energies.
Bukan
Still
masalah
picking
berapa banyak
the
kartu,
Moltres
guys.
box.
Seberapa kualitas itu kartu. Menurut buang.
Yeah, I'm used to that at this point. I tried Charizard the other day, just to test it out and see how it felt with like Pokemon communication, for example.
Yeah.
And I just kept whipping Moltres. I was like, yeah,
No.
Pokemon communication's great, but having no energy isn't though. So it is what it is.
Yeah, can I have a
Lack of
Manaphy?
Magikarps. Yeah. Some of the decks I've thought about playing Manaphy in are have been interesting.
Jadi attack kita ya.
Because like you can just attach it, right? And it's like a lot of Pokemon use colorless, so it's fine. But we'll see how that develops maybe. But again, just another game where
Udah punya
Magikarp, just
Rampardos,
like earlier
enak
on in the day, Magikarp just wasn't showing up on time.
School Fossil,
So they're kind of
Aerodactyl,
all in on
nggak
Greninja,
punya ini ya.
which is not quite what you're after here. Is it?
Yeah, we're gonna need that Magikarp still. I mean, just a Frogadier getting powered up on the bench is not
Udah mau pas school ya.
where Kay wants to be.
I think
but
ini
we're
2
gonna
ya.
Inferno Dance
School
again.
sama Dom kita buang lah.
And we don't even get the option of doing that Dawn maneuver we've been talking about the last couple of turns either. Let's see if we get some more heads
Dom
this
jangan.
time.
Kalau school agak bahaya tuh. Lalu tuh Kabutop.
Well, at least
Satu,
both players are
dua,
getting at least
tiga.
kind
Nice,
of
dapat.
as rough a go as each other.
Nah,
Because
Dom Fossil
one
ini
thing
kita
to
buang.
bear in mind as well, I mentioned it
Langsung
right at
ganti.
the start of the match, where the Gyarados players only playing one Misty,
Jangan
Yeah.
which
dibuang.
means
Kan ini catat
every
mati.
turn that Magikarp isn't on board gaining energy, it's even less likely to be able to make a comeback because even if the game goes long, you only get one go at like the high roll Misty, right?
Narik
So
ya.
it's not like, oh well, I got Gyarados late, but then I
Narik
can
ya.
try and roll 2 Misties on it one after another to
Narik
try and
ya.
gain some energy. They only have the one, which means
Yeah.
all these turns while they're not stacking a Magikarp is frankly a bit of a disaster.
Yeah, huge disaster here. I mean, we're gonna have to basically pray for a Misty to hit, and this deck is only running one Misty for Kay. Okay, we have one.
Okay, they got one.
One.
Narik ya.
It's probably a big sigh of relief. Normally not happy at one, but after the start they've had,
Di Sabrina
one's
kesini aja.
more than enough.
Di Sabrina
Yeah,
kesini aja.
one is way more than enough, but over 9 coin flips, 1 heads.
Yeah,
I don't know.
not the
about
best.
this. We hit a basic, but it's not Magikarp.
Yeah, still not Magikarp is crazy.
Yeah.
It's so slow, and again, funnily enough, the Shaman coming in clutch, right? These Greninja hits are normally a bit of a disaster because it's pushing Pokemon, low health, it's causing some problems, and Shaman doesn't just solve that completely, but it helps a
For
lot,
sure.
especially because there's no Gyarados. Suddenly, you need to stay above a much lower number because it's just Greninja pressure, right? Or an 80 from Greninja, for example, against the Charizard, which is much more easily manageable with the help of Shaman.
Bye, motherfucker.
Yeah. Oh, it's seeming a lot of a softer blow with this Shaman here. It's not only helping Darkrai, it's helping Greninja too.
Goodbye, bitch.
Oh. I imagine it's not Magikarp. Okay, they got Magikarp finally. Are we going to see Misty? Maybe now?
Okay, so we have Magikarp.
Kamu udah jadi Kingler.
We have
Udah jadi
find
Kingler.
our lovely Misty here.
Kalau nggak Misty bisa apa?
I guess now we're in a bit of time. We're gonna start moving this.
Kalau nggak bisa
probably
kalau
the
nggak
Charizard
Misty
into
bisa
the
apa,
active spot.
guys?
But
Yeah, they do run a Sabrina.
yeah.
So if you sort of play the game out, it's like Charizard knocks out Druddigon, they put the other Druddigon in, but then you can Sabrina it and force out the Greninja. The problem is that enough time for them to get to Gyarados? Because if it is, you kind of your goose is cooked.
Exactly. The goose will be cooked.
Bye bye,
We are
concede.
in XP, which is gonna save an energy
Nice.
on the Moltres, meaning we could Dawn in the future. So
Belum ketemu deck meta nih. Butuh ngelawan deck meta,
let's see
cuy.
here.
Charizard mana, Moltres mana?
Yep, so we
But they
swing
have to
first.
just knock this one out
Yep.
because a Sabrina wouldn't do anything. Like nothing will do anything basically. So that's just is what it is.
Kaition ya.
what else can be
Yang
achieved now? Because the opponent gets to just choose whatever
karena
they
ini
want to jump
Gyarados
in. Yep,
nge-break.
not
Ini
too much of a
jeleknya
surprise it
Gyarados
being a
Greninja
Drudagon.
gitu, guys.
The Greninja, although it can push some damage, they just
Tapi
want
tetap
as much
aja
stall
sih
as possible.
bisa comeback
Exactly.
And they'll
gara-gara
be
Misty.
a-okay
Biasanya aku gitu.
if this Charizard has to blow another 2 energy taking this out in one go.
Yeah, they won't have a problem with that at all. We'll go down to, well, yeah. If we can hit Dawn, definitely zero problem. Otherwise, like, maybe we
It's
could.
funny as well, right? Because if this Charizard has to hit the Drudagon and there's, what, 10 heal, it would go up to 100. Oh, well, it's different now with the Magikarp, but if Sabrina came down, they'd probably just sack the Magikarp, right? And have the Greninja go in and attack for 100
Yeah, I agree.
to knock it out, which would be huge. But Charizard now is wearing a cape. It's a stylish individual.
Wow. He's
Tadi
very
kita lawan
stylish
deck meta,
Charizard.
ding. Lawan Magnezone Darkrai ya, menang ya.
Wanna give that point.
He's just gonna have to dunk that in, yeah.
Swing for 200.
But now it
again.
means without Gyarados, this cape's actually clutch, right?
Yeah, it's so nice right now. Unless we hit Misty Gyarados next turn, it's
Ini
really nice. Were you gonna
Darkrai
Sabrina?
Green, Darkrai
There's
Magnezone. Lawan Darkrai, guys.
We have 40 seconds. Let's not run out of time again.
I guess it.
Kita butuh school doang nih.
This is
buat
like the
bantai Darkrai.
safe sort of way to play it, right? Because if they put that in, you get to slash. If they put anything else in, you kill the stuff with the energy on. And this means that there's no funny business by taking the 20 damage, right? So now whatever they put in, they should be able to knock out unless it's exactly Misty Gyarados, which by now with the draw, it could be.
Anjir, Candidas, Rampardos, udah oke.
As I believe that's conceded. I don't
Yeah.
read the language, but I know what that box looks like.
It's cool,
Know what the box looks like for sure. That's gonna be game one for Tytheon then. Will Charizard be able to 2-0 this Gyarados in top 4?
It's tough because both decks didn't do super well. Obviously, Moltres with the low rolls on the flips, but also just, especially because of the one Misty, if Magikarp is delayed, it's so much more difficult to come back into the game, right? Because you don't get those early turns of beefing up a Magikarp. Even if your Gyarados is delayed, it's fine as long as you can get energy on the Magikarp. But with that being like not, we saw it in an earlier match as well, where Magikarp just didn't come out early, and then you're just so far delayed, and delayed is not what you want versus Charizard, right? Because you can start getting this work done. But I love seeing the cape. The cape did save the day.
Yeah, the cape was really nice. I think it obviously did a lot of work for potentially staving off a Greninja attack. We're gonna start here with Tytheon versus K again into game 2. I mean, it doesn't look like we have a Charmander, but just to note, Charmander does want to KO a Magikarp.
Nyesel aku, guys.
But it does cost you an
Us as well. Just another shout out to Shaman. I've seen Shaman heal more in this like couple of hours than I have since the expansion came out. It's doing a lot of work.
This Shaman is MVP.
Ini helmnya nih babi.
Okay, so we are communicating.
Masa nggak boleh haras ya?
Yeah, makes sense. Charizard, no point having that in hand if you've not got a Charmander. And speaking of which, there you go, perfect. Oh, probably my favorite card to actually play. As in just the tactile experience of like clicking that, having the box come up. Yeah, I'll throw this card I can't use away or don't want, and probably get a card I do want. It's just, I love that card. Probably my favorite card of the set, honestly.
Same here. They have Leaf. They just showed it. Please do it. Leaf, attack. I want to see it.
It has to be worth. Right?
It has to be worth.
Rampardos bisa one shot tuh, guys. Sebenarnya.
You're not gonna leaf back from a Drudagon to attack a Roki. Like, I feel like this is really worth here.
And they run 2x speeds, right? So there's a decent chance that they could hit an X speed and get that back out again, and get the Moltres back in to start ramping quick. Oh yeah.
Yeah, 100%.
Leaf gamers.
Tapi semoga langsung dapat
Now we're gonna hit him with the Ember.
so down for this. I'm so excited. I feel like I accidentally manifested
Cool,
this
please.
for Kay though.
Oh,
Sorry,
Oh, yeah.
Kay.
Jeez, if you wanted the Gyarados to lose, just say so.
I'm a Charizard stan. I have admitted this from, I feel like, week
nggak bisa
1.
guys.
I'm a Charizard
Ini harus
stan.
di.
Also with 3, I don't know if we even had
Yes,
have
ada
had
dapil.
actually a
Nggak
double
tahu ya kalau
Gyarados.
dia langsung jadi macam
Finally, yes.
memang.
I'm
Okay.
just staring at this Magikarp, and I really hope that they held
Jibat
the
udah
Magikarp and being like, oh, I'm gonna bait him into December
second
big
turn.
time. I really,
No.
and they're just like, yeah, I've just got it sat here waiting anyway. It's all good. That would have been so funny.
It's terrible. Don't bet against
Jadi
the
macam sih
Charizard.
ngajak ribut
I'm
asli.
not betting against it. I'm just saying it would be fun. Look, when I'm casting, all I care about is if am I entertained? Okay, am I having a good time? So yeah, it would have been funny just if we'd seen the other hand and they just held the card. It would have been so good.
That would be
It's
really
like,
good.
and then they're chuckling to themselves like, wow, you embedded
Udah
that.
telat ya.
You used a leaf.
Wasted 2 energies. Can't believe it.
Yeah.
Langsung
Imagine.
jadi macam sih ngajak ribut sumpah.
This is still looking good though. Moltres down. Charmeleon evolved. All good. Ramping up that energy.
Cepet banget jadi
All
anjing.
evolved, just
So-
ramping it up. Happy go lucky for Kytheon right now. 3rd energy though on that Magikarp. Ouch. I wonder
Yeah,
if we
things
have
are starting to
Gyarados.
escalate.
Okay, we're not evolved yet.
It's tricky though as well, right? Because
Nak
in this
babi.
scenario, it's who can force the bad play first.
Yeah.
Because normally, like obviously, it's not like, oh, I've got Gyarados quickly, I'll bring it in. It's like, well, Charizard can then just come in and nuke the Gyarados. So you've got to work out where you want to sit here. And without Greninja, because the other games have had like an earlyish Greninja in them,
Nak babi di Mars, cok. Anjing.
without a Greninja applying pressure, the Moltres can chill. Because it just doesn't, nothing happens, right? So
Langsung
they can just
jadi.
have time to build up this
Babi dari
Charizard
awal udah
and
keselin
jump in
banget.
whenever they want.
Yeah, I mean,
Second turn
that's like the
gitu.
worry I feel like of stalling for both of these decks is that Charizard can get evolved up, it can get powered up, but so can Gyarados, and Gyarados has a lot more 1-point attackers though than Moltres does.
Kita pasar
But
nggak
for
masalah
sure,
kalau
this
fosil
matchup
udah
often
di
reminds me of
tanah
even like the
semua ya.
mirror match between Charizards, where whoever brings in that finisher last wins.
Right.
So I
yeah.
don't know about this play, but I guess Charizard's not set up, so it's not a huge deal. But it's not a huge deal because it's not set up. But
Start gitu.
otherwise,
Yeah,
a
this-
bit of a problem, and we're seeing
Yeah,
that here. Where's the internet?
Like that's
fall?
how brutal the Moltres flips were then. If Moltres hit 1 energy instead of 0, this play
Lo
couldn't
lihat
have
ya,
happened, right? They
Gyarados
couldn't have just put
tuh tampilnya
Gyarados
cepet,
in. So the fact that that exists is huge. Charizard does technically live if there's no Greninja, but with no
Nah,
cape,
kita lawan deck
there's no
metal ya,
there's no
guys.
chance, right? If there's
Deck
a Greninja, it's
deck
over.
air ya,
If
Palkia.
there's cape, then never mind. There you
And
go.
that's
Insta
game.
concede. There it is. I was gonna say if there was a cape though, and I remember early on I was trying Charizard and I instantly put capes in, and a few people, were like, well, why have you put in cape? It's got tons of health. I'm like, but it could have more, right?
It could have
Like,
more
what if
health.
Charizard just can never get knocked out because it's got so much
Yeah.
health? So that's one of the reasons, though, right? These breakpoints are super important, especially if decks like Gyarados are going to stick around.
Yeah.
Random.
The funny note that I think of to myself though, actually, with the
Ntar
case
kita
of
langsung
Charizard,
head
Cape
pakai keran guys
allows
ya.
Charizard to be
Mati dia,
basically
50.
the
Apa
only
dia ngumpulin
Pokemon that
2
survive
energi,
the Charizard attack.
tapi dia kehilangan 1 ya.
Because they're only
Yeah,
210,
cape and blue, yeah.
but they're not the biggest health because obviously Venusaur moves to like the 210, but Venusaur's weakness
Right.
obviously offsets it. But
Yeah.
Cape on Charizard, in my opinion, seems really,
Kita
really
nggak boleh
good.
lama-lama pakai catat.
Especially because we see now with the even just right at this moment with the likes of like this much sort of
Lanigus sampai
chip
mati ya.
damage, Sabrina's with Darkrais and so on, all this stuff about just chipping away all the Pokemon, Spiritombs as well. It's like, yeah, you want all the health you can get in this game right now because there's so many dangerous cards, and it's probably only going to get more refined. Like we've seen a lot of Darkrai, but what happens in the world where people start playing Lumineon again, the Sniper Lumineon? Because, oh, you've got a Darkrai dealing 20 to Lumineon, while Lumineon's dealing 50 to the Darkrai, right? And it's just like that weird option. So there's options for that to happen going forward as well. So it'll be interesting how it develops. But we are jumping into the next game, Moltres Charmander, the perfect dream
Okay,
team
helmet.
setup.
Menarik.
And then Drudagon and an unlikely best friend Magikarp setting up in the background as well.
Yeah, for sure though. I'm really excited to see how everything continues to develop.
Tantrum sampai
But
mati
with
ya.
that Magikarp, Misty, come on. Who do you hate more, I guess? Articuno Misty or Magikarp Misty? Ouch. Oh no. Oh no.
Wow. At least Magikarp needs a card to
Dia mundur,
evolve,
Ji.
right?
Mundur.
And it's bad in its form first.
Kurang energi ya.
I'll tell you now, this is my rule when I'm playing. If someone plays an Articuno
Pada mundur,
and plays Misty on turn 1,
Dia leave.
maybe even turn 2,
Pakai mana
and they
lagi.
flip 1 heads, I instantly leave the game. I concede. I don't even let them play the game. That's how... I don't get angry, but that's how... My punishment for them is they don't get to play the game. That's how I
But they
take
get the
it.
win.
I recommend it.
You gave them the win.
They can win, I don't know, like a gold star if they want, if that's what they get. You know, it's no problem for me. I just don't want it to affect me. So they can have their little win, I walk away and have a good day. It hurts me too much.
Yeah, it definitely hurts. Okay, so I'm just like wondering if so we put a second Moltres down. Oh, we just went straight for them, bro. What else do you do?
Yeah, nothing at this point. It'll be interesting where they stack the...
Oh, dia mukul pakai favorit.
What
I was
is
gonna say it'd be
this?
interesting where to stack the energy, just to matter. This is why I can't play Charizard. I'm not as good as you. I do not have the skills to flip heads on Moltres specifically. I'm a Sea King enjoyer. I don't mind flipping coins and Jolteon, but Moltres just does not play nice. I think it laughs at me.
I'm gonna be honest, you gotta be nice to Moltres. You have to be like, Moltres, you're my best friend, buddy. Please, please, please hit the heads.
Moltres would know I'm lying.
No,
That's
you
the
just gotta
problem.
like. But the problem is then Charmeleon gets jealous, and then Charmeleon doesn't show up. But that's how we have Communicator
Right, yeah.
now to
Okay.
make
Yeah,
Charmeleon
now-
show
Dilakuin.
up.
And now you solve that problem with communication.
Yeah,
I've heard that's a good idea in all
Communication
friendships and
is
such,
key.
right? Yeah,
Dia
just
siap
communicate.
nyerang sih.
We'll be fine.
Honestly, my Charizard list name right now is called Communication is Key. But
Oh,
ouch.
there you go. Perfect.
Oh, we survived with the Cape. Cape is OP. Honestly, though, I really do feel like Cape is so strong in Charizard right now. And just like that, you can see we're going to communicate. I bet for Charmeleon because it's like the only card left in the deck. Yeah. And that's gonna... I don't know, we're still in a really bad spot. Especially because we popped the energy off of this Moltres with
It's-
the Gyarados.
It's
Gak
brutal.
bisa ya, butuh cap anjing.
Gyarados doing Gyarados things.
Yeah.
Butuh cap buat satot nih, Cok.
I think it all comes down to this. We need 3 heads. And
Well-
we didn't hit it. Buddy, what?
Okay.
Cocok deh.
Buddy, what?
Here's my advice, right? I'm not even sure if this is doable. I think it is.
Kita nggak bisa
Take
biarin
that
Manapi
Moltres.
ini.
Disenchant it for trade tokens. That's
I
what I
think
would
that
do.
Moltres might need to be disenchanted, honestly.
That's what I
Like-
would do. I'd be like, look, this is your punishment. If you're not gonna play the game, I'm not gonna play the game.
Yeah,
There you go. Be
can't-
someone else's problem. Get rid of it.
I can't even. I cannot
Sudah 4
even.
besar ya,
What was
guys.
it, 9 tells in a row by the Moltres?
I think so. Yeah. It's easier to count how many heads that happened, and it might have been 1 since this month or something with that Moltres.
Oh
That's
my gosh.
being turned into trade tokens so fast.
Yeah,
It's
straight
cursed.
to the trade tokens. My God, like you wonder how do you
Kita
pick,
lihat
how do you
standingnya
pick what disenchant the trade tokens? Go flip the coin and find out. If
Yeah,
you hit
yeah,
the tells
test the
too many
card out.
times-
That you've not performed, get in the bin. Next.
Oh,
And then I'd use
Oke,
the
kita
tokens
lihat
to
sudah
trade
top
bad
4
cards as
di
well.
mana ada
Just because it doesn't even deserve having
tadi
value.
Kay,
I'm
Kay
gonna
I
menang.
don't even want
Magikarp.
cards I want. Yeah, there you go.
Oke,
You just
satu
trade a
lagi.
50
Ini
Magikarp
Tadashi
and
sama
10
Were ya.
Gyarados or something, I don't know.
Lagi mau
And that's
tanding.
all I'd use it for. It's deserved. Brutal way to go.
honestly, I cannot believe 0 out of 9. If we could only just hit 1 time in those heads, we could have still won. The Gyarados came out way too quickly. Like I don't understand. Like
And you know what's hilarious?
Oh, kita lawan
New expansion,
Big
tons of
Poison,
cards, meta shake
Dark
up,
Rivals.
the finals of the first Ursiiday tournament, Gyarados Mirror.
But bro, what is that? I think this is the first Gyarados mirror in the finals too. This is the first Gyarados mirror in the finals. I cannot even. I feel
Jelek
so
banget
bad though. That is terrible. I hope
Nah, ini
I don't
gunanya
know how
satu,
other
guys.
countries. In the United States, they sort of saying that when you're that bad of luck, it's time to go buy a lottery ticket. But so I think I
Well,
have to go buy a Mega Million lottery ticket right now.
Okember
What are
dong
the odds
fosil,
of
nice.
Ninetales?
All,
Kita tinggal
all I
nyari
can
school ya.
say
Gak apa-apa,
is
udah.
Kaithian,
Kita
I
sekali
think,
aja
won the
catatnya.
Players' Choice Award because they played
Bisa
Shane.
berkali-kali, aman.
Honestly,
So
I think that's good.
that's the highlight for me.
Kita
Yeah,
pakai
and I
basic
genuinely
Aerodactyl
think it was
aja.
a good choice. It wasn't like a meme pick. They got through Swiss and got to top 4 with this list. So just a shout out to Kaithian there because I think the list obviously is fairly standard Charizard Moltres, but the Shaman inclusion,
tebal
especially
sekali
in this
darahnya.
meta as it stands today, in this sort of field of Darkrai as well, Greninja, so on, so on. I think it was really smart, and I think it's looked good as well. It wasn't just some overly fancy thing to sort of say, oh, people like this. It actually did work. It won, I think, at least one game with the healing.
Yeah,
it did
it did,
allow
for
the Moltres
sure.
to survive, and literally, if Shaman wasn't a card, they would have lost. So yeah, really, really cool there. So a huge respect for some good deck building choices.
100% agreed. Do you have preference on which Gyarados we watch? One swapped
Tidak,
a
Ray,
Leaf
kita
for
harus
a
memilih.
Cyrus, and the other swapped a Leaf for a Cyrus. So we are literally, I want to say a 60 card mirror, but we're not 60 cards in this game. A 20 card mirror in our
Anjir,
second
2
top
poin
four.
gampang banget didapat.
Yeah, you pick. You're the boss.
Anjir, serem gila depan
Let's go.
Wizzy.
We watched War earlier. Let's do Tadashi, I guess.
Okay,
In
sounds
channel
good.
30.
Got it.
Ya. Depan Wizzy. Gampang banget sih.
Let's see here. I'm gonna turn this down because this is loud for stream.
Yeah,
Kita balas pakai
Can't
school
hear
ya
anything
nanti
now.
baru ini.
Luckily, I know where the mute button is on Discord.
Aman aja guys.
Let's see.
Sayang aja kita buang dom fosil.
Okay, so we're gonna be getting into this game now. Second top 4. Here.
Ya langsung 30.
We'll get there.
Apakah dia
And
Koga?
we're getting into the game now.
Apakah
They're
dia
gonna get set up.
Koga?
We can get started.
Dia harus mukul
How
aku
much
sih.
Gyarados have you ran?
How much? I was not a Gyarados enjoyer in the previous set. I'll be honest.
Dia Koga?
Only because the deck felt
Apakah dia
very
pakai down?
straightforward. I think once you've played it a couple of times, it sort of is what it is, right? And I prefer either decks with sort of less meta cards or decks that are weird to play and stuff like that. So I've not played a lot, but I've played against about 8 million Gyarados.
Sayang banget
especially
ya,
in the
dom
last
fosil
set,
kita
right?
hilang.
It was everywhere. So yeah,
Ya aku harus mundur.
not my favorite deck in the world. However, there's a Kangaskhan on the screen, so at least that's
Oh my
something.
god. Wait, so it's
Something
not
little bit
a
different.
20 card
Yeah,
mirror?
basically, Ursii's just lied to everyone, Jess.
I just lied to
Think
everyone.
about that
Oh
for
my
a second.
God.
Yeah, just lied to us. We're all right here, and
How
we just
could I
took a
do that?
lie. Terrible. But yeah, I think like the deck's
Ah,
obviously
tapi
good,
Dark
right?
Rai.
Especially last set was very good.
Dia nggak ada
But to
harapan,
me, it
guys.
was just yeah, you stack the energy.
Salah ya,
Like,
catot kita biarin mati.
I'm a Blastoise
Tapi dom
enjoyer,
fosil
so I
hilang
played a
udah
good
nggak
chunk of
apa-apa.
Blastoise, but I did try to mix it up with
Cyrus
Blastoise a
juga.
little bit. But also, it's one of my top 2 favorite Pokemon, right? So that's why I like playing that deck. But yeah, Gyarados is just a bit
anjir, jadi 2 kali
feels like
hit, cuy.
boring Blastoise.
Yeah, I didn't play too much of it either. So I don't really know. I
Sama
mean,
aja sih,
I don't
tetep
really know, but
2
I'm
kali hit.
interested to see how
Susah ya
the
lawan Ursi.
semi-mirror match plays out. Obviously,
Ya, bagus.
Kangaskhan's a little bit more of an aggro instead of passive tank here. Between a Druddigon or the Kangaskhan, Druddigon can swing for upwards of 60
Gyarados lawan
damage per
Gyarados
turn,
guys.
so you can put out some early pressure. But
Kayaknya
I'm
kita sudahi
interested
dulu
to see
ininya.
how this plays out
Ininya.
between the two. And I'm sure it's gonna
Kita
really
fokus
come
nonton
down
dulu ya.
to how those Greninjas work out, as well as if we're both 4 and 4, whose energies get popped.
Yeah, I think something that's interesting as well is in this matchup, I'm not saying this game specifically, but is there a turn time
Sudah top
that you
4
want to play
besar,
a
guys.
Magikarp. Like,
Top
obviously,
4
if you have
besar.
Magikarp turn 1 and Gyarados to evolve,
Mhm.
fantastic, no problem.
Perfect.
But in the worlds where you have a Magikarp, you don't have a Gyarados, and they're starting to build a Greninja, do you play the Magikarp and energy it? Or do you have to at least like wait either till your deck gets thinner or you get that Gyarados? Because if you play Magikarp, go energy, 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 and they Greninja hit once, and then your next draw isn't a Gyarados, well, I think you've just lost at that point,
Yeah.
right? So that's something. It's a very specific scenario, of course, but it's just something to keep an eye out for if it happens. Because I confess I don't really know the answer to when's the right time. I would just always hope I drew Gyarados, but it's just something to think about because the Greninja can sort of tip the balance here, especially with the Gyarados not being able to one shot itself,
True,
right?
yeah.
So it's I think the Greninjas for me are the ones to keep an eye on in this matchup.
Completely agreed. And we're
Ini
gonna
Kangaskhan
have
double tail.
another Kangaskhan's also 4 tails now. Maybe our coin flipping for today is just not gonna work out.
Yeah, that's fine. Maybe it means I'll get good coin flips tomorrow. That's what I'm choosing to believe.
True, true, true. We'll just get the coin flips tomorrow. I believe
Yeah,
in it.
that's how it works, right?
Yeah, of course.
It's
Iya sih
like,
bener
well, I want to
kalau
say it's
bisa
like how
dibilang
Moltres works.
sekarang
If you
bukan
miss all
metanya
three,
coin
it means
flip
you'll hit
lagi
all
ya.
three the next, right?
Meta
That's
kemarin
exactly
coin
how
flip
odds
banget ya.
work.
I
I'm sure
mean,
chat will
Pick
tell
Apex
me.
sama
I'm sure that.
ini.
I mean, that's what I was hoping would happen for Kytheon after hitting
Sama
6 tails. I thought we'd get
Mythical
some
Island.
3 heads afterwards.
Kalau sekarang
Yeah, it
di
makes perfect
Smackdown
sense.
ini meta pukul,
We
guys.
do see this
One shot,
Magikarp
one
is
shot, one
starting
shot
to
gitu.
gain the energy, but
Jadi
again,
harus
no
benar-benar
evolve.
mikir.
However, as I
Metanya
sort of
Cyrus
mentioned,
banget sekarang.
there's protection from a
Jadi harus
Sabrina.
benar-benar
There's
mikir.
also, until this moment, no Greninja line being played down, right? So that's also a safety measure being
Yeah.
avoided. So, oh, there's
Ooh,
2
60
coins there.
now. So you were right. 2 tails mean 2 heads.
Yeah, there you go. See, makes sense.
Easy. So, I mean, we don't have Giovanni. I'm usually playing Giovanni, but so we're gonna need to hit another 2 heads on this Drudagon to KO it. That's annoying, but let's see here. Both are running Cyrus, so if this Drudagon retreats later, it is open to being Cyrus as well.
Yeah, I also. Oh, it's a little bit tricky because it depends on the speed of these Froakie evolutions from both players, funnily enough. But I also wonder if there's a world where you ever don't attack with the Kangaskhan with the thought to energy this turn to the Gyarados, well, or next turn, obviously, because it's not an active, and then don't attack, then energy, and then go for a potential like leaf or something to get the
Di
Kangaskhan
sini
out.
posisinya
Just to keep
ini
the
ya.
Kangaskhan and maybe a
Apa?
bit higher health, because again, if Greninjas start coming down,
Yang
Kangaskhan
bawah ini
now
lebih
could be
unggul
something that's
karena yang
like
atas
chippable
belum
if it
jadi
keeps
Greninja
taking damage. Like
juga.
if it dealt
Biar ada
30
sebelum ada
Yeah.
di
20
bawah udah
and then
ada
dealt
2
30
scrap.
again, it might be in that sort of realm of being
sih
a little
memang
bit
masih
susceptible to a
aku
Greninja
pikir-pikir
for that
ya.
extra point.
Yeah, I
Masih
can totally see
Gyarados,
that.
guys.
Yeah. Greninja is so much.
Masih
Sometimes I always
Gyarados,
forget,
guys.
but yet it can also like
Ada
swing
di
for
Alga
60
Palkia
itself.
juga, guys.
Obviously, all the chip damage.
Karena dia
Greninja is a
intinya di
formidable
sini
little
kan
guy there.
rata-rata banyak yang di one shot.
So
Yeah,
Rata-rata
have you
darahnya
seen
140
the
guys. Yang
the
140 tuh
Detective Pikachu film? Like
attack-nya
Greninjas are
Gyarados
scary
sendiri, guys.
things.
he's creepy.
They're dangerous.
He's creepy.
Yeah, they're dangerous.
And dude, the Pokemon look so creepy in that one. Even though I love Pokemon, Detective Pikachu did not make me like it. So we had 30.
Yeah, this is like worst case,
Dan Gyarados
right?
kan
Because
cuma
now
1
Kangaskhan's
EX
gone
kan.
down again.
Yeah.
Now there's
Cuman
like
Gyaradosnya
another
aja
turn
gitu.
of hitting,
Lagi
or it's
Greninja.
within. I guess at this point it's within 3, but it's just a little bit of extra damage on the Kangaskhan. And don't get me wrong though, there's always a benefit to just say, but what if I hit 2 heads, right? And then that's propelled you further into the game, which is good. But I don't know if lowering this Kangaskhan is the best idea.
I'm not sure either. I mean, it's too bad we didn't hit Frogadier last turn as well, because at least if we hit Frogadier, you would be able to like go to Greninja, shoot the Drudagon, force something else up and attack with the Kangaskhan. But this is definitely a rough. No one hitting Frogadier is making this a really awkward game, I feel like.
Yeah, this is where
Yang di
Kangaskhan
atas itu
gains the
dia pakai dua
advantage, right? If
Greninja, yang di
both
bawah
players
pakai
are kind
dua
of whiffing on
Gyarados
Greninja,
ya.
the Kangaskhan versus Druddigon, as long as you can hit some heads, obviously, at some point, uh, the Kangaskhan beats it, right? Kangaskhan was always the tank that people played before Druddigon.
Cardless.
Yeah.
But yeah, this is actually like the good part because as long as Kangaskhan knocks this out, even if then Kangaskhan's knocked out, the Gyarados is already good to go. Now, the interesting thing here is we're this deep into the game, and the top Magikarp is still just carping around and isn't even Gyarados yet, which, hopefully we don't get one of those games just for the players' sake where like it's 2 Gyarados, bottom 2 or something, right? Where it's just like, oh no.
Yeah, I totally agree.
Go for punch.
So we hit tails.
Oh, that's huge. That's so big.
Yeah, so we still get to knock it out. It's gonna be our first point. I just sit here wondering, like, is
Hoki
we're
banget yang bawah ya.
actually just
Dapat
running
head terus.
Tail
Di awal
not able
doang
to
terus
find the
double head
Gyarados, or
terus
is
head
he
1, head
baiting?
1, head
Like,
1. Yang penting
what's
konsisten sih.
happening? Because you're right, like it never feels good just to be stuck with,
Kangaskhan nggak apa-apa head 1, yang penting
stuck
konsisten.
with your little
Head aja,
Magikarp
head
up
aja.
there, and
Double tail
I don't
mulu.
know how this
Kesel
is
juga.
going to work out.
I think this could go either way because again, like the key factor is neither player is Greninja-ing.
Yeah.
So they could be holding it, but also there's not really a great reason to hold it because you've already stacked the energy.
Yeah,
right?
very true.
Like you've committed to this Magikarp.
Yeah.
It's not going anywhere now. So you've locked that in. So I think they just don't have it because why not just evolve it, right, and just have it on board ready to go. I don't think there's gonna be any surprise. Like I don't know how Tadashi would play into like, oh, I didn't think they had Gyarados, right? Like
Yeah.
what play would they have to make that good? So yeah, I think they might actually just be struggling and just not have the Gyarados.
Yeah, it's too bad. We have 4th energy. I mean, we're just gonna attack with the Froakie here?
Sorry ya guys,
I mean,
ya
this is
aku
when
ngecewain ya.
Kangaskhan wants to hit 2
Tapi
heads and
akhirnya kan
actually KO
jadi
back.
nonton
Well, this is also a
nobar
decision
bareng
in
gitu ya.
itself because there's an argument to say that you should keep stacking Magikarp.
Yeah.
Because if 2 Gyarados attack and they both discard from the same Gyarados,
Yeah, very true.
then they go down to 2, not 3, which then means they can't do their attack the following turn. It depends on turn order and who does what and when where, but it is a scenario that can happen. So there is an argument to like you need the energy overstack just a little bit in a mirror. If that comes to pass. Again, these are all very specific, like small situations, but in a mirror, those are the things you have to play for, right? Because again, and unless one of you draws very well and the other one draws poorly, a mirror is going to be close and going to be won by small margins.
100%. And just like you're saying, putting on those extra energies is so important in this mirror match. Something we talked about a little bit at the beginning as well. Like if both pop off one of the Gyaradoses, it could not be able to attack the next turn.
Anjir, sampai turn berapa ini?
That's how you lose. That's how you lose. Does look like we're gonna have a leaf. I wonder if we're gonna go on and start swinging with our Gyarados then.
I like this.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And there's no Frogadier.
Mainly because there's nothing damaged though, is there?
No.
Oof. Oh, there's an energy away from the Magikarp on the bench.
Yeah, Magikarp.
But now, like, I'm guessing this Carp just comes in. Yeah, because there's just probably Gyarados. I mean, it's the only choice they've really got because a Frogadier isn't going to tank this Gyarados either, so...
Yeah, exactly. I mean,
it?
nothing else is going to tank here. Do we... He's got to have it or he just loses. Because we're at 2 points for Tadashi.
Yeah,
Gyarados does come down. We can swing, but again, without the Greninja to put that extra 20 damage on this Gyarados,
it
doesn't seem great. I mean, we have a Misty now that can help power up this second Magikarp. Kangaskhan could potentially finish off, but still, it's a lot to ask for.
Yeah, this is probably coming down to it, right? Because the problem is, as you mentioned, without the without the Frogadier down, there's no chance of Greninja next turn, which means
Gila ini
there's not
sama-sama
enough
nge-break
damage
guys.
be able to
Seru
make
ya.
up to it. It had to be double heads from Kangaskhan.
Yeah, we're gonna need
Pokoknya kalau
double
lawan
heads of
Gyarados itu
Kangaskhan now.
sabar guys. Kita mirror matchup tuh harus sabar. Kalau
And this,
Gendi
just
kayak gini,
as an
akhirnya dia
example,
jadi kalah.
is a
kalah
reason why
sendiri.
like having a Cyrus in hand for Tadashi. It's why Cyrus isn't just better than Sabrina,
Yeah.
right? Like this is one example.
Tapi tetap
Is
aja
that
di
like, well,
gambling ya.
if they had a
Kalau
Sabrina
misalkan
and
Kangaskhannya
as opposed
double
to
head,
potentially having a
udah menang.
Cyrus, then that would just be game, no problem. So this is where Cyrus has a weakness. But again, I think the game, this one at least, is fully centered around both players just not having Greninja snipes, right?
Yeah,
like without that
100%.
20 damage going each way, the game's become very clunky.
Yeah, I mean, if we had Greninja, it would at least turn on the Cyrus even. This is just...
Exactly, yeah, 100. It would turn on that, the Kangaskhan could be already knocked out, right? Which means the game ends in the other way at this point. So there's so many different ways that Greninja impacts the deck. Everyone obviously thinks about Gyarados itself, which is powerful, but the Greninja is what like pulls a lot of the deck together with this extra damage,
Skor
especially in the
sekarang
mirror.
2 sama ya guys.
At least it's fair that neither player's done Greninja stuff. You could argue, right?
Yang bawah telat banget.
Let's see.
Okay, well,
Harus punya skill
Kangaskhan,
lagi.
give it an
Wanna do
extra
it?
energy. Give it a drink.
Give the extra energy just for luck. Extra energy for good luck. No? No.
Oh,
Honestly, Kangaskhan's gonna be mad now. He's not hitting 2 heads. Let's see. Okay. Oh,
the drink.
that's game.
Absolute schoolboy error. No, I'm joking, of course. I'm not actually. But yeah, that is
Aduh,
that's
sayang
rough.
banget yang bawah ya.
But that's the tricky matchups, right? Like again,
Sedih
you've got to
banget ya.
work with
Padahal
these
dia
weird
memimpin
ones. And
loh,
like I
tapi dia
said, at
nggak
least it was kind
sabar.
of fair, where
Dia nggak sabar guys, karena dia
both
punya
players
2
didn't have
Gyarados
Greninja.
yang
If
takut.
either one got to a single
Dia boleh
Greninja,
nyerang,
they've
kalau
won
musuh udah punya
this game,
Frogadier.
right? In multiple
Tapi
places.
seenggaknya kan tadi
So
dia punya 2 energi.
you could argue at least it was fair there, but they didn't give the
Atau udah
Kangaskhan
3
the extra drink
energi,
of water,
Gyarados di
so
bawah
it's
gitu.
not going to hit the double heads. That's definitely how the rules work.
Ah,
and
terlalu
I'm not making it
buru-buru.
up.
You gotta be nice to your Pokemon when you want them to go above average, you know? I'm just saying.
Of course, yeah. You always. Sometimes you even do other stuff where like you just
Padahal
sacrifice playable
Kangaskhan aja
cards in
terus
hand,
udah
right?
pukulin.
You've got an
Yeah.
X speed on the last turn of the game. Yeah, just sacrifice an X speed to the gods and see if that'll help.
Extra research potion, anything you need, buddy. I got it for you. Just hit me the double heads. But let's see. We're gonna be going into game 2 shortly. I don't really know what. I'm hoping we'll see Greninja this game. I'm hoping we'll see Greninja. That was very unlucky on both sides for what happened there.
Yeah,
Dari mana
Greninja
lagi?
definitely accelerates the
Bosan
game.
nungguin.
Oh, so I got really confused then because
Dari mana
I
lagi,
think
guys,
the
ya?
finals bracket isn't updated. So I nearly clicked on the wrong wrong match to look at deck list. It's all
Oh,
good.
no.
Bosan
So I was just looking
guys,
at like
makanya
because
guys, lama.
so Kai's 1-0 now, right?
Yeah. So Wur is
Udah
1-0
pada sepi
now.
ya.
Kai was last set. We just watched the top 4.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, well, yeah. Sorry. This is why. Yeah,
All
this is
good.
why I'm getting confused. It's fine. Yeah. Don't worry. I'm just being stupid. Yeah. So yeah, that's gonna be awkward. Both players definitely do need to get hold of the Greninja to make it happen.
Yeah. Agreed. I mean, we're starting Froakie onto Dashi's side. He'll be going second this time. Druddigon is in the active spot for Wur, exactly where he wants the Druddigon to be, honestly. But we do need to find that Magikarp and our own Froakies. Pokeball
Ini
comes
ronde
down.
2 ya.
It's 40% Magikarp, 40% Froakie, 20% Druddigon if he's got nothing else in his hand. And we're going to find a Magikarp pretty quickly here.
Yeah, that's gonna be pretty good. A ton of cards in hand as well in general. So again, when you're looking at like this many cards in hand, and obviously 1 card per turn generally drawn, you've just got to assume once Magikarp's down, that's the hard bit done.
Yeah.
And then Gyarados will just be arriving on time because this isn't a Pokemon that's gonna attack with 1 energy. It's gonna need 4 before it can even get going, which is gonna be again without Misty, 4 more turns of card draw. So you're generally doing pretty good. Froakie though. Probably is it gonna start slapping this Druddigon or flopping on this Druddigon, I guess.
Yeah, it
Nanti
doesn't look
kayaknya
like
jangan
it. I would
Sabrina deh.
not assume we'd want to trade tin for
Cyrus
20.
mantep cok.
But
Dan sekarang
I wonder if we'll find magic. I mean, we don't even have magic up on Hidashi's side yet, but I wonder if we'll find Gyarados more quickly on Wur's side this game than it took last time. I think we're like probably into. I don't know how many turns we were into, but it was a good number
ada yang
there.
kurang nggak ya?
There is a weird world where using flop was actually correct, right? Because Kangaskhan hits in 30s.
Guess that is
So,
true, yeah.
Putting it to 90s, like,
Kayaknya
I'm not
untung
saying it's
aku
good
nggak
or
ngapus
they
deck
should
ini.
have, but
Yeah.
it's something to consider because Froakie goes to 40.
Yang
It's
ngapus
not
deck
like there's a
Gyarados aku ya?
Greninja available.
Coba aku
Gyarados
ngelawan.
knocks it out anyway, so
Aku jadi
it's just
pengen main
something to think
Gyarados.
about if they're planning on retreating into
Jadi kangen sama
Kangaskhan.
Gyarados,
Like 2 heads,
guys.
1 head, then knocks out the Druddigon by itself.
Yeah, very true on that fact. Putting it within range of only, 2 swings from Kangaskhan, super important to decrease any number of heads that you need. And simple attack to do it.
Okay, nice.
Let's see here.
Big turn there.
Yeah, big
From
turn.
where? Just attach energy, pass, next, go.
Sama
I
aja.
support it. We do hit Frogadier this game, which we didn't see many of last game. Gyarados, another Froakie.
Lah BB Mew.
Where's our Magikarp?
Deck aku juga ya, HPP Mew ya.
Well, there's an option. If there's potentially Greninja available, you can just hit, right?
Very true. Yeah, we can start swinging. We do 30 here. Greninja next turn would be able to finish off that Druddigon with that 60 plus 20. Okay. We don't hit. Thing is, if we have Greninja
Menarik.
next turn, okay, if he doesn't have Gyarados next turn, Greninja could snipe. Cyrus? Nope, we have the Gyarados though.
Deck aku sama
it's
kayak yang
very
bawah
early
guys,
for
cuman
Gyarados right now.
yang udah aku
Yeah, I'm
racik ya.
really surprised that there's no attack going on there, honestly.
Ya itu.
I'm surprised as well not putting any damage on that Druddigon.
Because that assuming the
Dari
Greninja
Pokemon.
is 120 health, it would be 100 health Greninja. You worried about being hit by another Greninja 5 times, right?
Mundur juga.
Or I guess you worried about being potentially
Okay.
Cyrus, but you're also going to be a point up, right? Which is sure, and you have a Greninja, right? Which is surely a bigger deal.
Yeah, you would think
Oh,
so.
Buat mundur juga ya nanti ya.
Not prioritizing that.
Tahu-tahu udah punya deck juga.
Back to us. We still
Thank
don't
you.
have a Magikarp. So we have Greninja now.
Oh. Okay. This could be good. So the evolve into Greninja, I think we saw the Cyrus draw then.
Yep.
So Water Shuriken on the Gyarados. Cyrus go.
Nice, satu. Aduh.
Maybe, right? Like, and then assuming we hit a Froakie or something, it gets KO'd in 2 turns? 3 turns?
Yeah, and also just the fact that like put damage on it now. My view is if you don't have a Magikarp Gyarados cooking and they do, play with what you've got, and what you've got is a Greninja, right? So just
Yeah.
get it in, get smacking this Gyarados, hope they don't have Misty.
Florges.
That gives you 2
Jeez.
attacks, right?
Yeah, 2 attacks, and that's what, 80, or 160. A Frogadier 30 is
Kita nggak
enough.
bisa main
There's no
Greninja, guys.
heals in any of these
Jadinya
Gyarados
Florges,
decks.
guys.
And furthermore, at 20, you only need like 1 head. So this one, pretty nice there. So
Yeah, I
we-
like this. Yeah, it's one of those games where you've got to just, this is
pakai
your
wall,
hand,
nice.
this is the game you're playing, you've not got a Magikarp, go, right? Get it done. So yeah, I like this play a lot. I think this is right.
Yeah, I think so. And then, I mean, I guess they could retrieve if they wanted to. I don't think that's the correct play to sacrifice 2 energies, but there are always options. Let's see. We don't even have a Greninja yet, actually. Okay, we have Frogadier now on Wur's side.
Bentar.
Definitely seems good to put out this really early pressure onto this,
Semoga bukan
this
kesalahan ya.
Gyarados, if only because
Tapi sebenarnya
later
harusnya
we will be able to one-hit KO
Oke,
if we
dulu
can
aku
ever
takutnya
find
langsung
our
sekali
own
mati gitu.
Gyarados, that is. So let's see.
Oh, okay, well there's Misty.
Okay.
This could go snowball if this Misty hits 1 energy, which
Aku
it
ditidurin doang
does.
nih,
Ouch.
buat tidur.
And it hits 3 more that it didn't need to.
Tidur, guys.
Yeah, if it was just even 1, this game is, I don't want to say it's over, but it feels
Sayang
over.
aja,
No
kurang
Gyarados
80
to
ya.
fight back.
Semoga dapat Frogadier.
Don't even know what could happen here. Kangaskhan for
Nice.
60. Kangaskhan
Oke,
gets
dapat
knocked out.
Kangaskhan.
We finally
And
get
then...
one.
Oh, wait. Hold.
Magic Cup lagi.
Hold.
Menarik.
Holding.
Hold.
One.
Hold.
Two.
You don't need to hold anymore.
No more holding.
Yeah, okay. There was a world, right, where the Gyarados saves the day with the
Yeah.
Misty, but no. So
Gila
this
yang
would, what,
atas.
hit 60, hit 10, maybe 30 with a Frogadier. That's still not enough, right? So I think this is just game?
Yeah, I did kill the energy on the Froakie too. This is definitely feeling a little bit like game here. I mean, like, especially if we hit Greninja and they start shurikening
detail.
the Magikarp.
Flopping, dripping, pecking, like whatever.
Yeah. Greninja's gonna come down. So now, even at this point, even if we hit Gyarados, it's gonna be in range of being one shot by
Oke,
by
ini
the
5
opponent's
energi
Gyarados
ya.
as well. And I
Jadi
do
kita
think that's gonna be
bisa
a 2-0
attack
for War
belakang.
here. Meaning, I mean, we
Semoga
already knew it was
Mimi
gonna be
hilang.
Gyarados versus Gyarados in the
Yeah.
finals. But
Oke, kita punya
I'm
Cyrus.
gonna quickly check Kai's list here. But I don't think there is a Kangaskhan in this one, and there isn't. This time it is gonna be
Yeah, I
one
think it's
Cyrus,
standard,
one
right?
Misty. Yeah.
Yeah, I think that's just a standard list, but it's like the cut, like you said, like the one Misty for the Cyrus. But yeah,
Exactly.
the attach energy goes on, just a 3. 3 does not equal 4, so we all know.
And if
That means, it's going to be game as this Gyarados takes it.
for sure.
Yeah, that's a tough one. Really tough one, but yeah, both players did have some Greninja shenanigans. I really liked the Greninja Cyrus play from Tadashi, as I said. I think that was 100% correct. You can't wait for the perfect outcome. You've just got to go and hope it's enough. But unfortunately, it wasn't enough this time. But yeah, good match overall.
Good matchup overall for sure. And with that, we're going to be going to our finals next. It is 2 Gyarados, Greninja, Druddigon lists. Only difference is Whir is running 1 Leaf, 1 Cyrus, and K is running 1 Misty, 1 Cyrus. So, very sad. I'm not really sure how. We'll have to see how the difference between those plays out. But
yeah, it's going to be an interesting one. There's nothing too crazy about it. I think. Wait, did I open the right list? Let me just check.
Ini harus dipasang.
You know what? I've got about 8 deck lists open. I'm gonna reopen the deck list to make sure I've got the right ones. Because knowing me, I'll talk for like 15 minutes about something that isn't even in someone's deck. Because that's just how
we've
I am
all done it.
sometimes.
We've all done it.
Yeah. So let's take a quick look.
And yep, that's gonna be a Greninja versus a Greninja in the finals here. Absolutely gonna be insane. I'm interested to see how it plays out. And I'll stick it to that.
Yeah, I would say for me, I think Ware just has a natural advantage because they run 2 Misties and they have that spike potential, or more of that spike potential. Whereas in this mirror, I don't think having 2 leaves really helps, right? I think once you get Gyarados going, the game's just Gyarados. And the more
Gyarados
sort of high roll, you know, I know people don't really like Misty, but the more high roll options you've got, like if you get to flip twice as many times as your opponent, that's a big deal, right? Like that is huge. It makes you more likely to be able to pop off early. It makes you more likely to be able to come back into a struggling game, like we nearly saw in that previous game then. So for me, I would just lean towards 2 Misties instead of 2 Leaf. For this matchup specifically.
Yeah, I could see that for sure. We'll have to see how it continues to go. But I'm kind of interested to see if like the 2 Leafs gives high, like, okay, more like fluidity in who they can have in the active spot. So I don't think that we need to like do much on Misty, but we'll have to see. We'll have to see for sure.
Yeah, I think it's just like high roll potential, and also a lot of the time both players probably just want Druddigon there, right? And then as long as you get Drudagon out, if you even need to, maybe the Greninjas do the job for you anyway. As long as you get one out, you're probably okay. Because it's not like there's a lot of Sabrina shenanigans going on either.
Yeah,
it's
very
not like
true.
there's going to be a lot of bench switching. So it should be okay. I think I would personally rather have the Misties.
Yeah, well, we'll have to find out then today how it goes. I mean, if Whir wins because he's got 2 Misties, we'll have to know we'll know what the correct list is.
Oke,
We'll know what the
Dragon di
correct
depan.
list is then. So
Dragon butuh helm.
we are having a quick
Kalau pakai
bio
helm
break.
kita
It
kurang
looks like.
ini, guys.
Do we wanna? Which point of view would you like to watch?
Kurang
We
banget
can go
ya.
and hop into the channel and get set up.
Did we watch Whir's point of view today or not?
I think we have at the beginning.
Yeah, I don't think we've seen Kai, right?
No, we have not watched Kate's.
Yeah, let's watch Kai then.
Okay.
Let's watch that point of view, I guess, if just to get as many people as we can. It's point of view, of
Perfect.
course.
Perfect.
Oke, nice. Oke, kita lihat
Wish
standingnya,
one
guys ya.
day we will get a spectator mode at some point. That would be fantastic.
I would love
we
a
can dream.
spectator mode. Spectator mode would be
I-
absolutely awesome.
I want spectator over ranked, over
What?
cut an expansion to give me spectator mode, because I think once it's done, it's done. That's my view anyway. Like,
No.
I think it'd be so good.
Side note, now that you said that, you just reminded me. I actually had a dream
Ini final ya, guys.
Uh,
Ini final.
about
Si Kay.
ranked last night.
Oh,
Kayak itu pakai
I don't wanna
a
know
good
what it
dream, a bad
was.
dream, a nightmare.
I had like a dream about ranked.
Gyarados
where, like,
Greninja,
ranked just
gila.
came out. What are you gonna
Finalnya
do? And I
Gyarados
was like, what do you
Greninja.
mean? And I was like stuck in the loading screen, like
Loh,
the
ini
day,
dari
like
mana?
when the new set released,
Kok
where I just
begini?
kept I was like, I can't get onto the ranked. Like, Ursi, you have to go stream ranked. I'm like, my game
They
won't load.
already-
My game won't
Lawan.
This is
load.
why they don't. They won't. Oop, this is why they might not put ranked in, because the anxiety it
Lawan
creates. There you
where?
go. See, it's already
No.
proving true.
I
Just
need
thinking
it.
about ranked.
It's not
Yeah,
the
I
rank that's
would-
giving me anxiety. It's us DDoSing their their stuff that's giving me the anxiety.
Yeah, ranked would be interesting. I think ranked would be a funny experiment for the game. I wouldn't mind ranked at all, but I do think that something I've missed in other games that they've not done it either is, like, as you well know more than most, not being able to just spectate a game in client
Apa
is
sih?
such a pain and in terms of organizing community events. And considering there's such a large number of people who clearly want to not only play in these but watch them as well, as we
For
can see in
sure.
chat, it would just make a spectator mode once. It's done forever
Oke,
then,
dapat.
right? Like you're pretty
Dua.
much outside of
Nice.
weird mechanics maybe. You're pretty much done with it, and then the community will
UN.
deal with the rest, making content and such and running tournaments. So
That is true.
that's
yeah.
why I
Gak
would
usah
really
sih,
like to
gak
see
usah
it,
sih
because
menurut
like
aku gak usah ya.
they can add ranked later or
Gak usah
whatever,
ya.
I don't care. But like spectator now would make tournaments so much easier to run, and also just look better. Which obviously, again, you know that unfortunately
Yeah.
some people can't stream with high quality or the resolution's not the best. And it's still great that we can watch and commentate. It's awesome. But imagine if it was your client that was doing spectator. How much easier would life be? It'd be so good.
It would definitely be a lot easier for all players, including the players involved.
Oh
Langsung
yeah,
aja hantem,
yeah, 'cause
guys.
they wouldn't have to do anything really. They
Yeah.
if it were like, for example, Hearthstone or something. So yeah, it's crazy.
Finals is getting
Solo
started now. We
solo
have it
ini
up
ya.
on screen. It's K versus Whir. K is starting with that magic card in the active, but since they're going first, they
Solo
could
Gyarados.
use the attack to jump back to the bench and protect this magic card. So as long as we get the second rank, which I have a feeling we will be able to, this shouldn't be too big of a problem. We're on the other hand starting a Froakie. We have a Pokeball come down, but I haven't seen that Pokemon get played yet. So I wonder what it is.
Yeah, what timer have we got on here? Like, what's the choice that's being made? I didn't see what they actually went to play.
Yeah, all we've had is a Pokeball, is my understanding, and so we're going second. I can't think of a Pokemon you wouldn't want to put down, except yeah, I guess maybe if it was
Right,
your
okay.
a second Froakie, but I feel like you have to just put it down in some world. I guess there's no world though where your Froakie gets KO'd. So maybe you do just keep it in hand. Kai does
Yeah,
have
I don't
2
mind
Pokeballs though.
Yeah, it definitely depends on what the hand looks like. But there's a world where if they already have a Frogadier, then they might want to put the second one down. Because if they draw the second Frogadier, then they can like chain
Aman,
aman,
evolve
aman,
them,
aman.
right, and just keep them toe
Menang
to
guys,
toe.
menang.
So I think that is probably a good selling point for it. But we are going to see this professor's research come out.
Shit.
Get hold of that Greninja and the
Dewgong.
Leaf. I nearly said Dawn. The hats are too similar. That's an official complaint I have. The hats are too similar. They need to change them.
They kind of are. They have the same symbol, but what is it?
Yeah, and same colors, right?
Wait, are they really
It's
the
just
same
a slightly
color?
different style hat.
Oh, I guess so. Yeah, she's got a beanie, and then I'm not really sure what you call
Yeah.
Leaf's hat.
Finalnya Gyarados lawan
Is it?
Gyarados guys.
It's not
Si monster lawan si
not a
monster
bucket hat, is
anjir.
it? It's kind of like a
It's
there's
like
like
a
a
safari.
Menolak
sun
tumbang
hat.
ya.
Or I guess sun hat, maybe.
Sort of thing. Yeah.
Kayak Gyarados ini menolak tumbang ya.
Not that I'm some hat expert. I mean, I don't know what all the hats are called, but yeah.
Yeah, actually, fun fact, guys.
Oh,
he's
double
a hat
Frogadier as well.
expert. And yeah, you're right. Two,
Oh, really?
Okay.
2 Frogadiers. 2 Frogadiers.
Oh, and the carp. If
Oh.
this is double Greninja, like
Iya iya.
things are gonna start happening.
Yeah,
real
we're gonna
fast.
need Gyarados immediately, or this Magikarp is done for if this is double Gyarados. Double Greninja.
Yeah, there's gonna be sushi getting served if that's not the case here.
Let's see.
Oke, kita ambilin hadiah dulu.
It's either frog for dinner or sushi, yeah.
Oof.
Okay, Frogadier
Dua
comes down.
Dragon.
Still no Gyarados on
Lawan dua
K's side.
Greninja.
This could be a problem.
And the thing is,
Gila
with
ya,
the second
mantap ya.
Drudagon as well, it's
Nggak menyangka.
yeah, do you even want to use the spot because this the
Jadi deck
Drudagon in
Gyarados
the
itu kuat
active might
guys,
not
nggak
be
ada
going
lawan.
anywhere
Itu
anytime soon.
lawannya itu deck
So you might
diri
want to start
sendiri.
trying to have options for a second Greninja,
Beda
a
sama
second
Darkrai ya.
Magikarp high
Darkrai
roll if this one might go away. Because this Magikarp could not easily
minusnya
die,
ini
but
ya.
could easily get removed in the next turn also due to
Darkrai
even one Greninja,
minusnya
never mind two.
Yeah, completely agree.
lawan Celebi ya.
Uh,
Sama deck coin sih sebenarnya.
I would not want to be passing right now
Kalau
to work.
Greninja,
That's for sure.
Gyarados walaupun jadinya lama,
It's
tapi
tough.
sekali jadi tewas
Yeah,
semua
very
guys.
tough
Nggak ada
for
yang
sure.
bisa
Gonna
ngalahin.
see-
Misty?
Misty, okay.
I wonder I'm
Misty's
assuming it's
gonna
onto the
start.
Magikarp. Okay. So that's gonna be Tails. Okay, nothing for Misty. Always happy for a Tails Misty when I'm not the one playing her.
Yeah, neutral game, neutral.
Neutral. Let's see.
Harus
I
lawan
mean-
dianya sih execute-nya.
Greninja is gonna be so strong if even just one Greninja comes down. The king
Satunya
that
dua
is going to go
Dratigon,
on
satunya
his
pakai sak
Magikarp,
panas kan.
A is gonna be a timer, and B could just KO that Magikarp on the bench before we even have a Gyarados.
I'm wondering if they have one Greninja and they're trying to think about where they want to evolve. Because there's a world where they could
Is it
evolve in the
dua,
active and
tiga?
put an energy on it. Right?
Yeah.
And then like use it as an attacker. Or there's a world where you don't want to do that, put the energy on Magikarp and put it onto the bench. But the real world that we seemingly live in is there are no Greninjas because one of them would have been definitely evolved one way or another. So unfortunate with such a rapid frog opening, there's no Greninjas there for them. But we see a Greninja on this side of the board, and this is actually starting to look a little bit
nggak mau
spicy
ngelawan
because
dia ya.
I asked this in the
Takutnya dia
previous
berubah.
game, but what reason is
Respect,
there to
guys,
not
respect.
evolve into Gyarados?
Kita punya Greninja
There
bisa
pretty much
kita
isn't
cicilin
one.
guys.
So I'd
Yeah.
imagine they really want to find Gyarados to save this card. If not, this game's gonna slowly
feeling
slide
is-
out of control.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I mean, there's definitely zero reason right now, if not
Menarik.
-1 reasons right now, to evolve your Gyarados to, your Magikarp to a Gyarados. So hopefully they'll have it
Head.
here. Otherwise, we're just gonna be in a pickle. We're just gonna be in a pickle here. We are, I believe, in still game 1.
Greninja.
We've played so many Gyarados games now that I'm losing count.
Yeah, it's all life is a Gyarados game at this point.
Oh no.
Kita
I don't
cicil
know if I
ya
want to
dulu
play that
guys.
game. Okay, Gyarados comes down though.
Okay, Gyarados has saved the day. Yeah, good timing.
Ah, 2 tel. Babi.
I
Kalau gitu
think
nggak
at this
boleh
point,
sini.
I'd honestly still put a decent advantage just to the player that has a Gyarados on the board, right, over the other, even though the Greninja's being able to chip away is very strong. Until this Magikarp evolves on the bottom side, then I think there's still going to be problems. And there's a Greninja as well, so it's got to be the Shuriken on the opposing Magikarp now, right? And just say, yeah, make him evolve.
Yeah, I think so. It's gotta be that. Another energy though onto that Gyarados.
Oof. So we saw the Magikarp draw, obviously, and as I said, for the other player, right, there's not really a good reason to not evolve into Gyarados.
Yeah,
which,
there is none.
Ugh. Which means this carp is
Apa kita mau ngasih satu energi?
carped.
Yeah, this carp is done for, and we're gonna take point one. And
Biar
honestly, without any
itulah.
bench space, I think we're in a bit of a pickle right now. I mean, a bit of a hard spot. I don't know what you do here. You're gonna have to fully power up
Aku udah feeling.
the Magikarp, and have we used our one Misty?
Dia dua Sabrina, dua Cyrus kayaknya.
I don't think they've used Misty. We've only seen Misty from where, I think.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. So we could still run into Misty here. Okay. Bro, I swear this always happens. You hit the card you need one turn after you need it. So,
yeah, it's typical.
Very typical. I mean, luckily, if we could get it set up, I guess in some world we could quickly run like Misty into Gyarados.
Itu menghindari banget lawan red.
Yeah, I think it has to be at this point, right? It's just got to be play the carp, energy, Misty, hope, right?
Yeah.
Draw Misty or play Misty, hope it hits. Like these are the scenarios you get yourself in, right? Sometimes. So I think that's the only out I can see, because this Gyarados, while there is a Greninja, Greninja can hit for 20 this turn and then 80 the turn after. Unless my maths got really bad, I don't think that's going to be enough.
Yeah, it's just not enough. I mean, and it's even the problem that if we pass, you go to this Frogadier here. Frogadier could evolve this turn, and then Magikarp's just another point.
Tinggal 6 lagi. Gila, paling bawah, cuy. Paling bawah, cuy.
Or another slight out is the Greninja draw, right? And then the Gyarados comes in, knocks out the Drudagon, goes to 100. Then with the Greninja number 2 being drawn, both Greninjas shuriken the Gyarados, and the 60 damage attack is enough.
Yeah,
however, that has not happened because of Cyrus. So Cyrus is going to cause an absolute nightmare, and yeah, that's game. If there was no Cyrus, then the Gyarados coming out and hitting the Drudagon would give an extra opening, as I said, to the Greninja option. But yeah, the Cyrus again with Greninja, and I think you mentioned this way back at the start of the evening, where Cyrus is very strong, and then you put Greninja on top of that, being that any given turn you can just go Greninja, Cyrus, go is incredibly good. Like it's and your opponent can't even really play around it, right? Because you're just choosing as and when the damage hits. So good.
100%. Yeah, it's insane to be able to do that in a turn. What can you even do to counterplay that? I don't think there really is a way to counterplay
Draw better.
True. If we had only gotten that Gyarados, maybe we should have run Communicator in Gyarados. People made fun of me for being a red card believer last set. I think I might be the Pokemon Communicator in every single deck believer this set.
Jadi Cyrus.
Well, it's also the tricky one just in that game as well is there was a Magikarp put down before there was a Gyarados drawn, right?
Yeah.
And that's what I was talking about, at the beginning, at the beginning of life at this point, where we're talking about Gyarados mirrors, where, like, if your opponent has access to potential Greninjas, do you have to wait? Because that can happen, right? Where, like, you didn't even have the Gyarados to even two-turn it. So it's just a small thing. Maybe it was too much to wait, but it was seemed a little bit rough, and
Kalau ini head
maybe they
lagi.
could have waited a
Mampus.
turn also. Obviously, hindsight, we
Mampus.
knew there was a Gyarados there. But you'd stack energy
Mampus.
slower, but you would maybe
Gyarados.
have a Gyarados.
Yeah, very true. Very
Babi.
true. They are getting started here, and it's a Froakie versus Froakie start.
Sumpah. Kayak
Kai, I
anjing,
believe,
Cok.
is going. Oh,
Asli.
we are going first. No, we're going second. We're going second. Yeah. So we're is going first again here. Not gonna have that energy advantage unless he has a Misty to offset it. Meanwhile, Kai's gonna go and get a Pokeball. Hopefully, it's a Druidbond though, so not even a
Asli
simple.
bener-bener nge-break, Cok. Dua
Magic
terakhir.
Card, yeah.
Anjing.
It does mean that
Profesornya
they are
baru
slightly ahead
satu.
on
Ini
the
Profesor
damage, and
kayak kontol.
again, there's worlds where if they can curve a Greninja out straight away, like Greninja is one of those cards that's kind of, you know, like a Pidgeot, like the
Yeah.
non-EX Pidgeot, where
Gyarados
you
gua
never
mana, Pak.
normally want it active, but if you actually start
Mampus
Pidgey,
teh lagi.
hit, go Pidgeotto,
Nggak tahu lagi
hit,
sih, mampus.
then go Pidgeot, hit, you realize it kind of slaps, right? Like it kind of does a high damage. So
Yeah.
if that's the case
Udah
here, where
memang.
either player
Onsit
can
tuh,
go
mampus.
Froakie, Frogadier hit, Greninja hit, that's knocking
Kalau
something out, right? And
Gyarados
it's still
sampai
probably
nggak
gonna live
dapet.
afterwards. So it's one of those
Ngerti gua.
interesting ones where, like now,
Full
if one of the
executor.
if Ware has a Greninja, this is disaster here for Kai.
Yeah, this does feel like a disaster. No question about that. Yeah, I don't know what he's gonna do. We're game 2 right now, and Kai's gonna be in a bad spot again. We got the
Using a leaf. Oof.
Yeah, that's not
Using a
the
leaf
we
to
want do.
retreat.
Kai is running.
Yeah, this is just straight.
Bumpers.
It's not strange. It looks
Ini
weird
yang
because
aku
they've
benci
used
kayak
a
gini,
leaf to
going
then put
first.
an edge on a Drudagon to
Mhm.
potentially, like, retreat it again later
Kalau lawannya
for
petir
energy.
udah langsung
Yeah.
tewas
But
nih.
this uses up a supporter because you know they
Going
might
first.
have
Pertamanya Magic Card kan
Misty,
jadul.
other cards in hand that they want to just get
Rasa
out and
gua.
actually use. And if they're planning on maybe going for a Misty next turn, then they can't do a retreat that turn either. So it's a weird play, but I think it works out okay in the end. But Ursiiday is a Greninja on curve, and it is savage.
Yeah, ouch. Greninja does so much damage when you can just do attack, evolve,
Babi.
evolve over and over. He's
Tadi
so
di akhir,
strong
sekarang di awal
and puts out
begini.
so much pressure even without Gyarados even appearing. So I don't.
This is not looking great, is it?
Not looking great at all. Even if we do find Magikarp now, I mean, you better have that Gyarados for the next turn.
Break
Do we-
Yeah, it would have to be like Magikarp
Sel gila.
into straight Gyarados and then probably Misty as well because you can't go slow because there's potentially 2 points being farmed next turn,
Yeah,
right? The Greninja
exactly.
Shurikens the Froakie, knocks out the Drudagon.
Nice.
Exactly, and then that's just gonna be 2 points. What are you supposed to do at this at this part?
Dua ikan tengik ini.
Yeah, I mean, Ware can just kind of chill, right? And just now just throw the energy on the Magikarp, no big deal. There's no Greninjas to threaten the Magikarp.
Yeah.
With anything, and Greninja's just gonna chill. There's 2 points, goes down to 70 health, but there's nothing that can attack him
Anjir,
next turn that
padahal
even remotely threatens it.
Depan aja ya, bab.
Yeah. Like, even if we do evolve to a Frogadier here, it gets KO'd.
Yeah, it just doesn't matter, right? Like that is just. It would have to be what Drudagon draw.
Yeah, you have to do
For it to continue. Wow.
Wow, that's gonna be the last game of our finals, and that's gonna be a 2-0 in this Gyarados mirror match.
Brutal.
Absolutely brutal. I guess the last 2 games neither players were really able to find their oh my gosh, where's Magikarps? But it doesn't matter if you get that Greninja online fast enough. My God.
Right.
Gila, ngeri banget, Cok.
And also as well, it's one of those things where like in mirrors, there are those small things have big impacts, right? Because you both effectively, I think there was one card different or whatever, but effectively playing the same deck. which means the smallest advantage of you getting a Magikarp a turn earlier,
Square yang
or
menang ya,
you evolve into Greninja first,
finalisnya ya.
right? Like they really stack up, and I think we saw a display of that
Gila
in
nggak
that
nyangka sih
match.
di antara
Yeah,
deck-deck
I
baru
definitely agree. It
Gyarados
stacks and
lagi yang menang
stacks
cuk.
and stacks, and then
Gyaradosnya
you win
Gyarados
the
basic
game.
tuh,
And
bener-bener basic.
absolute masterclass, in my opinion, by both of the Gyarados players. Not really much you can do when you aren't hitting the cards you need, but really, really interesting to see
Iya, kita
such,
lihat di finalnya
you
tadi
know,
ya.
I don't know. I definitely didn't expect to see Gyarados in our finals today, much less a mirror match of it. But they did fantastic with the deck, and I guess since so much of those, like, we kind of briefly talked about, like, there's no Hitmonlee in the fighting
Drawnya
decks we
doang
saw.
sih
We
ya.
talked about
Kalau
Pachirisu. There's no
Gyarados itu
Zebstrika that was keeping these
Yeah.
Gyaradoses down, and we're gonna have to see how it continues to
nih ya
work out
finalnya.
because obviously we're gonna need to slot some new cards in the decks,
Kay
but how is that gonna
lawan
affect
Ware.
those decks and the decks that they're
Kita
currently
buka dulu
countering?
Kay
A lot of questions, but
Kita
absolute
review,
masterclass
guys.
by Were and Kay, and I'm so
di
excited that we
64
got to
besar.
watch them. So awesome to get to see our finals today, guys. And thank you everyone who tuned
Dia
in.
di sini
I had so much fun
lawan
with it, and thank
Dialga,
you so much
Melmetal,
Raven for coming on today and
Palkia
co-hosting our
Vaporeon,
finals. Definitely an upset from what I think a lot
Charizard,
of people were
Moltres,
expecting from today's Ursiiday 2-1 Pocket Weekly.
Greninja
Yeah, I think
Gyarados,
for me, it's highlighted something that maybe
Darkrai
people haven't really
EX
wrapped their head
Magnezone,
around too much is people looking at
Executor EX
expansions in
Celebi,
like metas like they're singular.
Darkrai
But if you think
Magnezone
now,
masih
we have
menang
like
walaupun
over double the
lawannya
amount of
petir
cards we
dia.
started the game
Very
with,
true,
right?
yeah.
Mewtwo udah
So
jelas aku bisa
suddenly,
jamin lawan
you've
Mewtwo
got some players bringing like old
gampang
favorites
ya
or reliable
pakai
decks before the
Gyarados. Yang
expansion
penting
came out doing pretty well, as we saw with all the
Gyarados nggak ngebreak
Gyarados.
aja sih.
But
Dan
we
dia
also had stuff like
dapat Garde ya. Tapi ini kan base
we
of
had
3
Rampados make it
bisa
super
dibalas
deep
gitu.
in the
Kalau
tournament.
base
So
of
deep.
1
We've
agak
got the
susah.
reign of Darkrai at the moment. We had Charizard with Shaman. We've had
Rival
Pachirisu
X
18T
Darkrai.
make
Ini
it
mah
deep.
janjian dia.
And this is
Janjian
just the
biar
first week
biar
where
seri
everyone's
ya.
trying to get a feel. Most people might not even have
Oke,
a lot of the cards they
terus
want to even test. A lot of people want, like, I stream the game pretty much
dan
every day,
Charizard
and I still haven't
Moltres,
tried everything I want to try, so I still don't know what's, I would like to
Palkia
100% say what I
Vaporeon.
think is good because I've not tried
Terus
loads
tadi
of
itu yang
stuff
kita
still.
lihat Rampardos
So I think
Palkio dia
this
menang.
tournament really showed, especially with this
Charizard
top cut, which is cool that you top
dan
64 of course,
finalnya
that that
ternyata
was
pemenangnya
and there's
Gyarados
the new
Greninja
stuff,
ya. Decklistnya
there's the
dia
old stuff, and then there's
kita
everything in
lihat
between where it mixes together, right? And people can really
ini
experiment
dia cuman
with
ganti.
deck building, with all the new supporters, all the new items, the
Jadi
tools,
diganti
as
apa ya?
well as the Pokemon. And there's still
Ini
going to be plenty more
normal.
sets going forward
Mistinya
as well.
satu.
So I think the game's only going to get
Mistinya
crazier. But
ganti
this was
Cyrus
this
sama
was a
dia.
really cool tournament. And again, shout out to you
Mistinya
Ursi
ganti
for not only
Cyrus sama
running
dia.
everything,
Menarik.
but also inviting
Mistinya
me to
satu.
cast the first one of the expansion. I appreciate it.
Live-nya tetap
I
2.
muted myself because I was coughing.
Kalau aku
But
live-nya
thank you so much
1.
for coming
I
on.
was gonna say, or just don't reply.
But I definitely agree because even
Kalau
like
deck aku ya,
personally,
deck
I
aku
haven't been able to
pribadi ya.
find an Infernape. I haven't been able. I
Coba
don't know if
aku
I have
lihat ya.
third parties,
Yang
but I
bikin
definitely just got like my second Darkrai. There's still even like
dia
decks
Misty
that people
1 agak
aren't
serem
able to
juga
test
sih.
yet. And I think
Tapi
next
Misty
week
kayak
is going
tai
to
sih
be even
kadang.
more insane.
Jadi
But
nggak terlalu banyak berharap sama
so
Misty.
awesome to see. And like just like you're right, the meta is changing. There's
Kalau
obviously the
aku
new set, there's the
Mistinya
old
2,
sets, and there's
Cyrus
everything
1,
in between.
Live
And
1.
it's fluid. Like we still need to see how different
Cuma
decks
beda sama
shape
dia
up.
gitu
We
ya.
quickly changed to new decks,
Tapi aku
but
pakai
now the old
Kangaskhan
decks
1.
that were strong are released from their restraints
Aku pakai
of those bench
Kangaskhan 1
sniping
guys.
Pokemon, so
Mistinya
forth and
2.
so forth.
For
And
now.
it's just crazy to
Buat
watch and see.
penyelamatan ya.
But I'm really
Kan kita
excited
nggak
for
ada
these
yang tahu.
next couple of weeks. With that, I do want to give a huge shout out to our top
Ini
64
Misty
today.
1 agak riskan sih
Everyone who
sebenarnya,
came on
jujur ya,
today
agak riskan.
did such a fantastic job, and thank you so much for playing today. But also a huge shout out to
Tapi bisa
all
sih aku
of
Cyrus 1,
our
Sabrina 1. Itu
all
lebih
of
penting
our
sih menurut
players
aku.
even yesterday who
Karena
put
di
in
deck
what was
ini
it 8 to
butuh-butuh
9
banget
hours
Sabrina sih.
yesterday playing that all those Swiss rounds
Cyrus
turn after
Sabrina,
turn after
menarik sih.
turn. And still
Mistinya 1
so
aja.
many
Coba
of
ya,
them
coba
did
ya.
make
Aku
it
tuker ya.
into
Mistinya
our
1 ya.
top today.
Satu Sabrina
And
ya.
then huge shout out to our viewers who hung out with us. Thank you so much
Sebenarnya
for
Misty
watching
nggak terlalu
Raven and I
penting sih.
chat
Bener,
about
bener. Nggak terlalu penting sih.
all these games and in this game we really enjoy.
Penting nggak
If you
penting
guys
sih. Kalau
are
lagi hoki
interested in
penting,
Raven's
kalau nggak
content, just
hoki
heads
ya
up. Raven's a fantastic Pokemon Pocket content creator, and I'm sure all of you already know
penting.
that. But you can check
Cuma
out
kalau
all
nge-break
of his
serem
different
banget ya
socials
guys.
here. Both he streams on Twitch every day except Sundays. But I did make him stream today with me. He posts stuff
Water
on
ya.
YouTube. You can check out his
Coba
different
kita tes
meta
ya.
YouTube videos and competitive YouTube videos, and he does have a Twitter as
Ini
well.
kalau
I also want to give
yang
a huge
dari
shout out to our
si
sponsor XP Collect. They put up that 400 USD prize pool
Kay.
every single week, and I am
Kay
so
tadi ya gini ya.
appreciative to them, and
Kalau
I'm sure
si
many people in
Where,
the community are. It is so awesome that we could have this
Where
weekly
ini
tournament,
checklistnya
and
si
for
Where,
down to our top 16.
satu
All of our
Liv,
players
satu
top 16 and
Cyrus,
above
dua
do get
Sabrina.
paid
Ini
out,
kayak
which is
aku
super
persis
awesome,
kayak
and I'm so
tadi.
happy about that. Uh,
Ini deck yang
So
aku
really
punya malah.
excited to see how that
Tapi dia
continue,
dua Dragon
to
nih.
see how these weeklies continue to
Pakai
shape out.
kangaskan.
But thank you so much to XP
Ya,
Collect.
oke lah,
And if you
coba
guys
dulu
are
lah,
interested
coba dulu.
in ordering
Menurut
pre-orders,
aku sih
especially with
kangaskan lebih
Journey
worth it ya.
Together, you can order them through
Kan
them, but they
Dragon
do
nunggu
ship
doang kan
any
kalau
type of
ngelawan
card
yang kayak
game
begini nih.
electronic, Yu-Gi-Oh, etc. So
Bisa
thank
langsung
you so
kangasan
much to
sprot
XP
mati.
Collect for that sponsorship. Thank you
Menurut
so
aku
much
ya.
to our viewers for hanging out with us today. Thank you so much to our players for playing. Raven, is there anything or anyone you would like to shout out as well? Because obviously shout out to Raven for co-casting today.
I shout out myself. I'm awesome. Just as usual. Thank you to everyone for watching. I'm glad I could be part of these shows. It's something I like doing. And I'm just glad people
Habis
enjoy it. I'm
ini
glad
kita
people like
selesai guys.
competing in the game.
Kita
and
dapat
seem to be having a
pemenangnya,
good time,
Where.
right? So biggest shout out of course to
Jadi
Ursiiday for
pemenangnya
putting the
tetap
effort in and running all
Gyarados
these
ya guys.
tournaments. This is
Terbukti
like a
semuanya di
weekly
one shot
staple
sama
of
Gyarados dan nggak ada yang
the
bisa
Pocket community's sort of schedule,
one
or
shot
at least it is
Gyarados.
for me. If I'm not commentating, I'm watching. So biggest shout out to you honestly. So thanks a lot for the invite to cast again. I am available anytime you need.
Gitu guys.
Well, thank you for coming on. I really do appreciate that. Thank you
kalau kayak gini.
so much. I do also give a huge shout out to our judges who once again put in so many hours today, put in a lot of hours yesterday to be able to do the judging that they do and allow this tournament to run as smoothly as it does. We obviously could not do this without them, and I'm just really, really happy that we get to, broadcast and host this tournament every single week. Because obviously we would not be able to do it without them or our mods. So huge shout out to them. I do also want to say again, huge congrats to for getting first place today. Huge shout out to Kay for also getting second. But congrats to our winner this week. Also,
Kalau ngelawan Hitmonlee kayak gini jangan langsung
I
masukin
do want to
Magic
say
Cup
thank
guys.
you to everyone who was gifting subs there.
Kecuali kita di sini punya vlogger diri ya.
That,
Kita
guys.
korbanin
You guys
satu
are
Magic
the
Cup nggak apa-apa.
awesomest, supporting the stream. But we are going to be ending here. If you are new to the channel, for sure check out all of Raven's socials, his YouTube, his Twitch, his Twitter. We also do, I also do stream 6.75 days of the week, depending how you count it. I also do a PhD, so some days I don't get to do 7 days, or some weeks I don't get to do 7 days. We also do have a really awesome and active community that we'd love for you to be a part of. The Discord is so much fun, and we do have a Twitch subs hangout on Sunday nights. That's in about 2 hours. We'd love to see you guys there. And then obviously, guys, if you are enjoying the stream, we also have next week's tournament already live and ready to play. So we'd love for you guys to play in those tournaments with us next week. I think next week we're going to see even more awesome decks, and we're going to see this tournament start shaping out.
Bayangin kalau dua Dragon guys, kayak kondisi kayak tadi, lawan beginian, modar.
And now I'm going to wave goodbye for 30 seconds because
Kenapa
I never
Gyarados
actually
bisa
know
menang
when
di
the
meta
stream
sekarang
ends.
guys?
So,
Karena
thank you guys so much for hanging out with us.
kalau
I hope
kalian
you
mau
guys have
tahu
a
karena
fantastic
apa?
day. I'm going to start this raid. Hopefully it's not too soon. I always start it too soon. But bye guys, and thank you so much for hanging out with us. Thank you so much. And I hope you guys have a fantastic night. Hope everyone stays safe and you have the greatest day. Bye bye.
Nggak ada yang pakai Hitmonlee. Oke, sudah selesai semuanya guys. Terima kasih buat teman-teman yang nonton dari awal. Mohon maaf aku masih belum bisa kasih yang terbaik buat Indo-Pride. Terima kasih buat teman-teman yang udah nemenin aku sampai akhir. Nih kita di ini ya. Game terakhir setelah ini ya. Semoga teman-teman sehat-sehat selalu. Sebentar, temenin aku main game ini dulu deh terakhir. Anjir. Udahlah. Oke. Oke, serbatel. Aku menyerah. Aku menyerah lawan beginian. Oke teman-teman, terima kasih buat yang udah nonton aku dari awal. Kita sudah bersama selama 4 jam. Terima kasih, mohon maaf aku kalau belum bisa ngasih yang terbaik gitu ya. Kalau aku belum bisa ngasih yang terbaik, kalau aku belum bisa menangin turnamennya, kita coba lagi minggu depan ya guys. Kita coba lagi, kita jangan menyerah. Insya Allah bakal dapat hasil yang baik, dapat hasil yang bagus. Terima kasih yang buat yang udah like, udah subscribe aku, udah selalu dukung channel aku. Aku YouTuber kecil tapi lagi coba untuk berkembang. Insya Allah nanti aku kasih kalian deck-deck yang bagus buat kalian ikut kompetisi yang benar-benar kompetitif. Nanti aku insya Allah aku mau bikinin konten tentang deck apa aja yang kalian bisa pakai buat Darkrai. Sekarang meta Darkrai ya, walaupun pemenangnya ini Gyarados guys, cuman memang kenapa Gyarados bisa menang kalau menurut aku karena nggak ada yang pakai Hypnosis sekarang kayak gitu sih guys. Oke, segitu aja dari aku. Terima kasih buat teman-teman yang udah nonton. Sukses selalu buat semuanya. Jangan lupa like sekali lagi, dan kita ketemu di video-video aku selanjutnya, dan see ya.